Hello, my name is Jaru, and welcome to my 30,000 subscribers special. In celebration of reaching this incredible milestone, I asked my community for all the questions they'd like me to answer. I then spent several hours replying to nearly every single one. Some questions got disqualified for not following the rules, but the vast majority did get a reply of some sort. I'll throw the rules of the Q&A on screen real quick for those who are curious. I'm super grateful for all your support, and I hope to continue to make enjoyable content in 2024. With all that said, please enjoy several hours of unhinged rambling. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start at the oldest questions, so like the first ones that came in, and move forward towards the more recent ones. So the oldest question, the first one that was submitted, is, what's your favorite color? Pretty fun one. Oh, I'm going to try and speed through these. I'm going to fail to speed through these. I'm going to end up rambling, but we're going to try and get through these as quickly as possible since, there's hundreds of them. So, what's your favorite color? For most of my life, it was purple. But I preferred purple because it was this conceptually superior color. It was a combination of red and blue. It combined two opposites and became something new and better. It's the I'm your angel and your demon. I am your fire and your water. I'm yin and yang, very Bleach, very anime. And so eventually I realized that didn't really appeal to me anymore, that logic. I preferred to have a favorite color that I actually just liked the color of. So I pulled up the color wheel and just started looking at a bunch of different colors in a bunch of different contexts until I found one that I felt was just the best. And so my new favorite color, my modern favorite color, is blue. I think the sky and the ocean and just things like that are just unbelievably beautiful, and so blue pretty easily is my favorite color. Next, would you eat a cake that looks like Gaster but tastes like regular cake? I'm not a big cake guy. Most cake are too dry, and I don't like just a bunch of icing on top of dry bread. That's not my idea of a good time. I prefer pie, but what that means is that I only really like cake if it's really moist. And lots of liquidy, fun filling, things like that. So in short, would I eat a cake that looks like Gaster but tastes like regular cake? So would I eat a cake that's shaped like Gaster? Yes. I don't know how much of it I would eat. If it's moist cake, sure. What do you think is your theory that is the most likely to be true? Love your content, by the way. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my content. What do you think is your theory that's most likely to be true? I could give it's funny. You'd think I'd be more confident in theories that are more simple, that are predicting relatively minor things. But for example, if I picked my elemental pairs theory, you'd think that would be a pretty easy bet, right? Because I guess dozens of elemental pairs, so surely something in there is going to be right. But that's assuming elemental pairs work the way we think they do. That whole video could be upended and thrown out if Toby Hawks just changes his mind on how he wants to do his combat system. So, ironically, it's not my more basic and simple theories that I'm confident in, it's the grander, more thematic ones. So, hilariously, despite how silly it seems, I think Azrael being dead and turned into dust, and Chris blaming themselves for it, is the most likely theory to be true. The Azrael is secretly dead theory. Now, I'm not saying all the details from my video on it are correct. I've long since acknowledged that, the specific story that I wove in that episode, or in that video, is pretty flawed, but that was meant to be more fun anyway. It wasn't meant to be specifically what happens. The theory itself is mostly just, I think Azrael's dead, I think Chris at least blames themselves, and I think Azrael's soul is inside of Chris. And I think that part of the theory, that core concept, I think that is the most likely to be true thing that I've ever theorized about. So, yeah. Would you ever do anything related to Death Battle again? Probably not. I did Death Battle for years, but I did that because I was super passionate about it. Like I was in love with Death Battle, and now since I've fallen out of love, it's hard for me to really do content related to it. It's not impossible. I do intend to diversify my channel, like I did that Gravity Falls video, and I want to do more stuff like that. Like, could I one day do a video where I rank every Death Battle from worst to best? Maybe. It's not off the table, but it's certainly not something I plan to do anytime soon. So, would I do anything related to Death Battle again? I'm not completely opposed to it, but I do think it's unlikely. Why did you start your channel? I was lonely. I didn't like hanging out with people. I didn't like talking to people my own age. I didn't like socializing in a traditional way, but I still am human, so I wanted social activity. And so I made a channel so I could have people to talk to. What editing software do you use? Also, love your videos. Thank you. I mainly use VSDC free video editor. I believe that's what's called. Yeah. I also use, like, I'm recording this video in OBS, and I'm also, I tend to use Audacity when recording for regular videos. Those are the main ones. Are you mentally well? On average or today? I'm doing okay. There's certain stresses in my life that can bring me down, and I have a history of depressive tendencies, so I'm never as mentally well as your average dude, but I'm doing all right. I think I've been doing decently well for a minute, for a little while anyway. We'll see how it goes, but thank you for asking. That's very kind. What do you look for in a game or any piece of media? I feel like Death Battles and Undertale are very different. Well, that's a good point. Well, the bottom line is that I loved Death Battle and I loved Undertale for very, very different reasons. In fact, I never wanted them to overlap. I don't want to see Undertale characters showing up in Death Battle because I don't want to see them die. I think that's awful. And that's because I loved Death Battle because I loved science. At the time, I loved science and math and applying it to fiction in fun ways to make characters look cool. I thought it was just so much fun. And it was for similar reasons that I loved Mythbusters. But Undertale is totally different. I loved Undertale because of its emotional impact on me, for the writing, for the characters, the way it got its hooks into me and just wouldn't let go until I finished the game. I love Undertale for very different reasons than I ever liked Death Battle. So that's why those are so different, is because I like them for different reasons. But your real question was, what do you look for in a game or any piece of media? And that's a question that has changed somewhat over time. In the past, it was as simple as, does it affect me emotionally? Does it have good music? It was pretty basic stuff. But as I've become a writer and as I've grown and become more educated in that department, writing has become king. If something's not well written, I'm probably not going to enjoy it very much. I need characters that are believable. I need a protagonist that is likable. I need a setting that introduces something interesting. And most importantly, well, up there, most important is having believable characters. Second most important is having something to say. So much modern media is shallow. It doesn't say anything meaningful. That's why when I was younger, I loved the MCU and Marvel movies because it was a fun time. But now I can't really stand it. It's so thin. It's so shallow. It's just one-dimensional bad guys versus one-dimensional good guys. And it doesn't mean anything. They're not taking a stance. They're not saying something is wrong and that we should do anything about it. The few times that you see a lot of modern media take a stance, it's on something super basic that's already universally agreed upon. Like racism, bad. It'll be something that basic, or sexism, bad, or poverty bad. It's like, yeah, I agree, so does everyone. It's meaningless. There's no desire to say anything or comment on the human condition. And so, in short, what I look for in a game or any piece of media is good writing. If it's written well with believable characters and a meaningful story, I will enjoy it thoroughly. So yeah. The second I start recording, of course, I get a text asking me to come do something else. Oops. That's my terrible scheduling for you. So let me do one more question and then I'll take a break. Going through your channel, I see you took about a 2-year break from YouTube. My question is, what made you stop and why did you return? I noticed this a while ago, but I was always so curious. I assume that is in reference to the period between me doing death battle videos and the beginning of me doing Deltarune videos. And that's pretty straightforward. I fell out of love with death battle and stopped making videos. It turns out that the only reason I was willing and able to make so much death battle content was because of passion. I felt more passionate about death battle than anything I'd ever seen in my life and anything I've seen since. Like, I love Undertale, I love Deltarune, clearly. It was enough to get me back into video making, but it's not even close to what I felt for death battle. I never loved something as much as I did that, and falling out of love with it was harsh for me. Like, you think, oh, I'm making a similar amount of content now than I did then, because it was usually like one video per month, but I was researching. I would research the entire histories of these massively, famous fictional characters and do a video about it. So in that regard, I was doing far more work during the death battle days than I ever have in the Deltarune days. So point is, I was in love with that show, and when I fell out of love with it, it took away my passion, and I didn't have the energy to make videos anymore. And with Deltarune, the reason was because I loved Undertale, I loved Deltarune, and I wanted to talk about it. And no one was making the theories, and no one was making the content that I wanted to see. No one was saying the things I wanted to be said. And that's what motivated me to start making Deltarune content. I wanted the discussion around this game to be as interesting as I thought it warranted. And so that's what got me back into video making. And that's why there was a 2-year gap, is I fell out of love with the thing that motivated me to make videos, and it took 2 years for me to find something new to get me back into it. It's unlikely that sort of gap's ever going to happen again, because YouTube's kind of my livelihood now. I don't make a ton of money, but I make enough that it keeps me alive and it keeps me going. So it's at this point I'm motivated almost as much by survival as I am by passion to keep making content. But don't worry, that's why I'm trying to diversify my content. If I only made Deltarune, I'd probably burn out faster, whereas if I make different kinds of content, it can keep me going for longer. So that's that. Thank you for the question, Stevie Bob Joe 101. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, then we'll be back with more questions. All right, I had to take a short break, but I am now back. Let's see, the last question I answered was Stevie Bob Joe 101's. Let's move on up. Great question. Since your PFP is Ganondorf, what's your favorite Zelda game? Mine is Majora's Mask. Very good question. I should start by clarifying which Zelda games I've actually played. Broadly speaking, I've only really been involved with 3D Zelda games, not so much the 2D Zelda games. I've watched playthroughs of most of them, but as far as actually playing games myself, the only Zelda games I've completed are the original Legend of Zelda, and then Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker. The rest are more or less just things I've enjoyed from afar. With that in mind, it's interesting because it's very clearly like a super close tie between Wind Waker and Twilight Princess for very different reasons. I would say if you're judging based off of which game has the best adventure, Wind Waker pretty handedly wins. Not just in the contest between the games I've played, but probably in all of the games. Just the sheer spirit of adventure that comes upon you when you're sailing the open seas is unparalleled. I've never experienced something quite that magical. And that's coming from someone who completed Elden Ring. Like, even now, I can't remember a game that had as much just wow in it as Wind Waker. It may be smaller than something like Elden Ring, but the spirit is what really impresses me. However, while that is probably the best Zelda game, as far as my favorite is concerned, I'd probably have to give that to Twilight Princess. And that's largely because it's more compelling on a narrative and emotional level. Midna is the best character in any Zelda game, and she's very much at the center of the plot. Her dynamic with Link's dynamic with all the other side characters, it's just way more compelling. And I think the goal of them trying to make basically Ocarina of Time, but better and more mature, makes Twilight Princess just feel a lot more believably written. A lot of Zelda games are written like cartoons rather than like real people, and Twilight Princess is not one of those. It feels, at least, most of the time, like these are people with struggles and life and death issues that they're dealing with. And so that's what makes Twilight Princess so compelling to me. Obviously, as far as like specific characters go, people often say, "Oh, the Zelda in that game's not very good. Oh, the Ganondorf's just evil," and that's true. Like Wind Waker has a better Ganondorf in terms of writing, and that's still true. There's never been a Ganondorf as good as Wind Waker Ganondorf, and the Zelda in Twilight Princess is way less compelling than Tetra in Wind Waker. However, they are just two characters amidst an entire world. And I just find the world of Twilight Princess, especially with Midna and being able to go into the spirit realm and hear people's thoughts and all this crazy stuff, I just find that makes the world of Twilight Princess a lot more intimate. And so, at least right now, my instinct is to say that Zelda is my favorite, Twilight Princess is my favorite Zelda game. Next, in Deltarune, does the power of Neo mean anything significant, or is it just the robot body spammed in takes? Well, the concept of Neo is something that is very much shrouded in mystery. Whether it means anything or just a fun name is unclear. I'm inclined to think it probably has some significance, since it was developed by Alphys as this secret super weapon to kill humans, and she has access to the secret lab and all of Gaster's old tech. So it's like, and then the term Neo has been used in not only in regards to this particular robot body, but with regards to character transformations in the code. And that's interesting in its own right. So, to answer your question, does it mean anything significant? The answer is I don't know, with a rock solid maybe. There's certainly interesting elements here. I cannot tell you with certainty how significant it might be. I'd have to really delve into the lore surrounding Neo as a concept. And Neo, just for those who aren't aware, just means new. That's all that Neo means. So, interesting. Hope that answers your question. Who are your top 3 favorite/best theorists? I think I'm going to have to exercise my right to skip question here, because this isn't really the sort of thing that I can answer comfortably. I don't watch a lot of theorists outside of the Deltarune community, and if I go ranking, and a lot of these people I've worked with, I've talked with, and I don't want to go hurting anyone's feelings by ranking them against each other. So, as far as theorists outside the Deltarune community that I've watched, I wouldn't say they're my favorite or the best or that I adore their content, but like I've watched game theory. I watch, I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of game theory. I remember getting really triggered when I was younger by his Majora's Mask theory, where he's like, oh, the moon wouldn't destroy Termina because it wouldn't hit with enough kinetic energy. And it's like, dude, it has a face. It's summoned by a demon mask in an alternate dimension that it created. Like, what? It's not just a rock. Anyway, I digress. Point is, I've watched some of Game Theory's content, and some of it's decent. I wouldn't say I'm like a super fan. Beyond them, there's the Theorizer. I've watched some of their content. I've liked, they're the one who did like a 200-part theory on Mort from Madagascar. And, I kind of enjoy their content. Again, I'm not like a super fan, but I've enjoyed it to a degree. But yeah, no, I think as far as like theorists who I sincerely like am a fan of and like enjoy watching the content of and actively go out of my way to watch the content of, it's mostly just the Deltarune theorists. They're pretty much the only people who I consistently watch, and that includes all the theorists that you're thinking of. So I hope that non-answer is satisfactory. Next, what's your favorite TV show, and what about it got you into it? My favorite, now this isn't necessarily the best show I've ever watched. The best show, the best made, just sort of like objectively, is Arcane on Netflix. However, that's not my favorite show. It's just the best made and best written and best animated, etc. As far as my favorite TV show is concerned, that's probably Steven Universe. Nothing really compels me as much as musical, emotional stories that are heavily focused on believable interpersonal relationships. And that's what Steven Universe has. Like, I've watched a lot of shows lately. I've been watching stuff from the 60s, like Doctor Who and Star Trek and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's not from the 60s, but you get my point. I've been watching a lot of these shows, and even though they're like these, live action shows written for adults, it's like they're not very well written. They're not very compelling, and they're not very believable. And none of them really even hold a candle to Steven Universe. I find Steven Universe infinitely more compelling than almost any other piece of media I've consumed. And that's in no small part because it's a pro-pacifism show, which is obviously very important to me. Pacifism is what I'm all about. And that's one of the very few pieces of media that sincerely and wholeheartedly embraces it. So, for all those reasons, that it's my favorite show. And as for what about it got you into it, I'm not sure what got me into it. I think just like there was some reaction channel that I was watching and I liked their content and they watched Steven Universe, so I checked it out to see what it was all about and I fell in love. And I think that's about it's not the most interesting story ever. And it might be wrong. It's been a few years and my memory is not great, but I think that's how it went down. So yeah. What's your favorite Deltarune / Undertale character and why? That's probably Flowey. I mean, from the moment that he, catches you and says, I know you killed Toriel, and I know you reset to save her, from that moment on, he had his hooks in me. That blew my mind. And as the story progresses, there's no character as morally complex, as fleshed out, as philosophically integral to the game as Flowey. And ultimately, the entire pacifism narrative of Undertale revolves around him. In fact, even though Deltarune has improved upon Undertale in many ways, I would not say it has compelled me quite as much as Undertale, largely because there's no Flowey. There's no Flowey equivalent. Like, Ralsei's fine, but he's no Flowey. You know, Gaster's cool and all, but he's no Flowey. Flowey was there, and he was present, and he was vicious, and he had a ton of personality, and he was meta, and he was everything. Flowey is Undertale. Without Flowey, Undertale would not be anywhere near as good of a game as it is. So, yeah, I adore Flowey. It would be hard for me to rank anyone even as close to him. Like, you know, characters like Sans, you know, he's great. He's also a high-tier character, but I can't say I adore him quite to the extent that I do Flowey. Next, what got you into playing Undertale? Well, it just had a reputation. It was famous. It was like one of the best games of all time, and it had been out for a couple years when I bought it, and I only bought it because it was on sale on Steam for like $2, and then it was my favorite game of all time. So, in fact, I blame Undertale fully for me being very prudish about video game prices. It's like, I got this for $2, and it's the best thing I've ever played, and you expect me to spend like $70 to play some 20th generation Pokemon game that's not even going to be good? You know, it's like, I'm super critical of modern gaming that has ridiculous high prices, because I'm just like, I got this for $2 a couple years ago. You're telling me that you can't make a masterpiece of a game without charging me $1 million? I know that's not true. So, yeah. Oh, I think I got off track. What got me into playing Undertale? It's famous. I got it on sale, and I was like, I might as well check it out. And I did, and it was a masterpiece. End of story. Got any channels on YouTube you really like? That's hard, because I've been on YouTube for a long time. And the types of YouTubers I've watched has evolved over time. Like, back in the day when I was much younger, you know, I was always watching, you know, Minecraft YouTubers like Good Boulderfist or Ethos Lab or any of the Minecraft gang. And then, of course, over time, I moved towards more diverse content. Nowadays, I mean, I can't really say like I have any definitive super favorites, but like I've been watching TGS Anime. They make a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh content. Quite enjoy that. YMFAH makes a lot of great fun like challenge videos and wacky things for like the Dark Souls series and Skyrim. A lot of fun stuff there. Who else do I watch a lot of? Summoning Salt. He does great speedrun history videos, and I quite enjoy those. Internet Historian. I've thoroughly enjoyed his videos. They're very funny. Devil Artemis makes some very wacky animations that I've enjoyed. Those are just the ones off the top of my head. Like I watch a lot of YouTubers, and I'm very variable in what I watch. I just sort of wander around looking for things, like especially when it comes to long videos, like 8-hour retrospectives. I'll just be like, oh, well, gonna consume this media today. Speaking of which, the guy who did like the 24-hour Skyrim retrospective and the 12-hour Oblivion retrospective and the 10-hour Morrowind retrospective, like that guy, I think was he the Patrician? I'm bad at remembering names, but the guy who did that, also very much enjoy his content. So yeah, those are some of the YouTubers that I've been enjoying a fair bit off the top of my head. I'm subscribed to literally hundreds of channels, so I watch quite a bit of stuff. But yeah, those are the ones that I can think of in the moment. Will you be disappointed if Deltarune doesn't have a dark/sad ending like you keep theorizing? Some of the evidence for that, like being the case, is just rather circumstantial. Alfie's Mew Mewtwo to review, Alfie not being canon so far, etc. So if the day is saved, Azrael isn't dead like you theorized, the world doesn't get reset, etc., would you be upset? To some degree. I mean, I'm ready and I expect some of my theories to be wrong. Maybe even most of them. But I do expect some of them to be right. So if they were all wrong, that'd be pretty sad. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I would be slightly sad at least. But as for whether I would be upset if it wasn't a super sad ending, it's not really about it being sad. I don't think that would be what upsets me. It's about it being well written and compelling. When I came up with the theory surrounding like a lot of this, it was heavily it was connecting the dots and trying to figure out the lore in a way that a writer would portray this stuff. And like when I come up with some of these theories, they're like, oh, Azrael's dead and it's Chris's fault. It's like, that's super dramatic. That's super compelling. It's very intriguing to imagine being the big secret of the story and how it completely recontextualizes the story when you do a second playthrough after finding that out. And it's like, that's awesome. That's a really cool plot twist that would add replayability and a lot of depth to the narrative. And so as a writer, I'm like, that would be a good choice. I'd go with that. So a lot of people who critique my theories are like, oh, that would be terrible writing. It's like, if you think so, you probably just didn't understand what I was saying. And maybe I didn't communicate it well enough, I feel like that's probably part of the issue. But like a lot of people who think, oh, you just want it to be death and gloomy and you mistake sad stories for good stories. It's like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is an immense amount of thematic and narrative and dramatic potential in Deltarune. And I was really impressed with Undertale. And so I'm giving Toby Fox the benefit of the doubt by trying to figure out what would be the most compelling narrative he could write in the follow-up to Undertale. And one that emphasizes the idea of free will and whether our choices matter in a world where we don't have the ability to save, where we have very limited power. That's a theme that has enormous potential to resonate with people if it's executed properly. And ultimately, if the story just ends up being, yeah, your choices do matter, and you save the world, then it's just Undertale again. It's just Undertale, but different. And that's not interesting to me. That doesn't feel like a worthwhile follow-up to Undertale. And this is a follow-up to Undertale. It is the Undertale sequel, no matter how much people try to pretend otherwise. It doesn't have to be literally Undertale 2.0, but it is the spiritual sequel. And expecting it to be at least as good as Undertale is completely reasonable, especially considering how much bigger it's going to be. So some people say, oh, it's already better. And it's like, no, it isn't. You obviously, opinions are opinions, but I think it's objectively incorrect to say that it's already better. It's like, oh, wow, watching these silly kids bumble about these dark worlds on these adventures with minimal stakes. It's like, that's fun. I enjoy it. I love Deltarune, don't get me wrong. But saying that's even remotely as intense or as iconic as Flowey catching you, reloading your save, and calling you out, or the literal species genocide level threat that you pose and the consequences your actions have, saying that going on a goofy little adventure with Lancer is even remotely comparable to that, I just don't really agree. And obviously, we're comparing 2 chapters of Deltarune to the full extent of Undertale, and so it's not really a fair comparison. Maybe when Deltarune's complete, it'll be better than Deltarune. It'll be better than Undertale, sorry. When Deltarune's complete, it'll be better. But until then, I don't think it's really a fair comparison. And while it's certainly been improved as a video game, I think the fact that Deltarune's going to be so much longer actually increases the scrutiny that it will be under. Not just from normal critics, but from me. Game mechanics like the one we saw in Undertale, they have flaws, they have limitations, but they don't really matter too much in Undertale because it's such a short game. It's over before any of the limitations of the game mechanics can really shine. and disrupt your enjoyment. But with Deltarune, it's going to be so much longer. It's going to be practically as long as a full-length regular game. And because of that, if the core game mechanics, like in combat namely, but also in RPG mechanics, aren't as compelling as Undertale's, aren't superior to Undertale's substantially, we're going to have a problem. Because, you can't expect people to play with Undertale level mechanics for 20, 30, 40 hours. It's going to get dull. It's going to get really, really dull. Even just doing Genocide No Mercy in Undertale is already kind of showing just how flawed the system is. But it would be so much worse in Deltarune. The point I'm getting at is that Deltarune doesn't just need to be better mechanically in order to beat Undertale. If it has mechanics that are only on par with Undertale, it will be a worse game. Because it expects me to use these mechanics for 40 hours or whatever. So, in other words, Deltarune doesn't just need to improve the mechanics to beat Undertale. It needs to improve them substantially. Just to be on par with Undertale. It needs to make really fun, engaging game mechanics if it's going to truly surpass Undertale, because we're going to be using those mechanics for a long time. And I don't know much about Omori. I still haven't done my blind playthrough of it yet. But one critique I've heard of it was that it's long and that it kind of drags out. So, and that's a game that's very similar to Deltarune from everything I've been able to glean. So if Deltarune doesn't make its game mechanics really fun and really replayable and have a lot of depth, it's going to hurt the game. It's sort of like how Doom 2016 versus Doom Eternal compare. Doom 2016 has is not nearly as good as Doom Eternal in a number of key ways. Doom Eternal improves upon a ton of game mechanics. However, in a way, Doom 2016 is better because it's more well-rounded. Doom Eternal improves on a bunch of stuff, but it also does some experimental stuff that doesn't mesh perfectly with the rest. Whereas Doom 2016 feels like a perfect package. And because of that, even though Doom Eternal improved on a number of things, it also feels like it's not quite as perfect, even though it's technically better. Because it's just not as well-rounded. It doesn't fit. It doesn't improve across the board, as opposed to, how do I put this? It's not well-rounded. It improves in some areas, but doesn't improve in others, and that makes it a slightly more jank experience compared to Doom 2016. And the same thing could happen to Deltarune, where even though they improve in some areas, if they don't improve equally, then it being this big game with a bunch of it's really good in some areas, but it's only Undertale level in other areas, spread out across 20 plus hours, that could be that'll hurt the game. That'll hurt how it's viewed. And some people be like, oh, don't put Deltarune in the shadow of Undertale. Too late. It's way too late. And people always quote that Toby Fox tweet where it's like, oh, I'm glad people are enjoying it disconnected from Undertale. That's fine. I am enjoying it disconnected from Undertale. But as far as making a game better than Undertale, there's a lot that Deltarune has to do. And I'm not entirely sold that it has done all that. I've kind of spiraled away from the question, but the point I'm getting at overall is that one of the things that would make Deltarune live up to Undertale is to have a really compelling core narrative that does something completely different from Deltarune or from Undertale. And one of those things would be have this main character be secretly dead and have their soul inside of the protagonist. That would completely reshape the narrative on further playthroughs. But in order to get people to even want to do further playthroughs, you have to make the game mechanics not too much of a bore. So something that I'm really hoping for with Deltarune is that when more chapters come out, that Toby will go back and revamp some of the core game mechanics in order to make them more complex and deep and more fun. Because when you compare Undertale and Deltarune to other RPGs in the genre, even indie RPGs, the core game mechanics are not like they're not comparable. They're not nearly as good. It's a cool gimmick that they integrate bullet hell mechanics. Like that's unique, but they don't flesh it out enough. Undertale is not as fun of a bullet hell as a regular bullet hell, and it's not as fun of an RPG, at least in terms of combat, as a regular RPG. And that's fine with Undertale because it's not meant to be experienced as a pure bullet hell or RPG. It's meant to be this very unique kind of contained experience. But with Deltarune, we're going to be playing this for like 20 hours straight. There's going to be people who pick up this game and play it from Chapter 1 through to Chapter 7 or more. And you're going to have really good game mechanics for the game to feel worth replaying. And so I guess my point is, I don't need for there to be these big dark elements in order for the game to be great. I just struggle to see a reality where this game can live up to Undertale without some dark, dramatic, drastic differences in the core story. If this is just, then the heroes save the world, just like in Undertale, then that's not really enough. And a big part of this is because a big part of Deltarune is that, we don't have all those RPG choices that we had in Undertale. In Undertale, we could kill anybody, and that would have a huge impact on what kind of endings we would get. So if we can't do that anymore, then in order for Deltarune to be compelling, it needs to have a story that makes up for the lack of RPG freedom. Or it needs to also have a bunch of RPG freedom. I've spent far too long on this question. I'm sorry. TLDR. If the day is saved, Asriel isn't dead, the world doesn't get reset, would you be upset? I would only be upset if the game's story wasn't as good as Undertale's. If it's not as good as Undertale's, if it's not as compelling as Undertale's, I will be upset. Because I see no reason for it to not be at least as good. Toby Fox seems like a very intelligent and clever and engaging writer, and I have no reason to think he couldn't surpass his previous work. Or at least live up to it. I don't need Deltarune to be 200% better than Undertale, but I would like it to be at least as good, narratively. And while I have hope, there's been nothing on the level of Flowey. Nothing has compelled me to the level of Flowey. So having a dark, huge twist ending, that would be the sort of thing that could potentially make this game feel like a true standalone, dramatic follow-up to Deltarune, potentially follow-up to Undertale, potentially something better. So yeah, I wouldn't be upset if it's happy-go-lucky, but I struggle to see a future where it can be happy-go-lucky and be as good as Undertale. Hi, why does the egg tree from Deltarune Chapter 1 carry on to be the same tree in Deltarune Chapter 2? Shouldn't it be a tree from a cyber city or something? I don't know. What are those trees? Are they trees from the Dark World in general? For example, are those trees... Rousey travels from his card kingdom all the way, or not the card kingdom, from the castle town all the way to the cyber world. We don't see how he does that, but say there's a dark kind of void between that he walked through to get from the castle town to the cyber city. Is there just this endless void that fills the dark world until such time as the Dark Fountain is made? And if so, are there biological creatures out there, such as these trees? Are these the natural organisms of the dark world? Could be. Or, since they only appear in these very specific secret pocket dimensions, or whatever you want to call it, are these connected with Gaster? Are they connected with some entity that exists adjacent to our regular realities? Do these exist in a layer of dark world deeper? There's so many potential explanations, and it's hard to land on one. The fact that it's the same tree is certainly important, but why it's the same tree is currently unknown. If you could ask Toby Fox one question, what would it be? I'd ask him what his overall opinions are on pacifism as a philosophy. Perhaps not the most exciting question to people who aren't pacifists, but to me, I think learning Toby Fox's full stance on the topic would be really interesting. So that's my answer to that. When will the next video be out? Anyway, I love you. Aw, thank you. Well, hopefully this video that I'm recording right now will be up on the Friday after I record this, which would be, I think, December 8th? Maybe? Yeah, so hopefully then. What kind of drugs do you take before recording a theory? Sometimes Tylenol. That's about it. I don't take a ton of drugs. But let's say weed and hallucinogens and LSD. Oh, and cocaine. Let's say all of those for the sake of the funny. Have you ever played Amori? It's pretty similar to Deltarune. Overall, I'd like to hear thoughts on what you think about the game. I have not. I'm planning to do a blind playthrough of it. I'm planning to do a part 1 blind playthrough to upload to my second channel in the coming weeks. So look forward to that. Yep, exactly. I had a Ko-fi goal for it not long ago, so yeah, definitely going to be doing it soon. What are your limits when you seeing meta-narrative in media? As in, how meta can a media be until you find it too in your face? This is a pretty significant topic because I think a lot of people have kind of misunderstood my stance on meta-narratives, particularly in Undertale and Deltarune, like on whether the player is canon and all that. If I sound more harsh towards my critics right now, it's because I accidentally spent too long on Reddit, and the people on Reddit are harsh. But as the point is, my views on the player are shockingly different from a lot of the regular players. I think they view the meta-narrative and the regular narrative as overlapping in ways that I'm not really convinced they do. Like, I do agree that the player has an influence on the world in a very direct way, because I'm the player and I have a very direct influence on the world. But there's these weird metaphysical, meta-narrative discussions that have to happen around it, and because it's so hard to discuss in a clear and concise way, it's very easy to misrepresent what you think on the topic. So, like, for example, I was shocked to read that bit in the Legends of the Localization book where it's like, oh yeah, you can save and load so well because the player in real life has a ton of determination. And, like, that was a degree of meta-narrative influence on the plot that I hadn't expected. But it's like, does it change my original stance in the way that people would expect it to? I'm not entirely sure. I kind of I'm a little confused at this point what people think I believe. So it's hard for me to discuss meta-narratives in general. Especially because it's such a strange and unique kind of storytelling that it's hard to really compare it to other media and be like, oh, this is where I think it's done well, and this is where I think it's done poorly, etc. But as far as my limits on seeing meta-narratives in media, I guess there's a difference between, I don't know. Meta-narratives are a mess. I think they have the potential to be really, really impactful when done well and done correctly and done just cleverly enough. Like, part of why the Flowey gotcha moment works so well is because it's meta. But narratively, in the context of the story, Flowey doesn't necessarily know of our existence. He just knows that the entity that we are controlling exists. He projects Kara onto Frisk, but Flowey, for almost the entire story, doesn't really show, actually, not just for almost, for the entire story, shows no strong evidence of being definitively aware of the player. Most of the instances of him being meta can be chalked up to saving and loading being a mechanic in universe. So it's like, in the regular narrative, he's talking about Frisk and Kara and saving and loading. But in the meta narrative, he's talking about us, the player. So it's like, it's hard. It's hard for me to discuss this, especially without, a thorough essay written ahead of time where I could sort out my thoughts. But I guess my point is, having meta content can be really, really compelling if it's done well, and if it doesn't undermine the regular narrative. I think if you get too meta, if the player is too much of an actual character in the story, it can ruin the game and ruin the story. And that's part of why I think the player is not as much of a literal force in the story as some people think they are, as some people think we are, particularly in Deltarune. And the main reason for that is I think that if the player is too prominent, I think it can actively undermine the stakes of the narrative. Like, if we had this big epic battle showdown between the player and Gaster, it's like, that breaks the fourth wall thoroughly, and I'm like defeating him on my console and hacking his mainframe or some nonsense. It's like, that would completely undermine the stakes of the characters in the fictional setting. That doesn't mean Toby Fox won't do that, but I choose to believe he wouldn't, because I sincerely cannot imagine it being a good writing choice. But obviously, like I said, the discussions surrounding meta-narratives are super messy, as what people think a meta-narrative is varies from person to person, and how much there is a meta-narrative varies from person to person, so it's hard for me to really discuss this in any meaningful capacity. Basically, I think a little bit of meta-narrative can be really fun. I think too much can undermine the stakes of the fictional setting and story. What's something in Deltarune that you think there's... What is something in Deltarune that you think there's a solid chance of it actually happening, like a twist or something, that you would be disappointed to see happen? So, what is something that has a decent chance of happening that I don't want to see happen? That's kind of hard. I probably brought up something in my tier list of the various Deltarune fan theories, but I can't. It's hard for me to think of something off the top of my head. I don't know. What's something that seems likely that I'm probably not going to enjoy very much? Oh, Noelle. Pretty much anything involving Noelle. Like, oh my god, Noelle's the angel, or oh my god, Des is dead, or oh my god, Noelle is gonna date Susie. It's like, almost anything involving Noelle feels like I'm already bored of it. I don't find Noelle to be a super compelling character. And it feels like she's gonna have a lot of focus. I don't know, it's hard, because there's certain characters that I find really compelling in Toby Fox's work, and there's a lot of characters who I find funny and entertaining, but I don't find compelling. And, like, I find Lancer funny and entertaining. I don't find him to be a super compelling character. Susie in Chapter 1 was compelling. I do not find her super compelling in Chapter 2. Noelle in the Snowgrave route is compelling. I do not find her compelling in the regular routes. So it's like, for the most part, I think Noelle's going to continue to be a somewhat major player, at least in Susie's story, and I don't really see myself being super engaged with it. So that's probably that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. Hi, Redacted Atlas. Going with a pretty simple one here, you mostly talk about Deltarune, so what are your thoughts on Undertale? Mostly regarding the story, characters, and stuff like that. You've probably already heard a lot about Undertale in this video, and probably will hear more. But my thoughts on it, I found it really entertaining. I thoroughly enjoyed the pacifist narrative. Certain characters, like Flowey and Sans, are really compelling. I quite like Asgore as well. Characters like Alphys feel pretty believable. Actually, that's one of the big advantages of a lot of Undertale characters, is that most of them are pretty compelling or believable, and the ones who aren't are usually still pretty funny. Like, I don't find Papyrus to be a very interesting or memorable character, or not memorable, but like, he's definitely memorable, but he's not a very, like, oh my god, dramatic, compelling character. He's more just a really fun character. I think he's really funny. I do not find him to be dramatic. Whereas, like, characters like Alphys, I think that's how it's pronounced, Alphys, yeah. Alphys is very compelling, or decently compelling. Characters like Asgore, Toriel, etc. Characters that I find, and like even character, and I quite like, Metaton and Papyrus and Undyne, but I mostly enjoy them for comedy purposes. Like, I don't find Undyne to be a very, like, she tries to be dramatic, but I don't find it super. She doesn't really sell me on the drama, except in the No Mercy route. The true heroine appearing is like some pretty epic stuff. But yeah, so there's tons of stuff. The music is gorgeous. The emotional beats are there. The storytelling is compelling. The thematic elements about pacifism and what it means to be good is definitely very kind of interesting. Beyond that, the meta narrative, of course, is also really cool. Yeah, it's just a complete package of just really good stuff. I can nitpick every single thing in Undertale, but that doesn't change the fact that it's my favorite game of all time. It's like, oh, Papyrus isn't as dramatic as I would prefer, or, oh, Metaton is a little too one-dimensional for me to find engaging, or, oh, Undyne's a cliched anime character, like, I can nitpick anything in Undertale to death, but it's like, even if I do nitpick them, it doesn't change the fact that it's a masterpiece, and it's the best game I've ever played. So, yeah. I hope that was a satisfactory answer to your question. Yes, I did say Undertale is my favorite game. What kind of stories do you like the most in games? That's an interesting question. I can enjoy any story, any kind of story, provided it's just well written. I guess that's the real answer. The kind of story I like are the well written kinds. The longer I've lived, the more important good writing has become to me, and it is like a big part of why Undertale is so compelling and is my favorite game is because it's well written. Part of why I'm so hyped for Deltarune is I have these big ideas that I'm like, oh, if I was writing it, I would do this, this, and that, and I think that would be really pog. But yeah, the storytelling and the writing of the characters is pretty much everything, as well as like having something to say. Ironically, Undertale's ending message of don't kill and don't be killed is pretty controversial by the standards of humanity. Because, humans love violence. Humanity, violence is our drug. And anyone who argues otherwise, it's like, the bottom line is that when you ask any human in any given situation how quickly they would resort to violence, it is at best plan C. Violence is always on the mind of humanity as an option, as a resort. So yeah. Sorry, got off track. What kind of stories do I like? Just as long as they're well written. Like, I can enjoy the story of Midna in Twilight Princess. I can enjoy the story of characters like Um, oh, who's a really compelling character in Elden Ring? Um, I don't know. Several Elden Ring characters. I can enjoy the stories of, characters in Gravity Falls, like Grunkle Stan. I can enjoy stories about like Doctor Who with these unbeatable heroes who are torn and twisted on the inside, or not twisted, but like tormented on the inside. Like there's so many different kinds of stories that I can find really compelling. It's just about how well written they are and how believable they are and how thematically meaningful they are. Things like that. Unico. What inspired you to start making theories? Do you have any tips on how to find ideas or create one? Well, what inspired you to start making theories? With Deltarune, it was just I loved the game, but I felt like people weren't talking about it enough. They weren't talking or theorizing about a lot of the things that I was thinking about. I was like, why isn't anyone discussing this? Why isn't anyone like at the time the only real like prominent videos we had were stuff like it is like game theories like, oh, are they just playing Dungeons and Dragons? Is it all in their heads? And like, ugh, I've never liked that theory. But like that was pretty much all we had at the time. Like, it was one of the most prominent. Like there were other theorists at the time as well, but it was like it was rarely anything like it was just like a couple big pot shot theories like about, oh, maybe Sans is this, maybe Timeline is that. But it was like just like a handful. Like you count them on one hand. And then a lot of the nitty gritty details of the story were just kind of not being theorized about. And so that absence was what inspired I felt the need to ask questions just to kind of prompt the community to keep talking about these things. It wasn't even necessarily because I thought I had the answers. It was more just I wanted people talking about it. I wanted people theorizing on their own. Which brings us to, do you have any tips on how to find ideas or create one? Create a theory, I assume. Tips? It's really all it boils down to is looking at the facts and details of a story and saying, why? Why is this the way it is? Like, one of the big theories that I'm currently working on stems from the song that, well, it stems from a number of things, but like the linchpin, the one that really kind of made me go, wait a second, was when I started to question the name of some songs, specifically the name of the song that plays before Undyne turns into Undyne the Undying, which is what, but the earth refused to die. And it's like, why is it called that? What is the importance of that? And then once you ask why, you start to try to find answers. And it's like, is there an answer? Is there a clear-cut answer? Well, then there's no theory. But if there is no clear-cut answer, then you have to look at the possibilities. And all theory is taking one of those possibilities and saying, I think this might be the truth, and here's the evidence that supports that truth. I think there's plenty of evidence to support Azrael being dead and Chris being possessed. But it's hard to really sell people on that theory because it's all like caught up in like meta-narrative stuff, as well as people's own expectations for what kind of narrative we're looking at in Deltarune. Like some people are like, oh, it's going to be Undertale-like, it's going to be happy. And so they are opposed to anything that's as dark and depressing as Azrael being dead. Alternatively, they might think it messes up the meta-narrative in some abstract way. So it's like, theories are all about trying to not only convince the viewers but convincing yourself. Like that's an important part of this. Is like I like one of the theories that I'm like kind of the least proud of is the elemental pairs one. Not because it's poorly made or cheap or anything like that, but because it's just the most like I have the least confidence in it. And so like I don't really like doing that. I don't like making theories that I'm not confident in. I am confident that Azrael is dead. That's why I made that theory. That's why I was so excited about that theory. Is because it was like, whoa, I think I've discovered something crazy, and I really want to share it with the world because I think it's the truth. So I guess my TLDR is find mysteries. Look at the facts and say, where do these facts lead? When I ask why and who and where and when, What are the potential answers to those questions? And then you take one of those answers, you find one that you think is true, or I guess the professional thing to do would be to look at the possibilities and then try to find evidence to support those possibilities, or to support the most prominent possibilities. Like, what is Sans? Where does he come from? Who is he? Why is he here? It's like, all those are questions have possible answers, and it's making a theory is just looking at those possible answers and seeing what evidence exists to support those answers. And like the fact that Papyrus knows what grass is, despite, living in the underground, suggests that, he and Sans came from a world where they lived above ground, where grass exists. And yet Papyrus doesn't seem to remember it very well, which suggests that he had some sort of memory loss. Why would he have memory loss? What would cause someone like him to have memory loss? What powers that exist in the Undertale universe can cause memory loss? Well, timeline resets, saving and loading alters memories. So how would he have enough memory to remember living in a world with grass, yet not enough memory to know where it was? It almost seems like the concept of grass still exists in his memory and in his heart, and the concept of, but he doesn't know the specifics, which seems very much like, something with the power to save and load messed with his memories. So it's like, that's an example of like a train of thought. Like, I don't have a theory I'm working on that's all about, oh my god, this is what the grass line meant from Papyrus. But like, you just look at facts and say, okay, what could this mean? Well, he knows what grass is. Does grass exist in the underground? If so, could he have access to it? If not, that means he's been above ground, or potentially he's seen grass before. And if so, where? How? When? Why? And is he from the surface world? Does he predate the monsters being sealed underground? Is he from an alternate reality or an alternate timeline? Etc. So, yeah, I think that's the TLDR, is look at the facts, ask questions, try to find answers to those questions, and the theories will come. Are you interested in branching out to other forms of media and or games? I know you've done other things related to Gravity Falls, etc., but they haven't done great, so how do you plan to move forwards? I'm just going to keep doing that sort of stuff regardless. Expanding your channel, it's not about, oh my god, I do a new video and it pops off. In fact, it's pretty much guaranteed to not pop off. That's just how the algorithm works. But like, as long as that Gravity Falls video exists on my channel, there will always be the potential for it to pop off. So, and I know that. So like right now it's sitting at like, I don't actually know what it's sitting at, but it's like 10,000 or something views. And it's like, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I spent years and years capping out at like 2,000. So 10,000 still good. But at any point, if Gravity Falls gets a sequel or a follow-up or just gets people talking about it, it could start trending in YouTube. And then once it starts trending, my video could get recommended. It could pop off. And that's true with anything. And like, I do very much intend to branch out and expand beyond Deltarune. Because not only could I get burnt out on Deltarune if I do too much of it, but also my channel won't have much longevity. And since it's my source of income, that's a problem. So I do plan to make some other content. Like, there's a ton of shows I've finished recently that I'm like, I could totally do episode rankings, like on Star Trek, the original series, or on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, or, stuff like that. So yeah, I do very much plan to branch out, cover other games, cover other media, cover shows, movies, rankings, episodes, literary analysis, essays. Like, I want to do an essay on some characters from other media, like Steven Universe, stuff like that. Are you ever going to do a face reveal? I have no plans to do so. I'm not very happy with how I look as a human being, so I don't particularly want to do a face reveal. What is the origin of your profile picture? I've edited it a bunch over time, but the base image is from the I'm the Boss music video on YouTube, and it's of the Ganondorf that they depict in that music video. They depicted like a stylized cartoon version of Twilight Princess Ganondorf, and that's where my profile pic comes from. So yeah. Probably a bit basic, but who's your favorite Undertale Deltarune character? Mine gotta be Flowey. I already answered this one. Mine is also Flowey. In Deltarune, doesn't the teachers, Toriel and Alphys, use the big closet at the school? I mean, it has all the school supplies. I thought maybe one of them might have known about the Dark World. It's a weird realization. It's an interesting question. It seems illogical to me that Alphys and Toriel would send kids to a dark world intentionally. I could be wrong. They could know more than we think. But I don't know. It seems likely to me that the teachers usually keep their own supplies. Either that, or the dark world in the closet only opened up recently. It might not be a modern. It might not be something that has existed for very long. So there's certainly some questions to be answered here. I would love to see a video theorizing on do Toriel and Alphys know about the castle town, and if so, what? Is there some big conspiracy in the hometown to cover up the dark world? Like, there's all sorts of potential interpretations. Are they working with the angel from the prophecy? Like, you could totally do some wacky theory like that. But yeah, so I don't necessarily think they know personally about the dark world, but it's an interesting point. What is your favorite video game outside the 2D RPG gaming sphere? That's easy. That's Portal 2. Portal 2 was my favorite video game for a very long time. I adored the characters. I adored the voice acting. I adored the gameplay. I loved all the characters and music and narrative and just the comedy. Like, I loved everything about it. It has an epic ending. Portal 2 was for the longest time my favorite video game until I played Undertale. Do you believe all the theories you make are some of them just convoluted jokes? None of them are jokes, except for the Gooster one. If it's not on April 1st, then it's not a joke. All of them are dead serious. I might make jokes in the video. I might be overdramatic for the sake of having fun, but none of them are jokes. None of them are jokes or convoluted jokes or any kind of jokes. I believe in all of my theories to some extent. Like, even the ones that I'm least confident in, like my elemental pairs one, it's like I'm confident that I'm on the right track in that video, but generally speaking, I believe in all of my theories. I acknowledge that some of them are likely to be wrong, but that doesn't change the fact that I believe in them. You might skip your comment. Yeah, you caught me. Why do you hate the sweet cap and cakes? Because they're one-dimensional. Because they have no personality or depth. They're just like very basic character traits. They are the worst of Toby Fox's writing. Not specifically them, but like they are indicative of the thing I like least in Toby Fox, which is characters who exist to be wacky, goofy with nothing else going on. I don't find those characters very fun or compelling. It's one thing to have like the occasional wacky, goofy, but I don't know. At the end of the day, a wacky, goofy, one-dimensional character who exists to be wacky, goofy is just not interesting. And while they can be funny, I don't find the Sweet Cap and Cakes funny. I find some, like Temmie, I find funny. Temmie's a one-dimensional joke character, but Temmies are funny. So I don't mind. But I don't find the Sweet Cap and Cakes funny. And without comedy, what do they have? Some okay music, at best. And actually, if you watch my music ranking list, some of the worst songs in the game come from the Sweet Cap and Cakes. So, yeah, I just think that they're boring, one-note comedy characters who aren't funny. Do you prefer story-driven games, or do you like gameplay skill-based games when you're actually playing games in your free time? I guess the better question might be, what type of games do you play in your free time, if any? I'm really bad about playing games. Like, for most of 2023, the only new game I played was Elden Ring. And that's mostly out of, like, just sheer hype, you know? I'm actually really bad about buying a ton of games and then not playing them. But as far as games that I prefer, I've definitely... I mean, I can enjoy all kinds of things, but it's like, I love Plants vs. Zombies, and that's a pure gameplay thing. I think it's a phenomenal game, but it's obviously not story-driven. However, I also adore games like Okami or Portal 2, which have both good stories and good gameplay. And I also enjoy games like Undertale, where the story is definitely the most important part, but the gameplay is also memorable and unique. So it's like... And heck, whenever I'm thinking of like a gameplay skill-based sort of thing, obviously Dark Souls, Elden Ring, like those are games that are very much about skill and skill expression and gameplay mechanics. But they're also typically have really rich lore and storytelling in the environments and things like that. So even those still have heavy story elements. So I like all kinds of video games. I'm more likely to spend time on time wasters that are gameplay oriented, like Nuclear Throne, Binding of Isaac. Like those are the kind of games that I'm more likely to sort of fiddle with in my free time. But in terms of my favorite games, like the best things I've ever consumed, those are going to be the story-driven ones. So what do I do in my free time? Usually gameplay stuff. What do I think are the best games? Usually story-driven stuff. Regarding Undertale, what do you think about the theory of Sans being able to stop time, since Gribbly's flame stops moving in the talking flower scene? This is the first I've heard of this. Sans stopping time. I don't think he can. Yeah, no, I don't think he can. Sans having the world, though, is pretty funny, though. Now I just want to see Frisk and Sans, but like with the JoJo's pose. That sounds so funny. I bet someone's done it. This is the first I've heard of this theory. I don't necessarily agree with it. And Gribbly's a living flame atronach, so, you know, flame elemental, so I'm sure he can actually control his flame and stop moving when there's a dramatic moment coming on. So I think there's lots of explanations. I don't think Sans having time stop is necessarily the most likely explanation. It's not impossible, but I don't necessarily believe it myself, at least not right now. What's your thoughts on Gaster potentially being a human? P.S. Jaru, you have made me stop being able to watch the other Deltarune theories without going, I don't see how this ties into Oberon Smog or Astro possessing Chris. This theory sucks. That's great. Oh my god. I'm sorry for corrupting your enjoyment of Deltarune. As for thoughts on Gaster potentially being a human, I don't think so. I mean, it would be a twist, but you'd think they'd talk about it. Yeah. And I'm more likely to believe Gaster's a skeleton than a human, and I don't think he's a skeleton. Just kind of throw that out there. I don't think Gaster's a skeleton. But I also don't think he's human. And of course, that's working off the assumption that he's still whatever he was originally. Gaster's clearly experimented with weird body modification stuff, so it's like Gaster could be in a form that's completely unrecognizable from his original form. So there's a lot of interesting possibilities there. I'll discuss it more in what I think he is in my Gaster theories, but for now, I don't personally think he's human. In Deltarune Chapter 2, there was Snowgrave, Weird Route. If there were a similar thing in Chapter 1, how would the gameplay or story change in your opinion? I mean, it could potentially... in lots of ways, potentially. Well, the issue is we don't know how much the story will change from Snowgrave happening, you know? Like, maybe it'll have no real impact. Like, maybe Birdley doesn't show up in general, and no matter what route. Like, maybe Birdley's a very minor character throughout the rest of the game, and thus him being dead doesn't change much. So it's like, maybe Chapter 1 having a similar weird route wouldn't change much either. So it's hard to answer that question. Like, it could be as dramatic as, oh, Susie's a completely different person. Susie becomes this monster, this horrific murderer, instead of becoming, you know, your jerk with a heart of gold best friend. but it could also be it would have very little impact. Like maybe the only difference is, I don't know, Sham isn't there. Something minor. So it's like, could it change a lot? Yes. Could it change very little? Also yes. So in short, I don't know. I don't know how it would change. To Triple J, what's on your bucket list for future games you'd like to try other than Amori? We've got One Shot coming down the pipe. We've got Everwood, I think, coming down the pipe. I'd really like to check out Inscription at some point. And those are just the games that I've been requested to play through Ko-fi. I might also just randomly play some other games. So pretty much just whatever people support me, ask of me from Ko-fi, and also whatever I feel like playing. So there's that. What is happiness for you? Happiness for me is having enough money to pay my bills and having minimal health issues and getting to spend time with my family. That's pretty much happiness for me. I get usually 1 out of 3 of those at any given time. Sad. If you could, how would you finish Deltarune's story? Well, I think I've already told you that. Time loop with Azrael being dead and possessing Chris. That's 100% the core plot point that I think would be how I think would make for the most compelling Deltarune ending. And because I think that's what would be the most compelling, I also think Toby is going to do it. So that's how I would finish it and how I think it will finish. I've kind of overlapped. And that's entirely because of how much I respect Toby Fox as a writer. What is your favorite color and why? I think I answered this question already. Blue. It's I think it's just the most pretty. I think it's beautiful in a way that other colors can't quite match. What is Papyrus's favorite food, or your own? Answer either. I don't know his favorite food. One would assume spaghetti. As for my favorite food, probably nachos. I love nachos. I'm a Texan. Tex-Mex is in my blood. I eat nachos pretty much as frequently as I'm allowed to eat nachos. It's definitely not been good for my lactose intolerance, but, I don't care. I like it all the same. Do you think future secret bosses will have the same level of success as Spamton? Spamton failed miserably, so I don't know what... Oh, do you mean same level of success like popularity in the fandom? I have no idea. I mean, no one thought someone could beat Jevil until Spamton came along and blew Jevil out of the water. So, possibly? I think it would be kind of difficult, but then again, maybe we're lowballing Toby's potential. Maybe every secret boss will be just as much better than Spamton as Spamton was than Jevil. So, who knows? I just sincerely don't know. Do you think Deltarune ever has a chance of getting into the death battle in any way, shape, or way? Or do you have a particular matchup that you would be very happy to see? I've said something along the lines of not wanting to see Undertale or Deltarune in death battle, and that's still my stance. I don't want to hear death battle being like, well, Frisk could dodge lightning blasts from Vulcan, and therefore they can dodge at these speeds, and the sand scales to that, and can blah, blah, blah. I don't need to hear all that. I love Deltarune for reasons unrelated to power level, and I don't like Dragon Ball for reasons unrelated to power level, Do I think Deltarune has a chance of getting into Death Battle? I don't know if Deltarune does. I think Undertale characters will get in quite a bit before Deltarune characters do. Characters like Frisk and Flowey are pretty much a shoo-in. And Sans. I almost forgot about Sans. But beyond Undertale, I don't know if the Deltarune characters have a great shot. As for would it make me happy? None. I don't want to see any characters getting into death battle because there's the chance that they'll die, and I don't want to see them die. Now, if they get in and win, then that's pretty fun. But if chances are they won't win, so I'd rather them just not go at all. If you had to play only one video game for the rest of your life, which would it be? Oh God, that sounds unpleasant. Probably something like Elden Ring. Yeah. I think that would keep me sane for the longest. It has the most diversity of both narrative storytelling and like scenic storytelling, but also beautiful scenery and also fun gameplay with a lot of diverse entertainment. So probably Elden Ring. Everyone asking what's Jaru doing, but I'll ask how's Jaru doing. Also, is Jaru your real name? I've never heard of it before. That's why I'm asking. I'm doing fine. As for if Jaru is my real name, the answer is no. Jaru isn't a real name. I made it up. I mean, technically, I'm sure it's technically a real name somewhere, but I just literally one day I was like, I need a username. I'm going to make random sounds with my mouth until I come up with a name that sounds okay, and Jaru was one. I remember looking it up, and like the only thing I could find on it was like some South American village called Jaru, and it's like, so no, it's not based on anything. It's just a random name I made up, and it's not my real name. Who is your favorite obscure Darkener, Lightener monster? Obscure? Darkeners and Lighteners aren't very obscure. Monster. Maybe Night Knight? I quite like them. And you don't always see them in a playthrough depending on which route you play through the core, I think. I might be mistaken on that. But yeah, I guess I'll say Night Knight. If you could turn one room in your home into a dark world, which room would it be and why? I would not want to turn a room into my house into a dark world. That sounds like a bad idea. I don't know, maybe our garage. That would be the least intrusive. And that's pretty much my only reason. Because like, if it's in my bedroom, it's like, well, that's going to impede video making. If it's in my bathroom, it's like, well, that's going to impede the household's functionality. It's in the kitchen, it's in the living room, like, it would just go bad. So, garage. I think that's the least intrusive place it could be. And that's my only reason for it, because I would not want to go to a dark world. Hey Jaru, I just want to say first, I absolutely love your videos. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. My question is, due to your profile picture being Ganondorf, are you a fan of Zelda? And if so, would you ever decide to make a video on it? I would say that I was a pretty big fan of Zelda for most of my life. I kind of grew out of it a little bit in the sense that I'm not really impressed with the storytelling of modern Zelda. Not to say it's like gotten bad, but rather it just hasn't gotten good enough to really compel me. To put it another way, my taste in writing has outpaced my Zelda's narrative complexity. As for would I ever make a video on it, it's not inconceivable. I'd have to have a reason to, though, and I've yet to. I don't know. It's possible. I might, but I can't say that I have any plans or ideas at this point in time. Do you prefer Undertale or Deltarune? At this point in time, Undertale, definitely. It's just more complete, and it has Flowey, and Flowey is the best. My question for you is, what would you want to see added to Deltarune that isn't related to your theories, because we already know about those, like a mechanic or a type of boss, etc. I would love to see your time loop as a mechanic, by the way, replaying the game to stop it somehow. That would be fun. Mechanic or type of boss. The main thing I want to see implemented is the elemental magic system. Actually, oh no, that would be related to my system, to my theories, wouldn't it? Actually, yeah, scratch that. What I want to see integrated as a mechanic is Well, there's two answers, and they're kind of the same answer. Actually, now I think about it. I would like RPG mechanics, specifically ones tied to how our interactions, almost Animal Crossing-esque, where our choices and who we interact with and who we don't interact with, and where we put NPCs in places like the cafe in the castle town. I want things like that to have ramifications. I want every tiny choice and every NPC thing we interact with to have long lasting, like wide impact effect on how the overworld develops over the course of the game. I don't know how likely that is to happen, but I think that would make it a much more fun game and a much more replayable game. So yeah, that's what I would like to see. Where, yeah, it's like Animal Crossing meets Stardew Valley, like where, like not necessarily the mini games and stuff, but just like the impact you have on characters and their relationships with you and one another. How do you keep the motivation to make videos that are this long? I make long videos almost just by a consequence of me being a bit of a slow talker. It's not a choice. It's just I have a lot to say, and I don't say things super quickly, and so videos are long because that's just how it pans out. I will admit it does get hard to listen to my audio in Audacity and have to edit my audio and just be like, listening to literal hours of me talking can be pretty rough. But I get through it, and I keep the motivation because, one, I'm pretty passionate about this stuff, but also because it's my job and I need money. Question, do you think that when Deltarune is fully released to be analyzed and answer what will be found about what determination really is, I already think that this community's answer is not completely correct. I don't know. Like, Toby kind of clarified that determination's like both a conceptual substance, like it's what lets you defy, like it's a force of will kind of thing, but it's also a physical substance in the human body. If your question is, will we get a definitive answer on what that physical substance is and where it comes from? I'm going to say maybe. I might have a theory on that in the works, actually. So I'm going to say a big maybe. How many hours will it take you to go through all the questions? Good question. I'm going to guess 5. Is Redacted canon or just a placeholder / test NPC in your opinion? That's also hard. I don't know. I think that's the short answer, is that I just don't know. It could go either way. What are your favorite non-video game albums / songs? I really fell in love with a song called Constellation of Tears. I think that's what it's called. It's a really compelling track. I also just enjoy a lot of Powerwolf, like Incense and Iron, or Venom of Venus. Like I quite enjoy songs like that. But I also enjoy stuff like, Wake Me Up by Evanescence. I like emotional songs or hype songs or compelling songs, things like that. The Plagues song from Prince of Egypt. I don't know if any, like, I quite thoroughly enjoy those. I don't know if they're like my absolute favorite, but like my taste in music is very kind of random, and what my current favorite is going to change from time to time. Those are some of the ones I've enjoyed recently, but yeah, so that's I hope that was a satisfactory answer. Are you into anime and manga? I'm caught up in One Piece, and the theory crafting community feels very similar to Deltarune. Yeah, I watch a decent amount of anime and manga. I read quite a bit more. I watched like a couple hundred episodes of One Piece before quitting, and I read a fair bit farther in the manga. I got all the way to Punk Hazard before I quit and realized that it wasn't worth my time. But I still got pretty decently far into it, and it's not a bad series by any stretch. It's just too long to be worth the time investment, in my opinion. Like, I could have spent that time watching the entirety of several other series. But yeah, no, I'm very into anime, and I've been reading manga since I was a kid, through totally legitimate means, 100%. Um, anime. Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoy anime. I say that most anime is actually pretty degenerate, but occasionally I'll watch something truly like masterful, like Monster is a fantastic anime, one of the best pieces of media ever produced. But yeah, so yes, I'm quite into anime and manga, and I've been at this for. I've been recording for an hour and a half. Okay, so that's a pretty good chunk of recording. I'm going to take a break now. Alrighty, I am back. I went to bed, and now I am back to answer more questions. Last time I answered if I like anime and manga. The answer was no! Just kidding, it was yes. Now you won't know, because I've confused you. No, the answer was yes, I do like it. What are your favorite non-Undertale / Deltarune games? My favorite for a long time was Portal 2, but I also like stuff like Twilight Princess, Elden Ring, Okami is pretty good, Wind Waker. I've enjoyed stuff like Plants vs. Zombies, Binding of Isaac, Arkham Asylum. There's lots of, I've been playing games for a long time and I've enjoyed them thoroughly. Shoutouts to Glover on the N64. Weird game, but cool game. I liked it. Not enough people talk about Glover. What was the video you have the most fun working on? Well, that's an interesting question. I don't really enjoy editing. But in terms of like... I guess it was probably my Gooster video, the April Fool's one. That was silly and wacky, and I had a good time with it. Yeah, that's probably the best answer I can give. What do you think Toby Fox will do after Deltarune? Assuming he isn't at retirement age by then, part of me wonders if he would ever want to start up a proper studio or pursue game development alongside some of the countless connections he's made in the industry. Honestly, I have no idea. Most game devs, like indie devs, they, from what I can recall, like they typically have some crazy cool game that does well, and then they go on to do other projects. Like Toby's, even during the development of Deltarune, done little mini projects with other people. He, of course, did those music videos, like Skies Forever Blue and The Greatest Living Show, I think it was called. So I think he'll probably do stuff like that. He might collaborate on a couple other indie games, things like that, Among Us. Whether he does another game, full-fledged game, I assume he will, but I have no idea when or what it will look like. Why do we oven in the food if you eat hot the food gaster over lasagna? That's a good question. Unfortunately, I have to skip it because it's spoilers for a future theory. But let's just say that lasagna isn't what it seems. What's your music taste? It's a complete just scramble of random stuff. Like, if I pull up my liked songs on Spotify, let me just... What the... Oh, there we go. I have a whole just pile of random songs that I clicked like on recently, like Who Knows, which I think is some Brony song, Battle Gym Leader from Sword and Shield, Devil Trigger from Devil May Cry, Little Miss Perfect from Write Out Loud, All the Small Things by Blink-182, Taroko by August Greenwood, You're the Inspiration from Chicago, My Immortal by Evanescence, Deathly Loneliness Attacks by Sir Hamnet, etc. And the Thriller cover by Meredith Bull is really good. Also, Every Time We Touch by Cascada. And pretty much anything made by Samuel Kim is pretty poggers. But if you want one specific song that I thought was just really freaking good, "Constellation of Tears" is a song I found in the last month or two, and by Kane's Offering, and I really, really like that one. It's quite good. So, those are some of examples of music I've enjoyed. Who so far has been your favorite character in Deltarune? Probably Spamton. I know, pretty boring answer, but like, there's just so much to dig into with Spamton. Whereas a lot of the other characters are either teen kids or wacky, goofy Dark Worlders. And those aren't exactly what I call super interesting. So, not to say they're bad, they're good. I enjoy them. But like, as far as like really appealing to me personally, I think Spamton's probably the most intriguing so far. Favorite song from Undertale? Asking for a friend. Hey, who said I was your friend? Friend request accepted. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure what my favorite song from Undertale would be. I mean, stuff like Battle Against a True Hero, obviously Megalovania, his theme. Like, there's a lot of songs that are just really, really good. No, it would be hard for me to pick a single one off the top of my head. I'll probably do a tier list video sometime, just like I did for Deltarune. But off the top of my head, probably Battle Against a True Hero. But that's very much open to change. I'll have to really think it over before I can give a definitive answer. How many Newberts do you think you could beat in a fight IRL? They spawn in waves of 3, and there's a 5-minute gap between waves. No idea. Probably not many. I'm a pacifist, so I guess 0. So yeah. Do you have some more information regarding how the alteration of the Deltarune timeline occurred? Yes, I do. But I'm going to have to save that for my Gaster theory video, because it is very interesting. Considering your cover story-based games, this might be a stupid question. If you had to pick one, which would you pick? A well-written and deep story-based game with 0 replayability, or a diverse game that has hundreds of hours of replayability with little to no story? The former. Because at the end of the day, there's lots of games out there with great gameplay and lots of replayability, and there's not a ton of games out there that make me go, wow, this is really well written. This is really deep and compelling. Most games fall into the latter category because they're games. They're meant to be played and have fun, but I definitely would prefer well-written, deep story-based games with 0 replayability. What role do you think Toria will play in Chapter 3? I would like her to be a party member, but she might end up being like a Noelle type character where she is gone for most of the chapter. So, yeah, I think she'll probably be a party member. That seems the most likely. No question from me. Just want to say I love your content. Keep up the good work. Aw, thank you. I absolutely will, and I appreciate your kind sentiments. Have you ever played/heard of the game One Shot? I have heard of it, and I have not played it, but I will be very soon, because it was a Ko-fi donation goal. Do you think your theories will actually happen in Deltarune? What do you think are the chances? And what theory, yours or someone else's, do you think is the most likely to end up happening? Yes, I think all my theories have at least a good shot at being true. I believe in them, even if, I acknowledge that they might be wrong, but I believe in them with varying degrees. Obviously, like my Elemental Pairs video, I have less faith in. Asriel's dead theory, I have more faith in, etc. And as for what do I think are the most likely to end up being true, I think Asriel being dead is 99% likely to be true. How likely do you think your theories are to be true? I just answered that. 1,000,000%. When will you be doing the Chapter 2 lore playthrough? I'm so hyped for it. Sometime this month is the goal. You ever considered making theories on Deltarune AUs with a lot of substance to them, like Vision Crew's Deltarune Take or Deltarune Reimagined? No. I'm not much for fan games, fan fiction, things like that. Not to disrespect it, but it's just not my cup of tea. It's like, if I'm going to spend time consuming media, like, I'd rather consume new media than consume fan versions of existing media. That's just me, of course. It's no shade on those who do AUs and fan fiction and things like that. What are some of your favorite non-Toby Fox games? Answered this one already, basically. Portal 2, Okami, Plants vs. Zombies, Elden Ring, Arkham Asylum, etc. How are babies made, Papa? In the meat factory. How do I make friends in college? Good question. I don't have any friends, so I am not a good person to ask that. All my friends are online, and I made them through doing a YouTube channel. And yeah, so I'm not very good at social stuff. I guess find something that you enjoy and go do it, and find people who also enjoy it and use that common ground to hang out and talk and do friend stuff. Do you think there can be an evil-hearted monster, since all we've seen to be really kind at the end of the day? Yeah, absolutely. Monsters are kind of a metaphor for humanity, in that, at least Toby Fox's view of humanity, in my opinion, in that they are fundamentally good, kind, sweet creatures, but enough pain and trauma can turn them into something like Flowey. And we've seen, even in the start of Deltarune, or start of Undertale, that, we've got, the monsters are all trying to kill a human child. That's pretty bad. That's pretty evil. But I guess your question is, by evil-hearted, do you mean like malicious? If it's malice you're looking for, then we see that from characters like Gerson and Undyne and Mettaton. There's plenty of malicious. Oh, and Mad Mew Mew. There's plenty of hatred and malice in the Monster Underground. It's just counterbalanced by them all also being mostly pretty kind and sweet. So yeah, no, I mean, I think monsters are just as capable of potentially being, bad as humanity. Maybe not as much, since they're very much clearly meant to be more so. Like, there's no prison in the Undertale Underground, so maybe they're just generally less inclined towards violence and malice and such. But no, I would not say it's impossible for a malicious monster to exist. You post a lot of very good pixel art edits on Tumblr. How did you get into pixel art? I just started making meme edits where I was just like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if I changed the color palette of one sprite to be a different sprite? And I just kind of expanded from there. I was like, wouldn't it be fun to put this character in a different outfit? And then I just fiddled with the pixels until they were in a different outfit. Wouldn't it be fun to turn a normal art piece into a pixel art piece? And then I would do that, etc. So yeah, that's how I did it. And then I just kind of kept going because I wanted to, and it was fun. And it made me feel good, made me feel like I was making something meaningful. So that's what got me into it. What do you think about Amori? I think I look forward to playing it. I haven't played it yet, so I don't have much in the way of opinions. What other hobbies/activities do you do in your free time when not working on theories? Mostly watch television and read books. And by watch television, I mean watching shows on streaming services with family members. Like, I'm currently watching the Star Trek animated series from the 70s, and I'm watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, as well as the Angel Show, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'm rewatching Monster with my sister, and I think that's it. Oh, and I'm watching The Circus on Paramount, I think. So, yeah. That's what I'm mostly watching. Oh, and in terms of what I'm reading mostly Brandon Sanderson books currently, because my brother's really into them, and he wants to talk to me about them, so I'm reading them. So yeah, that's what I mostly do in my free time. Is 2x equal x and my cat meowed so loudly that the world exploded? What does y equal to? Well, if 2x equals x, my cat meowed so loudly, what does y equal to? I think y equals cat in this equation. You're welcome. Which theory are you most proud of? Probably the Asriel one. I mean, it's my most famous. It's the one that I think is the most meaningful, and like it'll probably be my legacy. So, I'm pretty proud of that one. I mean, I like most of my theories, but I think I'm most proud of this. I might, depending on how I feel about it, my Gaster theory might end up being my most proud one, depending on how it goes over. My Gaster's multiverse plan theory. But for now, I'd say my Asriel is Dust theory is probably one of them I'm the most proud of. Hi, Jaru. I don't have a good question, but want to interact anyway. So, what is your favorite character in Deltarune so far? Also, your theories are the best. I hope you keep making them. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my stuff. Favorite character in Deltarune so far is probably Spamton. If giraffes could wear ties, would they wear them at the top or the bottom of their necks? The CEO of Skull. It would probably be a class thing where it's like, oh, if I'm a professional and I'm going into work, I wear it up near the top of my neck. But when I'm, getting home from work, I drink a giraffe beer and abuse my giraffe wife, I let the tie hang loose around the bottom of my neck. That'd probably be how that works. How did you first get into Deltarune? What's your favorite part about it? I got into Deltarune because I got into Undertale. And when Toby Fox was like, yo, here's a free Chapter 1 demo, I was like, poggers? And proceeded to play it. So that's how I got into it. As for my favorite part about Deltarune, well, probably all the theory crafting. I've really enjoyed talking about it. It's hard but if we don't include theory crafting and like just focus on the content in the game, probably the music. Toby Fox just makes some of the most gorgeous music that I've ever heard, and it's so much fun to listen to. So yeah, that's probably my favorite part. Disregarding your theories on this matter, do you think that Deltarune will only have one ending, like Toby Fox said, and would you like it if it turns out that all our choices truly didn't matter and the ending was always the same? To clarify, your choices don't matter seems to be the theme of this game, yet this is proven wrong a couple times, so a lot of people think it could be this game's in this world it's kill or get killed, which would call into question if there is really only one ending. So, let's break this down. Do you think Deltarune will only have one ending, like Toby Fox said? Yes, I do. And would you like it if it turns out that all your choices truly didn't matter and the ending was always the same? There's a difference between our choices not mattering and the ending being the same. And I think that's the point of the story, is that even though we can't change the ending, that doesn't mean our choices don't matter. Our choices have impact regardless of what the ending is, which is a metaphor for life. Even though we can't necessarily change how our lives will end, even though we can't necessarily change the trajectory of the human race in any substantial degree, or change the trajectory of the universe in any substantial degree, we can still make choices that have an impact on the people close to us, and that's meaningful. It matters even if it doesn't have grand cosmic significance. And so I think that's what the story is a metaphor for. They can't stop the time loop. There will always be the ending of the timeline resetting, but you can still make choices that matter and impact the people around you in a positive way. And that's worthwhile. And I think that's what Ralsei's opinion on the topic is. And I do agree that your choices don't matter is the theme of this game. However, it is the kill or be killed of this game. However, whereas in Undertale you proved that wrong by not killing or being killed, in Deltarune I think you will prove it wrong by showing the positive impact you've had on people, and that even though you can't change the ending, you still had meaningful effects on the world of Deltarune for the duration of that timeline. And even though timelines can be reset, people have deja vu. It's still, their soul remembers. So your choices matter to those people, regardless of the rest. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. What do you hope to see in Deltarune chapters 3 through 7? Funny jokes, good writing, deep themes, great music, and more deep characterization of Susie. Right now, I'm kind of Susie's. I liked Susie in chapter 1. I'm not super impressed with her in chapter 2. I would like to see better, more emotional content for her, and specifically her relationship with Chris. So yeah, that's what I want to see in Deltarune chapters 3 through 7. In the winter newsletter, Papyrus AMA, Papyrus implied that he was in Deltarune or at least another world, so I was going to ask how this affects your Sans blood theory. Significantly. I think I do need to do a sequel to my theory, because I think that information does change what I think happened in the whole Sans blood theory. I still think most of it is correct, but I think I need to tweak what I think happened with Papyrus. And to be certain, I think that I have had to rethink what role Papyrus plays in all this. So yeah. It affects it because I think it means Papyrus probably came with Sans to Undertale, and his lack of memory is not a coincidence. So yeah. If it's not intruding, why Twilight Ganondorf? I just thought he looked really cool in the I'm the Boss music video, and so I made him a profile picture. It's really that simple. So yeah. Are you Team Mystery Man or Team Redacted? I mean, who do you think is the true Gaster Sprite? I don't think either are the true Gaster Sprite. I think Mystery Man is a shattered remnant of him fused together with a shattered remnant of the Undertale Sans, and I think Redacted is a big fat Redacted who doesn't... I don't know if it represents anything. So, yeah, I don't think either are true Gaster Sprites. How do you think you've improved in terms of theorizing and content? Personally, I think early on, the stories you made that were trying to explain the theory made the whole thing a little bit more dubious. The time loop theory is pretty cool, though. You do put a lot of thought into the thematic part of Deltarune. Thank you. I think focusing on stories was ultimately not the right direction because it made it seem more fanfiction-y, which is a part of my reputation that I am not fond of. Just gonna throw that out there. I don't like people calling me a fanfiction writer, and I generally consider it rude. But I think part of the reason people got that impression was because I would give these fun stories. The stories weren't meant to be like the hardcore part of the theory. They were just meant to be kind of fun set dressing to make the theory have more context. But I think abandoning that aspect of it was kind of necessary, or at least scaling it back, because otherwise people just don't take my theories seriously, which I would prefer they do. So yeah, I think that's one of the improvements. I think my editing has gotten a little bit better over time, and of course I've gotten better equipment, like a microphone, so a better microphone, I should say. So I think I've improved in that regard. So yeah, hope that was a satisfactory answer. What is your favorite kind of theory? Character theories, overall story theories, etc.? Probably character theories. I think those are more fun. Overall story theories are cool and all, but it's always going to boil down to there's a time loop, or Sans Undertale, or it's Gaster, or it's Flowey, like there's only a couple things. Whereas character theories can go in a lot more interesting directions. So yeah, I'd say character theories. Although I will give a minor shout out to theories that are more technical and come from a perspective that I cannot offer, like analyzing music from a musician's perspective. Like that one video that Andrew Cunningham did looking for the Gaster theme and leitmotif. I thought that was an excellent video, so I quite enjoyed that, even though it's not technically theory crafting, minus the one part where he did do a theory, but which was fun. But yeah, so generally though, character theories are where it's at for me. What do you think will be the relevance of Mayor Holiday, if at all? I have no idea. She might have minimal relevance, as little relevance as Ness's dad does in Earthbound. So I don't know. That's a big fat question mark that I have no real answer for. If you could become friends with any Deltarune or Undertale character in real life, who would it be? Probably Noelle or Birdly, if not both. I think conversations with them would probably be the most enjoyable compared to... Oh, you know what? Alfie's I would also enjoy. One of those three, probably. They feel like they would have the most in common with me in terms of shared interests. Like, I would love to be friends with Asgore, but we wouldn't really have much to talk about, you know? We're very different people. Whereas me and, you know, Noelle, Bradley, Alfie's, we have more shared interests. So, probably one of those three. Would you pet Ralsei? This is vital information. Only with consent. Do you think we will get answers for the mysteries of Undertale and Deltarune when Deltarune is finished, or will they be left unanswered and we'll just stick it up to theories again? I think we will have a lot... I think there will always be some mysteries, but I think a lot of Undertale mysteries will be solved in Deltarune, and I think a lot of Deltarune mysteries will be solved in Deltarune. But I do think there will always be some unanswered questions. Do you think that the Shadow Crystals are pieces of Gaster? Possibly. That's absolutely possible. It's an interesting theory. I'm not sure I personally believe it at this stage, but it's definitely a very valid possibility. Your opinion on Mettaton as a character. Mettaton's very funny. And he has some great gag sequences. And some decent music. I do think he's a little too basic as a character, though, for me to really find him super engaging. He's just a little too self-centered, a little too fame-obsessed, and it just, I don't know. I don't find it very compelling. Do you like ravioli pizza? Sure, I like pizza. I don't know if ravioli pizza is... I mean, I like raviolis. I like pizza. I'd probably like ravioli pizza. So, yeah, probably. What do you think of the Deltarune bosses or Undertale bosses in reverse theory? I'm not a huge fan. I feel like it's kind of a stretch. It feels like kind of grasping at straws a little bit. Although I'm also the guy who thinks chess theory is kind of grasping at straws, so, you know, I'm a bit dubious when it comes to opinions on looking for Undertale or just looking for patterns in the bosses. I'm not sure I fully believe that. Just because it feels like the Dark World characters and the Dark World bosses are very much afterthoughts compared to a lot of the bigger parts of the game. Like, it feels like Toby's still been workshopping some of these characters up until release. So, to an extent, I don't think that there's as much thought put into characters like Queen or King as there are into secret bosses or as there are in the main characters. So that's why I'm kind of suspicious of theories like this, is that I'm not entirely sure Toby cared enough to put some sort of pattern in these characters. Would you smooch a ghost? If I liked them, and with consent, of course. What would you do if they... What would Chris do if they were about to cross the street and there was a car and no stoplight? Would Chris A, run as fast as they can, try to outspeed the car and cross the street before the car hits them? B, wait patiently for the car to pass and then cross the street? C, cross anyway and walk slowly just to annoy the driver? D, custom answer. This question is very important. My whole family's life is at risk. I would say A, run as fast as they can to try to outspeed the car. No, actually, I think I'd go with C. Both to annoy the driver and also in the hopes that they would get killed. Because I don't think Chris's mental health is in a very good place. What chapter of Deltarune are you most excited for and why? I mean, I guess the final chapters. Chapter 6, maybe. Because I feel like that's when Azrael's dust theory will start to become really apparent. What's your favorite color, Jar Jar J? Blue. What is your absolute favorite thing about making videos, specifically analyzing and theorizing ones? Is it the fact that you can make theories with no creative boundaries, or the idea of putting plots together to shape a narrative that is reasonable? Also, how do you start on the project and figuring out mysteries? Thank you for your time and effort with making extraordinary content for people like me to view, by the way. Oh, no problem. Thank you for watching. Favorite thing about making theory videos? Probably the moment when I get to read the comments and see everyone's excited reactions. Outside of that part, just sort of the aha moment when I, like the eureka moment when I'm actually finally going, oh my gosh, this is the truth, I've seen into the Matrix. Like that moment's pretty fun too. Like I said, I don't actually like video production, but I do like the actual thinking part and then the reaction part from the community. Is the fact that you can make theories with no creative boundaries. There are creative boundaries. Actually, there's heavy creative boundaries, because I'm having to figure out within the context of Deltarune what will be the truth. I'm not just making up theories that I think would be fun. I'm making up theories that I think will be correct. And that's limited heavily by the writings of Toby Fox. So there's definitely creative boundaries. Or the idea of putting plots together to shape a narrative that is reasonable. Yeah, that's closer to what I do. I think that's more enjoyable, and it's closer to what I actually am trying to achieve. Also, how do you start on your project and figuring out mysteries? Like I said before, I look at the facts, and then I ask questions about the facts to see if I can't find some unanswered questions, and then I make theories about those unanswered questions. Try to give answers to those questions, see which ones have the most logic and evidence. Why is your profile picture Ganondorf? Because I like Ganondorf, and because I particularly enjoyed the way he was depicted in the I'm the Boss music video. Specifically, the way he was portrayed in the death battle was the moment that made me go, oh my gosh, Ganondorf's kind of pog. And then, specifically, I enjoy this version of Ganondorf because he looks cool. Why Jeff? Because it sounds like... Jeff, because it's similar to Gaster? Yeah. Also, oh yeah, you spelt it wrong. It's Geoff. That's how you spell Jeff. Yeah, because it's not Gaster. It starts with a G like Gaster, but it's not. So yeah, that's it. It's a joke. If this one is too personal, feel free to skip. But in your earlier videos, you always sign off your videos by saying something along the lines of, may God bless you all, or something along those lines. As a recent notice that you have not been doing that. Is there any particular reason? Again, if this is too personal, feel free to skip this, and I have nothing but respect for you. It's been so long since I said, may God bless you all in a video, that I don't remember doing it, so I don't actually know. Maybe that was back before I have my standardized sign out. Like nowadays I always say, and I've said this for a long time, which is, like if you enjoyed the video, comment if you've got something to say, subscribe if you want to see more, and as always, have a fantastic day. And I've been saying that since my death battle days, so it's been years since I said anything other than that. If I stopped doing it, then it's probably just because I wanted to use a more standardized outro, and I was probably more sporadic with my outros back in the day. If you're asking, have I become a-religious or something? No, I mean, I'm not really religious. I'm very spiritual. I'm very open-minded about the nature of our universe. But religious implies that I'm very devoted to a particular religion, and I would not say that. I certainly believe there's more to life than the physical, but I don't necessarily adhere to any particular man-made religious philosophy. I think all of them have some interesting ideas, and some of them probably have some truth in them, and also a lot of them are filled with nonsense that I think was made by humans, and people pretend it's made by God because it's the only way to justify some of the wacky stuff they say in it. So yeah. First of all, that's super exciting. Congrats. Now, thank you. Now, would you ever like to theorize on Undertale itself and make content about it? If that would be lots of fun, and I've been wondering for a while. I mean, a lot of my theories end up bleeding over into Undertale, like my Sans theory. Yeah, I mean, I think as I cover Gaster more and more, that I will inevitably be covering Undertale more and more. So yes, I think there will be coverage of Undertale. And I mean, heck, the Legends of Localization video was itself entirely about Undertale. So there's that. What do you think about Undertale / Deltarune characters that are missing from the other game, like Undertale Birdly or Deltarune Grilby? I think there's canon reasons for it. Like, Undertale Birdly probably exists, but we just never bump into him because we don't explore the whole underground in the course of Undertale. Like, we see huge cities and neighborhoods far off in the distance that we never touch. So I think a lot of characters just never bump into us. Including Undertale Birdly, Undertale Susie, Undertale Noelle, Undertale Des, Undertale Mayor Holiday, or Carol Holiday. Like, I think those characters exist. We just didn't bump into them. As for Deltarune characters, I think, because they're no longer underground, it can be a variety of things. Like Grilby, he probably moved to the city, if I were to guess. Or something tragic happened to him, I guess. But like, a lot of monsters probably just moved to the city. So yeah, I think there's probably pretty basic, simple explanations for why we haven't seen most of these characters. One detail of fun note is that in the Deltarune hometown, there's blatantly streets that we skip over that we're not allowed to see. Specifically when you're transitioning from like up the main street, like going north and south in the Deltarune hometown, you can tell that you're actually skipping over some streets in the loading screen because the tops of the houses on the upper screens don't match the bottoms of the houses on the lower screens. So there's chunks of the hometown that we never see. And because of that, there's probably a bunch of hometown residents that we never see, which could include characters like Grilby or who are some other characters? The Spider Lady. How am I forgetting her name? But yeah, Spider Lady. Like, we could be missing her, we could be missing Grilby, we could be missing, I don't know, some of the other minor characters. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. How is the information from the Papyrus QnA implying the Papyrus is in the hometown impact your theory about Sans and Papyrus? It's convinced me that Papyrus went with Sans to the new world, and that I need to revamp what I think was the fate of Papyrus. I think tragedy is probably still involved, but I don't think it's quite the same type of tragedy that I originally expected. If it was any other game, I may have abandoned my hope, but it's different when it comes to Toby. So, do you think full hard mode will ever be released? If yes, what lore differences do you think it will have? I have high doubts that hard mode for Undertale will ever be released. It's not impossible, but I doubt it'll be a thing. And I mean, if it did happen, there could be lore differences. It would probably be pretty minimal. Like, you probably just get some extra flavor text that informs you some new details. Beyond that, I doubt it would be very significant. Anything, huh? What does Ralph say backwards, Jaru? I'm messing with you. What is your opinion on SpongeBob? Gosh, for those who are not aware, I misspoke in one of my videos and said, didn't you know Ralph say is Asriel backwards? I meant that it was an anagram, but I flubbed the line. But yeah, what's your opinion on SpongeBob? It's good. It was better back in the day. I think the later seasons got more babyish, and so it's not as fun anymore. But I also haven't watched SpongeBob in literally like a decade or more. So classic SpongeBob was pretty funny. I'll give it that. What is a Peepus? What's the deep lore surrounding the boys? Good question. Good question. I think they're just some sort of like glitch or bug or programming error that Spampton feels an affinity for. Namely because he may have been the one who created them. So I think that's more or less all it is. It's also like a meta thing. So, like, Peepus in Deltarune are also like the glitches or errors or whatever in the actual Deltarune, like the video game code of Deltarune. So maybe something like that is my best guess. Them being created by Spampton is supported by the fact that when they explode, they release Spampton heads, which, wouldn't make sense unless they were tied up with Spampton. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Okay, if you have to improve Undertale in the gameplay department, how would you go about it? Essentially, how do you make Undertale more fun, other than adding the improvements from Deltarune? Um, I don't know if Undertale needs to be more fun. Like, you could deepen the combat system to make it more engaging if you wanted to, but I don't think it's necessary. I think Deltarune needs that because it's such a larger game. I think the gameplay mechanics need to be better to compensate for the fact that we're going to be playing them for longer. But as far as Undertale itself is concerned, I think its gameplay is perfectly fine. I would not give any hard and fast critiques of it. Um, you could always add more little secrets, more little lore, more little like Easter eggs and bonus conversations, and that would make Undertale more fun. But beyond that, I don't think Undertale needs to be substantially improved in the gameplay department. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food oven out hot eat the food? Um, I don't know. Good question. What does Deltarune mean to you? It's a fun game with interesting lore, and it's the game that made my channel blow up, and it's the game that made me able to live off of YouTube to an extent, and that's really meaningful to me. It's what's given me my community. It's given me tons of fan art and tons of fans and tons of friends, and that's wonderful. So I will always owe a great deal of debt to Deltarune for that. So yeah, that's what it means to me. What kind of music do you like, or any artist in particular? I've already answered this question. Your name is Jar Jar J, but what does the last J mean? Is it a representation of Deltarune's time loop? The word Jaru keeps going on and on and on and on. Exactly. You figured it out. You cracked the code. It's definitely not just a random noise that I made one day. And also, I didn't it's definitely not that Jaru was taken, so I did Jaru Jaru, and then Jaru Jaru was taken, so I did Jaru Jaru J, and then finally I was allowed to use that name. So yeah, it definitely wasn't that. It's because it represents Deltarune's time loop. What Thrash Machine design do you think is the coolest? Probably the gun one, right? That's probably the coolest. Who doesn't like guns? Said the pacifist. But I mean, Duck is pretty funny and wacky. I like Duck. But in terms of sheer coolness, it's hard to get better than a literal tank. What is the most overrated song and character across both games in your humble opinion? Probably Metaton, and probably his music. I don't know. I don't know what about overrated in terms of a most overrated song. I mean, I think there's a lot of songs that are like really good, like they're fun to listen to that aren't very interesting, and so I guess you could say those are overrated. But in terms of character, I think Metaton's the most overrated. I think he doesn't have nearly as much character depth to compensate for his amount of screen time. And, well, not for his amount of screen time, but for his amount of popularity in the fandom. I find Metaton a bit kind of not as interesting as the other boss characters. Although I should say, overrated's kind of a bit of a fallacy of a concept. I understand what you mean, but technically things have value because we assign them value. So if the public at large assigns a certain value to something, then that is its value. It's like in real estate, where a house's value on the market is what people are willing to pay for it, not any objective measurement. So in that sense, if a song or character is rated a certain way by the general fandom, then that's how good the character is, or how good the music is, in terms of the rated concept. So I don't really necessarily believe overrated applies objectively, but in terms of characters that are beloved by the fandom that I don't love as much, Metaton's pretty high up there. To a lesser extent, characters like Papyrus and Undyne don't click with me as much as they are popular in the fandom, but Metaton's probably the number one. Hey Jaru, what are your thoughts on the egg? Do you think it'll be significant or just a side thing unrelated to the plot? I think it will be a source of bonus lore. I don't know what lore it will provide or who from, but I think it will provide extra lore. The significance of that is yet to be seen, though. Yeah, it's not too important, not too unimportant. It's skippable. You don't have to get it, so it's not too important. But it probably reveals some interesting lore that makes it somewhat important. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Do you think that rules card is actually important to the overall narrative of Deltarune? Yes. I think he is probably the Sans Undertale of Deltarune. To an extent, anyway. Do you have another job outside of YouTube? Also, I just wanted to let you know that I love your voice and how smooth and relaxing it is. Aw, thank you. That gives me another reason to be hyped about your videos. They are always awesome. Aw, you are very sweet. Thank you very much. My main job outside of YouTube is real estate. I work as a transaction coordinator. So yeah. It doesn't pay super well and it doesn't pay super consistently, but it, combined with YouTube, it helps keep me afloat. I've noticed that most of your thumbnails feature the Cyan Soul of Patience. Why? Is it because most of your videos being longer than an hour? That would be really funny if I thought it out that far. I think I mostly just chose it because I like the color blue and because I think it's a distinct and recognizable thumbnail feature that makes it easier to recognize my content at a glance. So, yep, nothing too deep on the videos being longer than an hour front, but that is a funny observation. What is your favorite Deltarune ship? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I did my Deltarune shipping video. Probably, I don't remember what it was, but maybe Chris Susie? That might have been it? I don't know. I'd recommend go checking out that video in order to find out my favorite Deltarune ship, because it's been a minute since I thought about shipping. At least Deltarune shipping. What is, in your opinion, the most overrated Undertale song besides Megalovania? Probably Death by Glamour. What do you think in general makes a good plot twist? Although Bone Trousel's also up there. What do you think in general makes a good plot twist? I personally think importance to a story and good foreshadowing makes it good, but I want your thoughts on it. Yeah, that's more or less the gist of it. I've talked about this in the past, but I might have talked about it on Twitter or something. But a plot twist should add to the story rather than undermine the story. If the plot twist, for example, the "it was all a dream" plot twist is bad because it tells you that all the stuff you just watched is less meaningful than you thought. It undermines the quality of the story, and it undermines it disrespects you by wasting your time, by telling you that all the story you just consumed was a waste of time. So a good theory or a good plot twist would be one that enhances the story rather than detracts from it. For example, the plot twist that Asriel is dead and was absorbed by Chris would add a great deal to Deltarune, because it would mean that you get to completely look at the whole story in a new light. And it doesn't change or undermine the story prior to the plot twist. It just adds to it. Same thing with stories like Sixth Sense or other iconic plot twist movies, where the plot twist doesn't make what you watched any less good. It actually makes it more. It makes it have greater depth. And so when you go and watch it again, you get to have a whole new experience. That is what a good plot twist entails, in my opinion, it is adding to the story and narrative. It does not detract from the story and narrative. Do you like hamsters? I think they're all right. I had some back in my day when I was a much younger child, but they're pretty neat. If Asriel is the soul / player / is controlling Chris, how do you explain the Goner Maker sequence? How do you explain the castle town being named after what the player names themselves? What about asking the Undertale characters things that would only make sense to ask if the player played Undertale? Asking on Dynamagic Alphys or telling Sans it's nice to see him again? Love your work, by the way. If Asriel is the sole player / is controlling Chris, how do you explain the Goner Maker sequence? I don't think that the Goner Maker sequence is about Chris or Asriel. It is a scene about a completely different human. One from the future, one from after the roaring. So that's my thoughts on that. Just like how the intro sequence of Undertale is all about Kara rather than about Frisk or Asriel or the player. How do you explain the castle town being named after what the player names themselves? That's part of the theory about the future child, so I won't spoil that. What about asking the Undertale characters things that would only make sense to ask if the player played Undertale? Asking Undyne about Alphys or telling Sans it's nice to see him again? Well, this is a case of the meta-narrative versus the regular narrative. In the meta-narrative, it's because, yes, we played Undertale, and so that's what it's talking about. But in the regular narrative, it's, in my opinion, a reference to the time loop. Namely, I think Undyne and Alphys will start going out over the course of the game, and then when the timeline resets, Chris knows about their relationship ahead of time. So that's why they are able to ask about this. And the reason we're able to ask about it on the first playthrough is because this world has been stuck in a time loop for a while. And Chris either remembers or at least has deja vu of Alphys plus Alphys and Undyne being together. And same thing with Sans, where it's like, Frisk remembers meeting Sans from the timeline before it reset, just like how Toriel remembers meeting the fallen humans before, even though she doesn't actually remember meeting them. It's because she has deja vu from the previous timelines. So, yeah, that's the answer to that. Oh, love your work, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my content. All right, gotta keep going. I know it's not necessarily Undertale / Deltarune related, but how's your Amori playthrough going? If you already started this, any first impressions? I have not started it yet, so no thoughts so far. I can't wait to play it. I have no thoughts so far, but I look forward to playing it, and I will upload part 1 of my blind playthrough to my second channel sometime in December. How strong is your emotional connection with Undertale and Deltarune and their world's characters? I'm very emotionally connected with Undertale and Deltarune. Just like the music alone can really hit me hard. There have been times in my life where the only thing keeping my depression at bay was the thought of getting to play more Deltarune in the future. So clearly it had a pretty big impact on me. I think I'm 10 times more sentimental than most people, but I feel like the kind of bonds I can form with fictional worlds are just a little, while literally transcends words. So I can't imagine how invest so much time. Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. The bond. I don't necessarily bond with fictional characters the way some people do, like where they're like, oh, this is like they're like my kin, or they're like they're totally me, or because I've seen people obsess over individual characters, and I've never quite done that. I've never had a character who clicked with me so thoroughly that they just became my obsession. But I do thoroughly love Undertale and Deltarune. I have a pretty deep bond with it, I would say. Interesting question. Do you consider Undertale and Deltarune to be some of the greatest stories ever told, and of course Tobak to be one of the greatest storytellers of all time? Because I sure do. Sure. I think he's a very good storyteller. I think Undertale is a really good story. I think it's very intelligently written, and it has meaningful themes and compelling characters, great music, etc. I think he's a very fantastic storyteller, to be sure. I haven't consumed enough media to be like, he's the greatest of all time, or one of the greatest. He's certainly one of the greatest that I've ever encountered, that's for sure. Which character, Deltarune / Undertale character, do you think is the most annoying? I don't know. That's a hard question to answer, because I don't really find Undertale or Deltarune characters annoying. Even the ones I like the least, I don't hate. I guess the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. Yeah, that's an easy answer. They're pretty one note and mildly annoying. Even the Sweet Cap'n Cakes, I don't dislike them. I think they're fine, but I don't know. It's weird. It's like, obviously I don't love them the way some people do, but I don't hate them. I think they're fine. So it's difficult to answer that question. I don't really find any Undertale or Deltarune character super annoying. Which one of your theories was your favorite to make / come up with? Probably the Asriel is dead theory. That one was pretty fun. Are there any other games that you like besides Deltarune and Undertale? Yep, and I've given some answers to that question already. Do you know any language other than English? If so, which? I do not. I know smidgens of Spanish, and because I live in Texas, and I've started learning Japanese this year, but I don't know really any other languages. What made you have Ganondorf as your profile icon? I've already answered that one. If you were to get any more of a Darkner, not a secret boss or else say, what would it be? So if I wanted to see more of a Darkner, I'd say the King from Chapter 1. I'd like to see more of him. He's interesting to me. Do you think Papyrus will actually show up? If so, when, where? Yes, I do think he will eventually, probably near the end of the game. I think he's all tied up with the deeper plot surrounding Gaster, so I think we'll see that stuff eventually. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Papyrus didn't show up at all, considering how vague Sans is about him. For all we know, Gaster's also Sans' younger brother. It'd be stupid, but it could happen. Yep, it could happen. I think we'll see him towards the later part of the game, if at all. We might only find, like, the remnants of him, like, the evidence that he was here before he left. Question 1. When will there be an art showcase? Question 2. Have you heard about Alphatale? I might have heard of it. I don't know. I don't keep well up to date with fan content, fan games and stuff. I don't know if there will be another art showcase. It's hard for me to really do those nowadays. I have so much work on my plate, and it's hard. Yeah, it's just hard for me to work those in. I obviously still have a great deal of love and appreciation for the fan art, but the showcases were... I was able to do those because I was at a time where I had both the free time and the lack of financial obligations that I do now. So I was able to spend more time on fun things that celebrate the fans, like the fan art showcases. But I don't have that freedom anymore. So sadly, I can't really do those right now. I might do something like that in the future, but no promises. Still, I do greatly appreciate the fan art that I've gotten and continue to get, so never let that be in doubt. It's incredible and wonderful, and I'm very grateful for it. What do you think about the toxic romance implications of the Snowgrave route? Rings as weapons, Noelle will ride with me, etc. I think it's interesting. I mean, I've talked about this at length in my shipping video and in my spammed in hyperlink blocked video, but basically I think it's fascinating. I think it brings up interesting implications about both of the characters, as well as potentially Asriel, because he's inside of Chris. I think there's a ton of fascinating implications there. It's definitely the most interesting aspect of Noelle as a character. So, yeah, I think it's quite fun to watch and quite fascinating to observe. So yeah, I think positively of it. I think I'm curious to see how that will progress. What do you think your reaction will be if the player is part of the Deltarune story? Well, I mean, the player is part of Deltarune's story, just not in the way that people think that they are. But yeah, this is meta story, meta narrative versus regular narrative arguments that I find deeply annoying and frustrating. So I'm not going to be discussing this any further. And I already answered something about the line between meta-narrative and narrative, and how if you get too meta, it'll undermine the regular story. So if the player is too much of a major part of the narrative in Deltarune's story, like a major part, I think it'll undermine the quality of the game and the story as a whole. What do you think about another developer making a crossover game inspired by Undertale/Deltarune? Would you be interested in that sort of thing? A crossover game? Like a fighting game? Like Smash Bros? I don't know. It's kind of a vague question. I might be. It just depends on how good it is. I don't know. It's too broad of a question for me to give a very specific answer to. Let's see. how do you come up with theories? And by that, I mean the method. Do you just sit down, go through the game time and time again? Do the theories pop up in your head at unexpected moments? I'm asking because your theories are very complex and specific, and I'd like to know what goes through your head. Well, like I mentioned before, I mostly just look at the facts, ask questions, try to find answers. It's pretty uncommon for me to come up with theories any other way. The only other way that I typically come up with theories is when I'm just looking at information from Undertale or Deltarune, and I think about it in a slightly different way just because I'm thinking about it at the time, and I go, oh, I wonder if that means this, and then it just kind of starts connecting dots, like with the Legends of Localization. That was a case where I was getting some new information, and so like I'd hear them talk about how, say, determination may only work in the underground, or when it comes to saving and loading, and I'm like, what would be the ramifications of that? And and so I started looking at other theories. Not that saving and loading only works in the underground, but that is a possible interpretation of the information in Legends of Localization. So it's like, that's an idea that was presented to me, and so I took it and thought it out to its natural conclusion and contemplated some theories about why that may be the way it is. So, yeah, it's mostly just a very straightforward thought process, and the theories can end up complex and specific, but only because there's a lot of stuff rather than those things being complex. Like Undertale and Deltarune are not very complex games. There's a lot of information, there's layers, but those layers individually aren't complicated. It's like even the Asriel is dead thing. It's like, yeah, when you look at it in terms of, Deltarune is a rearranged version of Undertale. Same characters, different situation. Even the name is an anagram. So it's like, okay, and it's called a parallel story on the Steam page. It's like, okay, so this is very clearly meant to be a sort of parallel narrative. One where many of the same ideas, characters, events, plot points are likely to resurface, but presented in a slightly different way. So instead of, Asriel's dead and he's the main antagonist of the story, what if instead it's Asriel's dead and he's the protagonist of the story? Instead of Asriel plays as Flowey, who we have to deal with throughout the game, instead Asriel plays himself, but he's within Chris, and we have to deal with, and we are, dealing with that version of him throughout the game. So it's the same idea, just slightly shifted. And then I just extrapolate from there. I'm like, okay, if Asriel is dead, what are the consequences for that? How would he be dead? What is the evidence for and against him being dead? So like, people say, he's coming back from college. Toriel mentions that at the start of chapter 1. So it's like, okay, that implies she's been in contact with him. Or at the very least, it implies that she has a general idea of when, at some point in recent history, he said he'd be coming home. However, so if he was in contact with her, how do we explain that? Does that mean Asriel died extremely recently, like at the start of this game? Did he come home a week early and die? Did he come home and die literally like the day before chapter 1 starts? Or did he die sometime much earlier? And I look at the evidence, I'm like, okay, it's absolutely feasible that he died recently. But then Chris has been researching magic. And it's like, why would they be researching magic? Well, what's the goal? What do they want to accomplish with magic? You look at the fact that they can save and load, and yet their save file has no save data on it. Now, you could say, they couldn't save because they've never been to the underground before, or rather to the dark world. But even if that were true, why is there 0 save time on it? That almost seems to imply that they never even accessed the save menu before now. There's lots of little details where it's just like, okay, where, how do I put this? Azrael being dead feels less like it's true because there's overwhelming evidence of it, and more like it feels true because there's no hard evidence contradicting it, and it's a very powerful emotional twist that parallels Undertale. And since Deltarune is written to be a parallel to Undertale, it makes sense to have Azrael dead in both realities. So yeah, and from that point, it's less about finding hard evidence, because there's not going to be hard evidence of Azrael being dead. Azrael being dead is a major plot twist. Toby doesn't want to show his hand and reveal that Azrael's dead literally in the first 2 chapters. That would ruin the twist. He just wants to lay the groundwork and tell a subtextual story that you can't detect unless you already know Azrael's dead. And then it completely recontextualizes these things. It's like that one movie, The Sixth Sense. It's like, that's a movie that's all about, a character being dead, and you don't realize it until the end. And it's very much the same thing, where it's like, you can't tell that that's the case when you're watching the movie, but once you know that fact, it totally changes the movie. And it totally recontextualizes all those scenes. And so the only way that you can prove that that theory is wrong is if you find any hard evidence proving that Azrael is alive. And if you fail to find any hard evidence, it suddenly becomes increasingly suspicious that there isn't any hard evidence. The only evidence we have is that Toriel says he's coming back soon, in like a week. But how does she know that? If she was in phone contact with him, that would prove it. That would prove he's still alive. But he never talks to anyone. The only person who Azrael's in contact with is Chris. And we have no ability to contact Azrael on our phone. We have a phone. We have contacts on our phone. But the game doesn't let us call Azrael. Why? It mentions that Chris talks to Azrael online every night, using their computer. But why? Why would they use their computer instead of their phone? And when you talk to Burger Pants, he's like, you gotta tell Azrael about this. But he tells us because he got a cool picture from his girlfriend on his phone. If Burger Pants has a phone, why doesn't he call Azrael? Why does he need to use Chris as a middle person? I was gonna say middleman, but I don't know, gender neutral? A middle them. But you get my point. It's like, why do they rely on Chris? And why does Alphys specifically point out that they only talk to Azrael through the computer? That seems rather odd. And then you can't actually contact Azrael in any way. Toriel specifically gives you a phone at the start of Undertale. We start Deltarune with a phone, presumably provided by Toriel. It seems unbelievable that Toriel would not provide a phone to her firstborn son. Yet we cannot call him. Why? And it's just like, evidence like that is what starts to really pile on the potential. And then you get stuff like Ralsei. Not only does he have an anagram of Azrael's name, not only is he a goat monster, but he's a Darkner. And Darkners are created from inanimate objects. And the Darkner that manifests bears resemblance to whatever inanimate object was used to form them. So that implies Ralsei was formed from something that resembled Azrael. Well, could it have been Azrael himself? His body? His dust? His essence? And then that raises whole questions about, okay, if a corpse can become a Darkner, and Flowey was a parallel to the player, then is Azrael or Ralsei a parallel to some other entity in Deltarune? And so these sorts of stories just sort of pile on. Even though we started with something simple, it was just the question, what if Azrael is dead? Because Azrael is dead in Undertale. So this whole line of logic that I've just given you, it started with the simple question. Hilarious enough, this was not a ramble. This was actually me showing you my thought process. We started from the simple question of, okay, this is a parallel. Who's the most important character in Undertale? Who's the character who's my favorite? Who's the character who I always think about first? Flowey. And I go, okay, Flowey is dead Asriel. Is Asriel dead in Deltarune? And we look at the evidence. There's no hard evidence that he is dead. And there's some minute evidence that he might not be dead, namely the whole Toriel thinking he's coming back soon. But the more you dig into it, the more you go, huh, this might not be the case. Anyway, sorry, there was a loud interruption and I had to stop recording for a moment. As I was saying, with the whole, Asriel being dead, it's like, even the act of looking at the evidence raises questions where you're like, you start thinking about things in a different light, different angle. And like, for example, it's specifically mentioned that the computer in Chris's bedroom was shared with Asriel. It has Asriel's uncompleted game on there. And it's like, oh, you know what's true about using someone's home PC? You're automatically logged into all their accounts. That's just how it works. Like, you don't have to re-log in every time. And of course, Asriel probably had pretty terrible password protection anyway. But the point is that it wouldn't be hard, if you have access to someone's home PC, to log in to their private accounts, namely things like email. And when you look at it that way, it's like, oh, curious how Chris has complete, convenient access to that computer. And it's specifically mentioned that Chris is on that computer all the time. And so the evidence just starts to pile up. And it's not so much evidence that proves Asriel dead, but it is a mounting evidence of... It is a suspicious mountain of evidence. It is suspicious how little evidence there is that he is 100% alive. That is what's interesting. You're not looking at the evidence, you're looking at the gaps in the evidence. It's sort of like, you're not looking at, it's reading between the lines is what it is. And that's how I ended up what I think is my most interesting theory. It might not be correct, I might be wrong, I might have read between the lines and found a narrative that wasn't there. But if I'm right, then that's super cool. It means that I was able to find the narrative below the hidden in the narrative. It's like, that's fun. I like that. And that's the sort of thought process that I go down whenever I'm analyzing any of these theories or analyzing any part of the narrative. Like when I analyzed every character to see if they were the knight, it's like that alone led itself to some more questions. Like, ghosts exist in Deltarune. They're magical entities. So, how? Why? What are they? And it starts to bring up questions about magic. It's like, the whole magic doesn't exist in the light world is a thing that people still debate. Even though, and this is another case of reading between the lines where you start to realize you don't see anyone using magic. You don't see anyone talking about using magic. You don't see anything created that it's like, oh, probably created through fire magic. And in the places that are repeats from Undertale, like Toriel's stove, the part where it mentions fire magic in Undertale, it doesn't mention fire magic in Deltarune. At no point is it implied or suggested that magic has been used in the light world at all. The only time it is by Catty. And she's very blatantly one of those, like, oh, I'm into Wicca goth teenager stereotypes. And it's like, hilariously, even though that's blatantly what she is, because people assume this is just like the Undertale world, they assume monsters have magic, and they assume she's talking about legitimate magic, even though this is blatantly like a more mundane AU situation. And that raises a whole new question. It's like, okay, if there's not magic in the overworld, how? Why? And if there's not magic, how do things like ghosts exist? How do fire elementals exist? And then you get to chapter 2, and it's like, Noelle's like, oh, I wish you could heal anything with a little spell. Yet, in Undertale, they could heal things with spells. Now, they couldn't deal with disease. It's implied that they couldn't handle disease very well, but they could handle regular wounds. So it's interesting. I don't have definitive answers on any of these things. Well, some of them I do. I theorized a whole bunch of stuff about why there's not magic. But it's like, there's a rabbit hole here to be found. The implication that monsters couldn't handle disease in Undertale. And it's like, okay, if that's the case, why would they be better at handling it in Deltarune? You know? And if the monsters are above ground in Deltarune, why? What changed in these timelines to result in the monsters being above ground rather than underground? There's just so much here. Like, there's so many questions to be asked. And it's by pursuing those questions and thinking about those questions, thinking about the possibilities, that you start to come up with theories. And even though I ended up in something as bonkers as Chris uses their brother's computer to hack or to impersonate Asriel in order to trick Toriel into thinking that Asriel isn't dead. It's like, that sounds complex and specific as you put it, but when you realize I just started from something as simple as he's dead in Undertale, is he dead in Deltarune? It's like, it has a very clear and relatively simple through line. So yeah, anyway, I did start to ramble there near the end. I blame the people who loudly interrupted me and distracted me. I'm not ADHD, but everyone in my household is, so it's a little hard to focus sometimes. But yeah, so I hope that little lengthy explanation of one of my theories and my thought process helped kind of communicate the way I go about doing things. What's the Deltarune and or Undertale thing you remember believing the longest that was just entirely and provably untrue? Like people thinking Kara did genocide despite the line, your guidance, in the very noteworthy ending speech, or people thinking the person who told Muffet about how awesome humans were was Mr. Goopy Gaster because they didn't put together that Mettaton changes form and Gaster answers everything. TM? Mine was absolutely the Gaster was erased from everyone's memory despite several people talking about the previous royal scientist, his work persisting, and that coming from just speculation about one goner. Lol. Okay, so it's funny that you're like, what's something that's entirely and provably untrue? And then you list a bunch of stuff that's extremely open to interpretation. But as far as, like, some fan theory that I believed and thought was canon for a long time before realizing that headcanon had infected my understanding of the canon. I'm probably on the same boat, though, with Gaster was erased from everyone's memories. On further inspection, that does not seem to be the case. At least not to the extent that people thought it was. Goner Kid is no longer in people's memories, which is interesting. However, I would go so far as to suggest that whatever it was that it's less that we don't actually know that Goner Kid was erased from everyone's memories. It could be that they're just not from this timeline, or they're not from this reality, or they had something done to them to make them think that they're from this reality, but their memories are falsified. You know, like, there's tons of ways to theorize about what the heck's going on with the Goner Kid that don't involve everyone forgot about them. And yet, despite that, that got kind of absorbed into the headcanon of the Undertale fandom, and so it kind of got bled into me for a long time. It was only this year that I actually cleared my head up about it. So yeah, I'm probably on the same boat there. I'm really just curious of your exact thoughts on Chris being controlled by the player against their own will in Deltarune. I also want to say I would love to see videos about Undertale if you're interested in doing those. Smiley face. I'll take that under consideration. Like I said, I'll be doing Undertale videos just as a side effect of doing Deltarune videos. Your exact thoughts on Chris being controlled by the player against their own will in Deltarune. I've mentioned it before, but I don't think Chris realizes that the player is involved. I think Chris thinks they're being possessed by Asriel and just Asriel. And I think Asriel is the one being controlled by the player. And that's why Chris can rebel against us. Of course, you could argue that Chris just has more determination because they're older or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced of that. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Chris being controlled by the player against their own will. I think they're being controlled indirectly. Oh, and then on the whole, aside another detail from the whole coming up with theories, is like Chris can remove their soul and wander about without their soul, implying that Chris is something more than a normal human. Because like, there's no evidence that a human can just remove their soul and survive. So that suggests that somehow Chris has ascended to some sort of superhuman status, and the only way we know of for a human to do that without magic or cybernetic enhancements is through absorbing a soul. And the only kind of souls you can absorb in Undertale are boss monster souls, aka Asgore, Toriel, Azrael. Those are the only ones. So, further context that like could mean anything, but within the theory framework of what if Azrael is dead, it feels more significant. So yeah, it's very much reading between the lines. But yeah, so those are my thoughts on possessing Chris. Do you ever think Undertale Deltarune community gets toxic? Cringe. Every community gets toxic or cringe because humans are toxic and cringe. I am a pacifist, and the vast majority of humanity contemplates using violence on their fellow humans on a near daily basis. I consider all of you to be toxic and cringe for that alone. And you can just spend 10 minutes watching American politics and go, wow, humanity is toxic and cringe. So, yeah, I don't think the Undertale or Deltarune community are especially toxic or cringe. I think they're about as cringe as any human-based community is going to be. And don't get me wrong, I can be toxic, I can be cringe sometimes as well. Like, I think we all have the capacity for it. But I don't think it's necessary to zero out the Undertale or Deltarune community specifically. So basically, a Q&A. That's right. What was your first piece of fiction you did an in-depth analysis / theory crafting of? Whether upload or not, I just want to know what got you into making these videos. Keep up the amazing work. Deltarune, really. I never really did this sort of thing before this. It's been fun. Whether upload or not, I just want to know what got you into making these videos. I mentioned this already, just I thought that there were questions that weren't being asked, and I wanted people to talk about them. Thank you, by the way, for the amazing work comment. Any theory about the implication of Queen knowing the knight nickname, Roaring Knight? Many things in the game imply that she didn't meet the knight, but she still knew their nickname even before knowing about the roaring. True. Sometimes that thing makes me even question if that nickname is real or if it was made up by Queen, just like internet makes up nicknames or concept of characters in which there is an official name. Yeah, but because the roaring is called the roaring, and the roaring is triggered by creating dark fountains, and the only thing that we know the knight has done is create dark fountains, it feels like she has to be talking about the correct name. Now, where did she get that name from is a little unclear, but I feel like there's two explanations that occur to me. One, she met the knight, and the knight introduced themselves as the Roaring Knight. Or B, she learned about the roaring, learned about the knight being called the Roaring Knight from some other source in the future, like after the events of Chapter 2, in the original timeline. And then, because of the time loop, she just has deja vu of certain information. So she just sort of instinctually refers to them as the Roaring Knight before she even is supposed to know that's the case. So in other words, she just sort of guessed and she didn't realize her guess was correct. Or she met the knight and they told her. Unless, I guess it's possible that the sound of a dark fountain being created sounds like a roar, and so they called the knight that creates the roar the Roaring Knight. or maybe the knight goes around roaring. So, like, I guess there's a couple more mundane possibilities, but I'm inclined towards probably either she met the knight or she has deja vu of the knight's true name. Aside from making these videos, what other experience have you had that inspired your storytelling? I sometimes find your work to be an inspiration for my own writing, so congrats on 30K. Thank you very much. Oh, that's really flattering. I'm glad. Aside from making these videos, what other experience have you had that inspired your storytelling? Well, just reading. Reading books, reading manga, watching shows, just consuming media makes me think about media, and it inspires me to come up with my own stories. And of course, I want to make good stories, so I study other shows, study other media, trying to figure out why they were good or why they were bad. Media analysis is just something I've always had a great deal of enjoyment from. So, yeah. I mean, heck, even as more recently as before my Deltarune content, but after my Death Battle content, one of the few videos I did was a video on Ruby, as in RWBAY, which I was a fan of for a minute, and then they kind of messed up one of the characters or two, and so I did a video analysis basically explaining what I think they did wrong, why people didn't like it, and where they could have gone better to write the story better. And, you know, in that video, I did research into these things. I watched videos about writing and about character arcs, and I used that to help me understand what went wrong in Ruby. So, like, that's a great example of how, you know, I just consumed some media, and then I analyzed the media, and that further fueled my own storytelling. So, yeah. What's your favorite movie franchise? Feel free to rant about why you like it. Thank you. Favorite movie franchise? It's kind of hard. It's like, I watched a lot of MCU movies, like more than I probably have of any other franchise, but I wouldn't say I love the MCU. I like The Matrix. I liked it a lot as a kid, so you could say that. Lord of the Rings is, you know, obviously a masterpiece, and everyone's seen that, and I've read Lord of the Rings, so I enjoyed that. Harry Potter was also very fun as a kid, and I read the books for Harry Potter. I'm trying to think. I don't know if any of those are ones I'm like, oh, those are my favorite film franchises. I'm just pulling up Star Wars, not Star Wars, a list of film franchises to see, because I'm having trouble thinking of any. Star Wars, no, not a big fan of Star Wars. Jurassic Park, no. The first movie was good. I don't think any of the others are particularly good. Mission Impossible, I haven't watched one of those in years. Pirates of the Caribbean is pretty fantastic. The first three films are pretty peak. I quite enjoyed those. The follow-ups after that were much less good, but I quite enjoyed Pirates. Terminator is okay. Harry Potter, Fast and Furious. Never seen a Fast and Furious movie. I enjoyed the X-Men when I was much younger, but I haven't watched those in years. Never watched Transformers. Indiana Jones was a series that I quite liked as a child, but then I watched it again as an adult and realized I don't like any of those films except for Last Crusade. I think Last Crusade's fantastic, but I don't actually like any of the other Indiana Jones movies. Planet of the Apes, never been a fan. Dark Knight, I think I've seen one of those. I've never seen the others. James Bond, I've only ever seen one James Bond movie, and it was this year, so no. Old Spider-Man movies were okay. I haven't really watched Star Trek movies. Shrek had a couple decent movies. Back to the Future is pretty perfect. The first just 3 solid movies. I'm inclined... It's either Pirates of the Caribbean or Back to the Future, I think. Because I think Pirates of the Caribbean has higher highs, but it also is a bit of a mess. Whereas Back to the Future is a lot simpler, but is much more consistent in quality. So, yeah, I think that's my TLDR is... I don't like movies so much that I would be like, oh my god, I love these. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a couple movies that I adore, but they're not franchises, you know? So, yeah. Let's just say Back to the Future. I think the Back to the Future trilogy is a lot of fun. The music is hype. And while it gets kind of repetitive doing the same story beats every movie, it's still cute. It's still fun. The characters are still likable. So yeah, I think Pirates has higher highs, but it also has lower lows. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Oh, and I will say for Back to the Future, it helped me figure out my own ideas on writing time travel, because it occurred to me that while time travel is a lot of fun, it's often riddled with plot holes that writers have failed to fill so many times that the public just doesn't think you can write time travel logically nowadays. They think that if you do time travel, it won't make sense in some way, shape, or form. And that I took that as a challenge, and so I've come up with my own ideas of how time travel works to explain in my own stories, in a way to make it to where it's logical and doesn't have any plot holes and doesn't have paradoxes, things like that. So yeah, what theory video are you the most proud of? Probably my Asriel, my Rousey is dead one. Not Rousey, my Asriel's dead, Rousey theory. And when I first made that video, I was so proud of it. I was overwhelmingly proud of it. And then I got a lot of people making fun of how over the top I am in the story part, and that put a damper on my enjoyment of it. But even now, it's clearly still my most iconic theory, and I'm glad. I'm glad that that's what I'm famous for. How do you feel about you're kind of forced to only make Undertale, Deltarune videos? The other option, what are things would you cover? Well, I'm not forced to. I can make other things, and I do. I've made stuff on Gravity Falls. I did a video on an indie game, Beloved Rapture, and I'm gonna do more. Every show that I watch and every movie that I watch, I take extensive notes. That way I can always make videos on them. And I'm going to continue to do that. I'm probably going to do like Doctor Who episode rankings, Star Trek episode rankings. There's so many stories and series that I'd like to talk about. So, that's the answer to that. Have you ever heard of a band called That? They're a Swedish metal band. I recommend that you go listen to the music if you haven't already. I haven't heard of them. Let me pull up their stuff in Spotify. All right. I will check them out at a later time. Thank you for the recommendation. What's your go-to sandwich? Peanut butter sandwiches have always been a very easy snack that I've enjoyed in the past. Obviously, bigger, fancier sandwiches like Schlotsky's sandwiches are way, way better. But as far as like go-to that I can make in my own house, peanut butter is where it's at. To answer your question on what I think of this website you've been making, seems pretty neat. I'm not a huge fan of linking things in my Q&A, but especially since it's a weird website that I don't recognize and may or may not lead to horrific viruses, but glancing at it, running it through some checkers and checking out the website myself, it seems pretty neat, as long as it's not secretly malicious. So, thumbs up, tentatively, asterisks. When do you think the next Deltarune update will be ready? Probably sometime in the fall of next year. Are Undertale, Deltarune your favorite games? If so, what is your second favorite game? If not, what's your favorite game? My favorite game is Undertale. My second favorite game is Portal 2. How do you think the ending of Deltarune will be? Happy or sad from Chris' POV and the other characters' POV, taking into account the statement of Deltarune only having one ending? Chris's POV, it will always be sad because their brother is dead and will always be dead. Susie and Rousey, I think Rousey will have the most positive attitude about it. Susie, perhaps a bit in between the two. I don't know. I feel like Susie will always have a somewhat positive outlook. But ultimately, fundamentally, the nature of the ending makes it sad. So, yeah. What was your inspiration for making YouTube videos? I was lonely, wanted interaction. And then Deltarune, I wanted to, see some questions discussed in the community. On average, how long does the video creation process take? Like researching, editing, scripting, and recording? Writing a video typically only takes like a couple hours. Depends on the content, obviously. Like a video like my Who is the Night theory takes much longer than, Dess's Ness. But it's usually just somewhere between a couple of hours to maybe 10-ish hours. Editing can take me anywhere from... editing can take a while. Researching is very minimal because I've played the game, so I don't have to do a ton of research. Usually it's just looking up specific details to confirm or deny certain details. So like pulling up the code, looking at certain elements of it. That usually doesn't take very long. Editing takes longer. It's like, I don't know, 4 to 20 hours, depending on the video length. Maybe more than that. It can take a while. Recording, usually not so much. Recording's usually like a couple hours. So, I mean, a couple hours to all of these with some variables that can boost it up to like 5, 10, 20, 40, etc. hours. It's just highly variable and depends on the project. I know I already made a question, but I could not resist asking this other question. What are your opinions on the screen when selecting to not retry on the game over screen? It technically is an ending, and Toby said there will only be one ending. Deltarune ending spoiled from chapter 1. That's funny. And well, if you think about it, what is that ending? The world is consumed by darkness, and then you reload the game. That is what happens, Technically, you can walk away from the game. That's technically different, but not really. Fundamentally, getting a game over and quitting to the home screen is you ending that timeline and starting over, either at a save point or at the start of the game, start of the time loop. So I do not think this... I think this actually fits quite neatly into my time loop theory. What percentage change do you think rules is the night? 12%. Who's your favorite Undertale Deltarune YouTuber? Me. And the actual answer is, I'm not going to tell you because that's rude. I don't want to insult my fellow YouTubers. Why do you take the comments so seriously? Most of the mean comments aren't people trying to talk to you in good faith, so why even bother engaging with the trolls? Well, I don't engage with the trolls. People who are blatant trolls get their comments deleted. People who are spreading hatred and curse words and are just generally being scummy in the comments get blocked or deleted, or usually not blocked. I only usually block blatant bots, but comments that are hateful or mean-spirited towards other people usually get deleted on site. If it's hateful towards me, I'm usually a little more tolerant, provided it's not just a string of curse words. But, I mean, it's different. The ultimate issue is that the difference between someone who is not trying to talk to me in good faith and someone who is just really bad at communicating and is open to discussion and being convinced is hard to discern. Yeah, sure, some of these people will not take it in good faith, and it is absolutely a trap to get sucked into a lengthy argument with those kinds of people. It's a trap that all YouTubers have to kind of deal with. It's the same thing on social media like Twitter. It's like you have to learn when to just not interact with someone. And I'll admit that I am pretty bad about not interacting with the bad faith people. But I also think there's worth in interacting with people who are trying to discuss in good faith, even if they seem mean. Because the bottom line is that most of the people interacting, either they're not good at communicating in text format, or they're children, or maybe they're on the spectrum, and it's like they're not trying to be jerks, but they just come across that way, and I want to give them a good shake as well, give them a good chance to have a discussion. And I take the comments seriously because, I care about the game, I care about the community, and I think interaction with the community and being open to discussion with them, even when they're being a little mean, is a big part of what makes me and my channel kind of special. I took pride in being able to reply to every comment for a long time. I can't really do that anymore. There's just so many, and especially on older videos where people are asking the same questions that I've already answered like 100 times in those comment sections. So I can't really do it anymore where I answer everyone, but I do read every comment still. It's not too hard. Most of them are pretty short. But I take comments seriously because I think it's warranted. What is your opinion on the theory that gassed Ropey on Chapter 7 and gassed all over the Fun Gang? I think it's got a decent chance of being true. I think Gaster is the Flowey of this game, and that he's the main antagonist. So A decent chance of gasting occurring. Howdy, I love your eagerness to talk about your, albeit outlandish at times, theories. Outside of your own theories, what is your favorite Deltarune theory or theory on any media? Also, I found the DeltaCast of all people got inside a really popular FNF mod, both really cool and really funny. Yeah, I saw that. That was really fun. I was very honored to be featured in that. Outside of communities, what is your favorite Deltarune theory or theory on any media? Now, generally, I don't want to single out Deltarune YouTubers, as I've said. But I will say there's one theory that has had a disproportionate impact on my outlook of Deltarune. Maybe for worse, in that it may have gotten my hopes a little too high. But Half-Bred Chaos has a video about how it's possible that Deltarune will end up being this game where every tiny choice we've made will have a significant impact on the world and on the characters in that world. And ever since they suggested that theory, it has consumed me. Because I'm just imagining this idealized, perfect Deltarune where it's like the opposite of Undertale. Where Undertale, you couldn't actually change much in the overworld, but you could get like a bajillion different endings. Deltarune could be one where your every tiny choice alters significantly the overworld and the characters within the overworld, both the Dark World, Castletown, and the hometown. But despite your enormous influence, you still only have one ending. And that's an idea that was inspired in part by Half-Bred Chaos's video, or in large part by Half-Bred Chaos's video. And so that has consumed me. I don't know if that's my favorite theory per se, in the sense oh, I love it. I mean, I do love it, but I don't know. It might have also had a negative impact because now I have all these high hopes for Deltarune, and it's it might undermine my enjoyment of it in the end, which is, I don't know, that's a little unfortunate. But other than that theory, and that's a fun theory, but I'm not gonna, I don't know, that's a gameplay side of things, really. It's not a theory on the narrative, so it's not quite the kind of theory you're probably thinking of. I don't know. Favorite theory outside of Deltarune content is harder. I can't really think of anything. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just say that Half-Bred Chaos theory and call it good. If you could have one superpower purely for comedy, pranks, and similar, what would it be? I'm not big on pranks. I don't know, being able to do any kind of voice would be fun. I'd enjoy doing voice acting. Not voice acting, but being able to just perfectly impersonate any voice would be a lot of fun for the gags that I pull when talking with my friends and family while watching stuff and just having a good time. So yeah, perfect imitation would be the power I'd go with. Have you listened to my hit single, Admin Bot, or the sequel coming out this Tuesday on my channel and on Spotify? No. Quaint advertisement. How did you become such a cool lad? My mama is a good lady, and my dada is a good dad, and they raised a good boy. Good, cool lad. Yeah, just have a good family, and they raised me right. Wanting Toad's Factory for the booster course last week. Wanting Toad's Factory for the booster course last wave for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? I don't play that game, although it's pretty funny that you asked that, because in between you asking this question and me answering it, I have actually gotten into watching Mario Kart 8 Deluxe videos, so that's pretty funny. Still, I have no actual opinions on Toad's Factory or any of the extra courses. What's your least favorite thing about Deltarune? That's hard. Let's just say the sweet cap and cakes. Let's just add more nails into the sweet cap and cakes coffin and call it macaroni. Why do you not like Weird Birds? It's my favorite track of Chapter 1. I like my ears, and Weird Birds don't like my ears. So I kind of took that personally. One of my personal theories revolves around the fact that we don't see any normal humans in either game. Could you be convinced that regular humans are stranger than we've been led to believe? Possibly. That would certainly be a twist. Sorry, I had to edit out. I accidentally clicked on a profile and had to refresh the whole page. It was annoying. I could be convinced that humans are weird. We never see them very often, so yeah, I'm totally open to that possibility. First, congrats for the 30k. Thank you. If you could have a character in a future developed Deltarune chapter, how would you want it to be? If you could have a character in a future Deltarune chapter, how would you want it to be? I can't tell if you're asking like what kind of character would I like to see in a future chapter, or if I would like to have me represented in the game in a future chapter. I do not. I don't know. If I was to have a character, I would want it to be some random theory crafting nut job who says a bunch of nonsense, but like if you look at it sideways, or it turns out to be actually saying true things. But it's only a prediction for like the rest of that chapter. It's not accurately predicting anything else. So yeah, something like that. That'd be a fun character to represent me. But if you're asking what kind of character would I like to see in future chapters that aren't representative of me, I guess I would just want to see more secret bosses who flesh out the different philosophical perspectives one can land at when dealing with the time loop. Like, we've already had the two extremes of Jevil and Spamton, so I'd like to see a twist on that. Someone who, I don't know, perhaps someone who doesn't care about the time loop at all and just continues with their business. Like, someone who's like the opposite of Rousey, where it's like, Rousey says we have meaning in spite of the time loop. Whereas meeting someone who says, you know, like, instead of, oh, you know, we should still do good because our actions still have meaning and that's why we should be good people, meet someone who's like, oh, yeah, that's why I should be super duper selfish. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what to do for further secret bosses, but I just want them to continue to have interesting philosophical perspectives. Do you want Gaster to be important to Deltarune, or just to keep his speaking hand in the background like an Undertale? I definitely want Gaster to be important in Deltarune. I think keeping him a mystery in Undertale was fine, but I think mysteries are only as fun as the solution to that mystery. Well, that's not true. Mysteries are fun, but they're only fun if there's a real answer, and that answer gets revealed at some point. A never-ending mystery isn't very fun. It's just an open question. And at some point, you just have to kind of shrug and go, I don't know, there's no answer, and move on with your life, which isn't a very meaningful end point compared to just having an answer to a mystery. So yeah, I do want him to be important. How do you feel if Gaster were to be the knight? Would you like that story? Why or why not? I would not like it. I think Gaster should be a larger, more intimidating final boss kind of figure, and I do not think the knight fills that role. I think the knight is the Asgore equivalent in the sense that they are the boss who we are pursuing the whole game, but not the actual final boss. Have you ever felt like you wanted to make videos unrelated to Deltarune, but you didn't because you're insecure to post it, make it? Sort of. I mean, I do make videos unrelated to Undertale and Deltarune. I don't make them as often as I perhaps would like to, but because I have to make Deltarune content in order to make money, in order to pay my bills. But I'm not like super insecure about it. It's like, I'll make my extra videos when I get the time and have the opportunity. So yeah. Do you think Chris's explicit interest in occultism and demon summoning played a hand in the events that kicked off the game? I don't know if they played a hand in the events that kicked off the game. Rather, I think their interest in those things is directly tied with their obsession with being transgressive, and more importantly, later on, their obsession with resurrecting Azrael. Where is Gooster hiding? Behind you. Jeff, who's definitely Gaster, Jevil, and Spamton talk in all caps, except Spamton doesn't talk in all caps when he talks in brackets and some other moments. What does this mean, if anything? Are they connected to the Radiance from Hollow Knight, who thinks in all caps? I don't know anything about Hollow Knight, so I doubt they're connected to that. However, Spamton speaking in regular letters sometimes is significant. It's to show that he's either stabilized enough to speak normally, or he's being spoken through by some other entity. So like when Spamton's like, can anyone hear me? Help. It's like, I don't think that's Spamton talking. I think that's Des in the code talking. And when they're like, oh, I think they were talking to you, I think that's further evidence that it's Des, because Des was friends with both Chris and Azrael, and I think Azrael is inside of Chris, so yeah. Whereas after you defeat Spamton Neo, Spamton also talks in normal capitalization, which is to show that he has momentarily stabilized enough to talk and be rational. What's your favorite movie? Probably Howl's Moving Castle. I think it's a pretty perfect film. I think it's a beautiful romance, and I think it's a beautiful character study on Sophie, and I think her character arc is fantastic. I think Hal's character arc is fantastic. I think it's just a fantastic movie all around. When chapters 3 to 5 release, will you record a playthrough or just play it off camera and make a review video? By the way, a hi from Brazil. Hi from Texas. I'll do a blind playthrough. I'm going to do a blind playthrough for the entirety of Deltarune. Would you be interested in branching out into other games with deep lore? My mind immediately goes to FNAF, but anything made by you would be interesting in my opinion. Well, thank you. And sure, I'm willing to branch into any number of directions. For now, I'm not super interested in doing FNAF. I feel like FNAF is thoroughly covered by other channels, namely Game Theory. And also, while I am a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, I don't really want to dive into the whole mess surrounding the lore. It's a lore that has been retconned repeatedly, and I just don't want to deal with that. It's sort of like how I'm not interested in discussing comic books. It's like, or specifically like DC comics or Marvel comics. It's like they retcon things so frequently that it just doesn't mean anything to try and understand it. Too many writers. And with Five Nights at Freddy's, Scott clearly, he never intended for it to go as far as it did, and so the story reflects that, and that makes it less fun to theorize about these things. Are there any Undertale Deltarune theory channels whose theories you find really interesting? Doesn't have to mean you think the theories are accurate, but if they have theories that you think are interesting from a storytelling perspective or anything similar to that. Like I said, I don't really feel super comfortable listing off Deltarune channels, just because I don't want to make the ones who I forget to mention feel bad. I think there's lots of great channels out there. A bunch of them showed up in the DeltaCast, but a bunch of others didn't show up in the DeltaCast and are also very good. So I'm not going to name names, though. Will you ever do a face reveal? Probably not. Not very confident in my appearance. How do you come up with the ideas for theories? I've explained that one at length. Of all the theories you've made, which one are you most proud of? The Azrael is dead one. Who would you make in a hypothetical Deltarune fighting game? Think Street Fighter 2 style game. Probably Asgore? Either Asgore or Gerson. I tend to play big, chunky boys who have big, slow attacks and do a ton of damage and have a ton of health and aren't very mobile. So probably someone like Asgore or maybe Gerson or the Roaring Knight. Something like that. Do you think there would be another Rousey type character that's very friendly but seems to know too much? Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know who that would be. So I'm going to say probably not. Hi, Jaru. What would you say is the most interesting part of making and or recording theories? Congrats on 30K. Thank you. Most interesting part? Just the parts where I'm having eureka moments. I'm going, oh my god, this means this? Does that connect to that? Oh my god, where does this rabbit hole lead? Stuff like that. So yeah, that's probably the most interesting part. What do you think Susie likes eating the most? Food. It seems to me like Susie is a starving, sad little dinosaur and probably would eat any kind of food happily. As for what her favorite food is, I think apples. Yeah, probably apples. Ganondorf, where the hell did you get a copy of Undertale and Hyrule? I had nothing to ask. I just wanted to tell a joke. Have a good day. Well, I appreciate it. And I got a copy using the power of the Triforce of Power, which is reality-defying. It's like if Ganondorf can randomly have the Triforce of Power in Twilight Princess, then Ganondorf can randomly have a copy of Undertale. What's your opinion on the Noel or Rousey theory? Explanation if anyone wants to know. Susie asks you at the end of chapter 2. I think it gives Noel too much importance. I'm not convinced Noel is as important as all that. I mean, it's possible, I guess. I think it's a decently feasible theory. I discussed this in my theory ranking video. It's not one that has thoroughly enthralled me, per se, but it is an interesting observation. Maybe they will come into conflict. What do you think Chris's knife would be in the Dark World? I mean, it would either be a sword, or it would be a sentient talking knife. So, probably a sword. Would you smooch a ghost with consent? If a third game were to be made, what would you think it would be about? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, it could go in a number of directions. I would guess it'd be another alternate reality, though, so I'm not sure. In one of your videos, you mentioned something about a fictional character breaching the fourth wall and taking a non-fictional entity's soul. What is in, at least my belief, the Dark Worlds being similar to fiction within fiction concept, and Chris, Susie, and everyone else are, to them at least, non-fiction. So the Dark World's of Fictional Light World would be a fiction breaking the fourth wall and interfering with a non-fiction. However, this is impossible. There are no layers of fiction and non-fiction. The Dark Worlds and Light Worlds take place in the same fiction, but act as crossovers between two fictions. Also, those fictions are fictions of each other. Now, if Gaster is spread across time and space, it can very well be possible that Gaster could be trapped inside the fourth wall itself. The fourth wall could be... That was not a question. Don't you really have anything in mind at the moment? Don't really have anything in my moment, but is there any future chapter AU you find peculiarly interesting? And if you have one, what is your favorite? I don't really think about fan fiction very much, so I would be interested in pretty much any kind of chapter. I'd be interested in a chapter focused on the hometown. I'd be interested in a chapter focused on Dark Worlds in the church or in the cemetery. There's lots of potential chapters I'd be interested in, but there's no specific AU that caught my eye. I heard you were going to play Amori, is that correct? Yes. Are there any videos you want to make, but just think the effort wouldn't be worth the final product? If so, what? There are a handful of, shows that maybe I've thought about watching, and I was like, nah, I don't want to watch that. I could never make a video out of that. Or if I did make a video, not many people would watch it, It's sort of like, some shows are popular enough that if I did, in all episodes ranked, people would watch it. Like Doctor Who. Every modern Doctor Who episode ranked would probably rank in some pretty decent views. Every classic episode ranked would make in some views, and if I had ranked all of Doctor Who in both modern and classic era together, that would probably rank in some views. But if I ranked everything, every episode of Grey's Anatomy, it's that would be a ton of effort on top of being really unfun to research, and it probably wouldn't get much in the way of views. So, yeah, those are the kinds of videos that I haven't really felt that have occurred to me, but I haven't felt like watching, or haven't felt like making, excuse me. But yeah. What is the thought process that goes into creating a brand new take on a theory? I don't know what you mean by brand new take on a theory, but if you mean the thought process that goes into creating a brand new theory, I've demonstrated that in this Q&A already. As for new take on a theory, or if this is like the thought process that goes into developing a new theory, or like revising a theory, then in that case it's just I've developed enough other theories that my older theories feel like they don't quite make sense anymore, and so I need to revitalize them to fit with my new theories. So that's a pretty similar thought process, though, to the theory process that I showcased earlier. One came from your childhood and one came from the present that have left the biggest impact on you. From my childhood? I guess it depends on your definition of childhood. But Kingdom Hearts was pretty impactful. Yeah, we'll go with Kingdom Hearts from the childhood game. And as far as modern games, probably either Undertale, Deltarune, or something like Elden Ring, as far as modern games go. Why do you believe that the player, being its own entity within the game, is such a bad thing? Meta-narratives aren't bad. In fact, in my opinion, the meta-undertones of Undertale are what made the game so popular. So why would meta-narratives be so bad in Deltarune? It's not that I think the meta-narrative would be bad, it's that I think there is a scale here. There's minimal, like, on one end of the spectrum, you have zero meta stuff. There's no meta jokes, there's no meta commentary, there's nothing. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have pure metafiction, where there is no real fictional narrative. It is all part of a narrative about you, the real-life person. This is where you get stuff like, what would be some good examples? There's a couple horror games that are all about, like, hacking your PC, and it pretends to hack your PC. It's like, you could argue those are pure metafiction. There's stuff like certain kind of creepypastas that could qualify in that regard. Then there's stuff like, say, what was that one game? It was like it wasn't a sequel, but it was like made by the same developer as Stanley Parable. But it was like a weird, like, meta exploration of video game development that was about a guy talking to some other person who they had a relationship with, but it fell apart, and it's implied to be real people communicating with one another. That was a very meta game, because it almost wasn't even a game. It was almost a letter in real life. So like those are two very different extremes. However, where you get into issues is in the middle ground, where you have both a regular fictional narrative and a meta-narrative. Now, and it's important to clarify here, there's a difference between a meta-narrative and themes. Like, you could have a story about vampirism, and then thematically it's about addiction. Or you could have a story about being a werewolf, but thematically it's about anger issues. That's themes. That's like, that's text versus subtext, you know? But it's not meta-narrative. A meta-narrative is a narrative that is partially or entirely dependent upon the real world and our interactions with the fictional media. So in Undertale, there is a narrative and a meta-narrative. And what makes it so interesting is that it is both at the same time. A single line can be interpreted both as a in-universe commentary on the in-universe narrative and as a meta-commentary on our relationship with the fictional media. This is most obvious in the save and load function. When Flowey tells us about how we reloaded our save to save Toriel after we killed her, and he makes fun of us for it, that is both a narrative and meta-narrative moment. In the narrative, Flowey's talking about the in-universe save-load system. It is a in-universe reality that certain monsters with certain abilities or certain humans can rewind time, or restructure reality with determination, which is an actual substance in the universe. So, on one hand, that's a purely narrative thing. But in the meta-narrative, saving and loading are something we can do as part of playing this video game. So when Flowey is telling us, making fun of us for doing that, He's not just making fun of Frisk for abusing their power to undo their mistake. Flowey is making fun of us for, making a mistake in a video game and feeling so bad about it that we felt like we had to rewind. And that is fine. That's good. That is why I think Undertale is fantastic. I do not think that is bad. However, the reason I think Undertale works when you look at it through that lens is because at all times you can either read it as a narrative or as a meta-narrative. You do not have to rely purely on one or the other, or even partially. You can look at the entire narrative of Undertale without ever once viewing it in a meta light, if you so choose. That would obviously miss out on some of the double meanings that occur, which is fun and is a big part of what makes it enjoyable. I don't know if that Discord notification was audible, so I'm gonna say that bit again. Obviously, you would miss out on some of the fun meta moments, but it's not necessarily something you have to interact with in order to enjoy the game. By contrast, what people are talking about when they mention stuff like the player being a character in the narrative, that is completely different from what is happening in Undertale. In Undertale, the meta-narrative is optional. You don't have to acknowledge it or interact with it to fully enjoy the game. However, if the player is an active character in the narrative, that is an issue. That breaks that balance of optional meta-narrative. In Undertale, yes, Flowey talks to us about saving and loading and acknowledges us as being separate from Frisk, but you can always just read that as Flowey talking to Kara. And we know that Kara exists and is lingering as some sort of abstract ghost in the machine and has attached themselves to Frisk. We see it most obviously in the No Mercy playthrough, but it's also obvious in, it's implied to be the truth throughout the game, no matter which playthrough you're doing. So even in the True Pacifist playthrough, when Flowey finally acknowledges that Frisk and the player are different, you don't have to assume Flowey is talking to the player. You can just read it as Flowey talking to Kara. Hopefully the microphone isn't picking up that whistling that's happening outside, but anyway, point is that in Undertale, the meta-narrative is optional. You don't have to interact with it, and so it's just icing on the cake. You can eat the cake without the icing, so to speak. However, if you argue that the player has to be a fundamental part of the narrative and is in the regular narrative, that completely changes things. At that point, the wall between narrative and meta-narrative has broken down. And I think that genuinely ruins the special magic that Undertale had going. Because ultimately, you can be invested in the stories and characters and world of these fictional beings because you can suspend your disbelief. You can enjoy it so long as the line between reality and fiction stays unbroken. However, once reality and fiction intersect, at the end of the day, it's a video game. These characters aren't real. They don't matter in the way that real people matter. So, if you start forcing us to look at this game through the reality of, reality, suddenly it just doesn't matter anymore. That's why the concept of suspension of disbelief is a thing. You are pretending that this is real, at least to an extent, in order to enjoy it, in order to be invested. There's no reason to be invested in the tragedies of a character if they aren't real. It's like, why should I have emotions about someone dying if they never existed? No real death has happened, so why should I care? That's the point of suspension of disbelief, to suspend the fact that I know they're not real, just so that way I can enjoy the emotions that such a story elicits. But if you break down the wall between meta and non-meta, then suddenly everything loses its meaning. My suspension of disbelief is destroyed because that's what being meta does. It forces you to remember that you are a real person in the real world enjoying a piece of fiction, and that you are not engaging with a real story with real characters and real people. So if, for example, in Deltarune, the plot is that me, the player, am interfering with these mortals, these fictional beings in this fictional video game whose lives don't matter, then why should I care? Why should I feel invested in finding out if these characters have relationships, or if their traumas are overcome, or if they get a happy ending? Why should I care? They're literally just pixels. They don't exist. And that's what the player being its own entity within the game ruins. It's fine to have a meta-narrative where it's an optional way to look at the story, but if you actively make the player part of the story, that ruins it. And now people often bring up stuff like Doki Doki Literature Club. And it's like, oh, well, that's a story where the player is a main character in the narrative. And that's fine, but that's because that story is all about the meta-narrative. The actual narrative of Doki Doki Literature Club doesn't matter. That's the point, is that the characters become aware that their own narrative is nonsense. And it's about them dealing with the psychological ramifications of everything they know and love being fictional and unimportant. The meta-narrative is the only narrative that matters. That's why Doki Doki Literature Club works. It abandons one narrative in the name of a different narrative. It doesn't try to keep you invested in, Natsuki's poor home life or whatever, because she doesn't matter. She doesn't exist. And that's what Deltarune can't do. Deltarune expects us to be invested in the characters. It expects us to be invested in their narratives. It expects us to care about what's happening with Susie's home life, or what's happening with Des, or whether or not Rudy is going to die. But if they go full Doki Doki Literature Club with the player being an active participant in the plot, then that shines a bright, glaring spotlight on the fact that none of this matters. So, yeah. It takes a step towards Doki Doki, and it's fine to be Doki Doki, but you have to be willing to sacrifice the regular narrative. And Deltarune's clearly not willing to do that. It clearly expects us to care. And if it suddenly goes full Doki Doki, what that means is that all of these chapters leading up to that were a waste of our time. They were getting us invested in a narrative only to yank the rug out from under us and say, oh, just kidding, none of this matters. And that's infuriating. That would be massively disrespectful to the audience, because it would just be like, hey, we wasted your time. We're drawing attention to the fact that we wasted your time. In Doki Doki Literature Club, it's a really short game, for one, and two, it's a plot twist that, oh, the whole dating sim was just a ruse. And that works because they don't waste too much of your time. Heck, in fact, many people's main criticisms of Doki Doki Literature Club, and the re-release, was that they spend too much time on the stuff leading up to the plot twist. So the fact that even a game like that has issues with feeling like it wastes your time. In fact, that's a fantastic way to look at it. If Doki Doki Literature Club, which is only a couple hours long, feels too long and spends too much time on a narrative that doesn't matter before getting to the real narrative that people actually care about, then imagine Deltarune with its projected dozens of hours. It's like, you're expecting me to go through the equivalent of several Undertales worth of gameplay and story only to yank the rug out from under me and be like, JK, none of this matters? That would be infuriating, and it would be bad game design, in my opinion. It would be bad writing. So that's why I think the player being its own entity within the game is bad. I think it breaks certain rules of telling a narrative. You can have a purely fictional narrative, you can have a purely meta-narrative, and you can even have both if you keep them very carefully separated. But you can't have them overlapping thoroughly. You can't have one bleeding into the other. Undertale works because you don't have to engage in the meta-narrative. You don't have to engage in the regular narrative. You can engage in just one or the other and have a good time. But a big part of what makes it fun is that you can engage in both simultaneously. It's a very unique sort of take that works uniquely. It's not perfect. It has its issues that people have brought up, where the meta-narrative logic starts to break down if you look at it in certain ways, or the narrative logic starts to break down if you look at it in certain meta ways. But for the most part, it works and is unique, and that's what makes it fun. But that won't work if the player is explicitly part of the regular narrative. It's fine if the player was a part of the narrative from the beginning. If the whole point of Deltarune was to be like, what if there was a player in a simulated world and you were aware that you were the player and you were possessing a protagonist who didn't want to be possessed? If the whole point of Deltarune was the relationship between the player and Chris and how we have conflicting desires for this world, that would be awesome. That would be a fun meta game. However, that only works if that's the main focus from the get-go, which it isn't. Throughout the entirety of the first chapter, you don't even realize that you're possessing Chris. It's not until the very end that this becomes clear that, oh, wait, Chris is not us. This is not like with Frisk, where they were basically a nobody. In this game, Chris has their own wills, desires separate from their own, and unlike Frisk, they can actually exert their will and remove us and go off and do their own thing. But the whole appeal of the player being a canon part of the story is to examine the dynamic. But Deltarune doesn't do that. We don't get to communicate with Chris. And we don't even get to see what Chris does when we're not there. Or when they remove their soul. It's exclusively, almost entirely about us controlling Chris and doing things that we would, do in any other game. So the meta-narrative there is not being utilized. It's not being explored. It's not being emphasized to tell a unique story in any sort of engaging way. It doesn't matter in terms of the gameplay. So the fact that they've focused so much on the regular narrative, I don't think it would work. I think at this point, if you suddenly switched it up and made it all meta and all about our dynamic with Chris, that would kind of undermine the first two chapters. But even if they suddenly switched and made it all about our relationship with Chris, it's like you can't do that if Chris doesn't talk. Chris is a silent protagonist. How the heck are we supposed to have a story like that? How the heck are we supposed to have a narrative or relationship with a protagonist who we can't talk to? So at this point, if it did go full meta, I think it wouldn't be able to do it very well. So, yeah, I think that while there's plenty of ways to do meta-narratives, and even plenty of ways one could have done meta-narratives in Deltarune and had it be the main focus and do it well, I don't think that's what the game is going for. It's trying to be a parallel story to Undertale. And in Undertale, it was a narrative and a meta-narrative that were stacked on top of each other, but didn't explicitly cross paths. You could go look entirely at one or entirely at the other. And it was by being able to look at both at the same time that made it fun. But in Deltarune, if the player is a literal character in the story, then that's not a meta-narrative anymore. That's just the narrative. That's just the regular narrative. That's Doki Doki Literature Club. So, yeah, I think I've explained this as best as I can. I think meta-narratives can work, but they're very tricky, and you have to be careful not to destroy the suspension of disbelief or destroy people's investment in the fictional narrative. Because every time I brought this up, people were like, oh, look at all these ways that Deltarune could be meta and it could be fun. And it's like, yeah, those are ways it could. But if that's the plan, it's done a terrible job to set that up. And I have faith in Toby Fox as a game dev and a writer, so if something seems like it's been poorly set up, I'm going to assume it's wrong, and that's not what the game's about. And so every time people are like, oh, I think it's a purely meta narrative with the player as an actual main character in the story who plays a central role, like we're the angel from the prophecy, it's like, if that's the case, then the game has done a terrible job preparing for that extremely meta-focused narrative. It's fine if there's an angel both in the regular narrative and a different meta angel in the meta narrative, with us being the meta angel and an actual character being the regular angel. That's fine. That's classic Undertale, dichotomy of fiction versus nonfiction. But if the angel is purely and exclusively the player and nothing else, that doesn't work. That's the emotional investment will collapse like a deflating balloon. So, yeah. Anyway, I think I've discussed this long enough. That's why I think the meta-narrative angle just completely falls apart. Yo, Azrael's my college room and he told me he's perfectly fine. You want me to tell him anything? Die. Quickly. The narrative needs you dead. When will you bring back death battle analysis? You're so cute, a switch dog. Never. Hiya, I hope you are well, man. Thank you. Have you ever heard of Everhood? Seems like a game you would know about. Would be nice to hear your thoughts about it. I have heard of it because it's my next Ko-fi goal. People said they would like to see me do a blind playthrough of it, so that's all I know about it, though, is that it's a game people want me to look at. Can you do a Spankman Sweepstakes reaction again? For the funny. Probably not, Austin, but that is a funny suggestion. What do you think the Chapter 3 secret boss might be? Personality design, anything like that? I quite liked, I think it was Spooky Dude who did the Woody theory. I thought that was a lot of fun. Like a toy with a speaker box, and I thought that the meta concept of like, oh, Woody can't speak for himself because he has a voice box that it's a box inside him that decides what he says, and that's a parallel to Chris, who has a soul inside them deciding what they do and say. And it's like, okay, that's pretty clever. It's so clever that it almost feels like it's going to be true, but we'll see. I don't know if it will be true, but either way, that's a really clever and fun concept. So yeah. Other than that, it could be like flowers in the trash come to life and are like a funny, like a strange flowy parallel. And then like, oh, instead of, it's like a flower hydra creature. And then depending on whether you threw flowers in the trash in chapter 1, it'll have extra heads or extra dialogue or extra personalities, stuff like that. I think that's a fun idea. If it did turn out the player exists in the world, is there any way you could see yourself liking that part of the story? I mean, a game that's mostly bad can have good elements, so yeah, I think this would actively ruin the plot, but I'm sure there would still be ideas there that I would like, ideas that, if done better, I could have enjoyed. So, yeah, I could see that. It's still Toby Fox we're talking about. Is Wind Waker Ganondorf the best one? Yes. What's your favorite candy bar? Butterfinger's pretty top tier. Which one of your theories would you not want to be true? P.S. Love your videos. Thank you. I don't know. The thing is that due to the way I go about making theories, it's all kind of built from the perspective of A, I think it's something Toby Fox would do, and B, I think Toby Fox is a masterful writer. So all of my theories fit into a spectrum of things that I would be cool with having be true. So I guess the answer is none of them. I know you're more of a lore guy, but what are your thoughts on the gameplay of Deltarune, such as the combat system? And do you hope that by Chapter 6 we'll have some really tough bosses and super bosses like jumping? Probably. We'll probably have some really tough bosses. Undertale had some tough bosses, so I'm sure Deltarune will too. As for thoughts on the gameplay, I think it's fine. I think it's definitely an improvement on Undertale, but I think the combat system and the recruiting system and just all of the core combat and RPG mechanics are going to need to get reinvigorated. Like they need a lot more. Like, we need a lot more depth to the combat system and the recruitment system and the RPG elements and how we interact with the world. I think there's a lot more mechanics that are going to be necessary in Deltarune for it to hold up under scrutiny. Because I can see pretty clearly a future where people go, yeah, you know, I liked the story, but the gameplay got super repetitive after a while. And that's absolutely going to be the future of Deltarune if they don't super flesh out and add depth to all of the core systems of the game. Are there any theories you regret making or wish you could redo with knowledge and hindsight you have now? I don't know if regret's the right word. I'm happy with everything I've done, and even the videos that have flaws were educational, so I don't regret doing them. I will say that like there's certain elements of the Asriel is dead theory I wish I could have done a little bit better, just because it's led to a lot of misunderstanding of what my theory actually is. People overemphasize and overfocus on the, oh, Asriel disappeared going to college or died at the school or Chris stabbed them. And it's like, yeah, that was the narrative I painted. It was the story I portrayed. But that wasn't really the important part of the theory. That was just set dressing. It was just a possible way that the theory could have come to life. In reality, it probably will be a completely different way. I mean, I have complete faith in the Asriel is dead theory and Chris blaming themselves, but the rest of the story surrounding it, like the school and the Jello knife and all that stuff, like that's all just for fun. Like it wasn't meant to be taken too seriously, but it kind of, I failed to communicate that very well in the video. So that's probably the thing I regret most. If you could say regret is a thing. Face reveal one day, question mark. Love you. Oh, thank you. And no. How is the Angel's Heaven do your videos get so long? I have a lot to say and I don't talk very quickly. I try to talk slowly and carefully. Well, I don't try to talk slowly. I talk carefully in order to clearly enunciate and explain what my sentiments are. The videos might be longer than they have to be. Like maybe I could go through and revamp them to make them a bit shorter. But even if I did, they'd still be pretty long. I think lengthy videos are just my natural state. Assuming you played it because of your Ganondorf branding, what do you think of Tears of the Kingdom? I have not played it. I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. I have not played Breath of the Wild, and I have not played Skyward Sword. I basically got off the Zelda train after Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, and I have never gotten back on. I kind of outgrew the franchise as a whole, to be honest. The more interested I got in storytelling, the more I realized Legend of Zelda just wasn't very interested in giving me good stories. It's all a little too basic for me to continue playing. So, in short, I don't think much of it. The only thoughts I really have is I don't really like Ganondorf being voiced by Matthew Mercer. I think that's strange. No hate to Matthew Mercer. I love Critical Role and all that, but I felt, I don't know, I can't really take Ganondorf seriously. Also, I'm not sure I like him talking at all. I'm not sure how much I like voice acting in Zelda. Why do you go so off the rails so easy? Not sure what that means. As in, why do I come off with crazy, wacky theories? Well, I've already explained my thought process and how I arrive at conclusions. I just say, what if X is true? Here's the evidence potentially supporting it, and then I make a video about it. It's just theory crafting. I usually focus on making videos on the more interesting topics, but saying I go off the rails, I don't know if that's accurate. What headcanons do you have about the characters that you find neat and compelling? You referenced Noelle possibly being trans in one of your cut content analysis videos, and was wondering if that was a thing you believed in. If so, then very cool. What headcanons do you have about characters that you find neat and compelling? I mean, Susie coming from a broken home life is compelling. I like the idea of Chris having romantic feelings for Susie. I find that compelling. I think the idea of Noelle being a lot more violent and dangerous than she makes herself out to be is interesting. An interesting possible line of thought. I guess, I'll talk about Noelle being trans. I mean, I think that's neat. One thing I always thought was kind of awkward about Undertale is that all the trans and non-binary characterization was always left very vague and open to interpretation. And I mean, that's fine. But I think having more explicit trans characters would probably be kind of meaningful to the people who care about that sort of thing. And I care about those people, so this being more explicit would be something that I think would be good for the mental health of certain portions of the fandom. So that's why I like that headcanon. Also, any headcanon that adds any sort of depth to Noelle beyond is sad nice girl with dying father and missing sister is something I'd be down for, because I don't really like Noelle as she is. I mean, I don't dislike Noelle. She's fine, but she's a little too basic, and it kind of, I don't know, she kind of bores me. So having her be, trans, or having her be secretly super violent and angry, or having her be, I don't know. There's lots of different headcanons that I think would be interesting to make Noelle potentially more compelling as a character. Trans is one of them. And also it has side bonuses of it being a encouraging site for LGBT fans of Deltarune. What are your favorite games besides Undertale and Deltarune? I've already answered that one. Who is your favorite Undertale Deltarune YouTuber? I can't answer that one. Not really a question, but just wanted to appreciate you and your work for your videos. Oh, thank you. I'll always enjoy watching them with your eyes and such. Keep up the great work, like always, Jaru. We love all your content. We all love your content. Aw, thank you, Paul. That's very sweet. I think there's like COVID-19 in my household, so I've been under the weather. Thank you very much, Paul. That's very sweet. I'll do my best to keep up the great work. Let's see. 1. Do you think the skeletons other than Gaster will have any real role in the story? I know your season 3 implies he'll matter, but I want to know your more up-to-date perspective. Personally, I think Papyrus is the knight, but that comes from a place of autistic passion than real reasoning. I think Papyrus might end up being kind of important. How important, I've yet to really settle on. I think he will at least be a dramatically important character for the Sans storyline. Whether he is full-blown one of the main antagonists of the story, I've yet to settle on. It's definitely a possibility, though. And as for role in the story, I don't think they'll be, like, super, super important. But I think they will matter. Like, I think they'll matter perhaps slightly more than they did in Undertale, but not substantially more. I don't know. Even then, they might matter slightly less than they did in Undertale, but I think they'll matter in certain key ways. 2. Would you consider doing Undertale-specific analysis videos in the future, like Caribbean, Flowey, Azrael, or some other that sort? Maybe, if I feel like there's something worth specifically focusing on. I'm mostly focused on Deltarune, though. Although, like I said in my most recent video, I do have ideas and theories that are going to totally kind of revolutionize how I, and potentially you guys, will view certain aspects of the Undertale lore. So, there's that to look forward to. Are you against the idea of Deltarune having a bittersweet or even good ending? I think it will be a bittersweet ending. I think it'll be or even just a flat-out sad ending. I'm not against the idea of Deltarune having anything. I just want it to be compelling, and it just happens to be that the hints and details have kind of led me to think it will have a kind of sad ending. Maybe bittersweet, maybe not, but I'm not against it. I just don't think it's true. What are your thoughts on Twilight Princess as a game? I've seen a range of opinions from it's just a bad version of OOT to it's perfect and the callbacks simply work to its success. I lean towards the latter. Ask them since your profile pictures say you're probably a Zelda fan. I think I actually already explained my thoughts on Twilight Princess in this game, or in this recording, or not in this recording, but in this video. I've done multiple recording sessions though, so I don't quite remember what I said. But yeah, I think Twilight Princess is probably my favorite Zelda game. I think it's just Ocarina of Time, but better in every way. Like, people were like, ooh, it's edgy. It's like, I think you're being overdramatic. I think you look at something being gray and you're like, wow, that's edgy. Just because it's not Wind Waker doesn't mean it's not it's edgy, you know. But I digress. The point is, I think Twilight Princess is a fantastic game. I love Midna, I love the world, I love the game mechanics. I love it all around. 5, final question. What your general opinion on some of the characters in both Undertale and Deltarune? Like, you've analyzed some really pretty deeply, and I can further you like them, but I'd like to know a bit more opinions and hot takes. Also, I'm pretty intrigued by Watch Your One Plate Shot. I feel like it's a major blueprint for me. Theory crafting, since it's my favorite, by my example. I'm glad you're looking forward to the one-shot playthrough. I'm also looking forward to it. As for what's my general opinion of some of the characters in both Undertale and Deltarune, I mean, that's a very broad question. I mean, I think they're all pleasant and enjoyable and funny. I think the only variability is in the complexity and depth of their writing. Some characters are really deep and complex, like Asriel, Flowey, Sans, even characters like Asgore and Toriel to an extent. Other characters like Alphys, or not Alphys, Alphys is pretty decent, but characters like Undyne or Metaton or Papyrus, those characters tend to be a bit more simplistic and a bit more joke-focused rather than character-focused. So characters like that don't quite engage me as much. I still like them, though. They're still fun. It's just like there's a big difference between me playing a game, brain turned off, just having fun, and me analyzing it from a writing perspective. It's like when I played the game, I enjoyed Papyrus thoroughly. I thought he was a really funny and enjoyable character. It's only in retrospect that I go, yeah, he's not the most interesting. Same thing with Deltarune, where it's like I thoroughly enjoy characters like Susie and Chris and what's his name? Little bouncy boy, Lancer. Lancer, I like him. It's like even Birdly. It's like a lot of these characters are kind of simplistic when you look at them objectively, and don't have the most original character arcs. It's like, oh wow, Susie was a jerk and a bully, but then she gained through the power of friendship, she learned to be a little bit nicer. It's like that's not the most interesting thing in the world. You know, Noelle being the girl next door, Lancer being the goofy, funny little brother. It's like a lot of these are pretty cliched characters, but they're funny, they're memorable, and they're a good time. So even like the characters I'm least enamored with, like the Sweet Cap and Cakes, like they serve a purpose. They have quality elements to them, and they have entertainment aspects to them. So even though there's elements of even the most abominable characters like the Sweet Cap and Cakes, is like even them, like they didn't actually annoy me when I played the game originally. When I played Chapter 2, I had a great time, and the Sweet Cap and Cakes were just a part of that great time. They weren't like the reason I had a great time, obviously, and it's only in retrospect I go, yeah, you guys kind of are a little basic, and by a little I mean extremely, but even the worst characters in Undertale or Deltarune are still fine. They're still fun. They're just not going to get any video essays from me about them. What languages do you speak? Or are there any other languages you want to learn? I do not speak anything but English. I have smidgens of Spanish, and I'm learning Japanese currently. I don't particularly want to learn any other languages at this time. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you hyped for Deltarune Chapter 3? I'm going to say a solid 9. It would be a 10, but I've got so many videos I need to make before it comes out that it kind of dilutes my hype a little bit, but I'm still extremely hyped for Chapter 3. What microphone do you use? I currently use a Blue Yeti, I think. Is this a Blue Yeti? Yeah, I think it's a Blue Yeti. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Blue Yeti. Do you do your taxes? It's okay, I won't tell. I think that's private information, so I think I'm going to skip that one. How would you like new Deltarune chapters are released? Individually or in a bundle like Toby has planned? I think I'm cool with... I think there's more advantages. Well, the thing is, if you'd asked me this before I became a YouTuber who focused on Deltarune, I would have said probably bulk. But now that I'm a content creator, I'd like time to kind of digest these things. So I'd rather have more frequent releases and have them be released individually, personally. you came up with a name for the hymn that appears in the first part of Deltarune survey, but it came off like it was for the sake of argument. How likely do you think it is that he's Gaster? I think that it is 100% Gaster, period. I think Gaster might be working with some other entity, but, and you know, some people think it's Kara. I'm not so sure on that, but I do think that the Deltarune version of Gaster is the character that I call Jeff, flat out. However, people don't like Gaster theories. They don't like people bringing up Gaster. They throw a huge fit and make rants about it on Reddit. So I try to avoid using the Gaster name as much as I can. Heck, even in that last video, it's like I've avoided mentioning Gaster a lot in a lot of my videos, and yet when I end a video by going, guys, guess what? In a future video, I'm going to be talking about Gaster. I had like a bunch of people on Reddit being like, ugh, everything has to be about Gaster, wah, wah, wah. And it's like, oh my god, do you listen to yourselves? So, yeah. I 100% think he's Gaster, but I call him Jeff because we don't know who it is technically, and people will whine and complain if I insist on calling him Gaster. How do you think King and Jeff will know about the Queen if they are in completely different dark worlds? Congrats on the upcoming milestone. Thank you. How do you think... I think the way it works is that inanimate objects in the real world have a sort of history, and if those objects ever came into contact with one another, then that history kind of gets manifested as a dark world memory. So even though King and Jevil and Queen may have never met as Darkners, they may have met as inanimate objects, and then those memories, quote unquote, of being inanimate objects together translated into this sort of not quite canon, but like memory of their interaction, sort of like a dramatized version of it. So like Spampton and Jevil encountered each other and it did not go well for Spampton. So it's like, how would that have happened? Well, Jevil is a playing card. If Jevil's a playing card, then, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of hard to make sense of, isn't it? I mean, it makes some sense to be like, oh, King and Queen, like whoever owned the computer also owned the playing cards, so they interacted sometimes. But it's like, do the inanimate objects actually have to interact with each other in order for them to have a relationship, or do they just have to be in the same room and it's kind of random? So it's like, did someone use the Jevil card on a computer somehow, and that's why Spampton has a relationship with him, or is it just random? Or it might be a time loop thing where the Darkeners remember their relationships with characters they meet in the future. So maybe in a future chapter, Jevil and Spampton will interact in a negative way, and Spampton is retroactively remembering that in the time loop, or something like that. Yeah, that might be the case. Alternatively, maybe Spampton and Jevil used their shadow crystals to see the future, and Spampton saw that he gets beaten by Jevil at some point. So, but the way he talks, because he's crazy, he talks like it's in the past. It's actually a pretty messy question, isn't it? It's kind of hard to tell what the answer is. It largely depends on figuring out what the Dark World is, what Darkeners actually are, and how that works in the greater cosmology of Deltarune and Undertale, which is something I'm working on. So I'll have a better answer later, once I have a better understanding of what magic and determination are and where they come from. Is there any reason why you have Ganondorf as your profile picture despite not making any Zelda-related content, to my knowledge anyway? I just really liked Ganondorf in the past. I thought he was a really cool and compelling character. I think it was the death battle that kind of amplified Ganondorf into being this character that I'm really impressed by and really hyped by, because they kind of pointed out how lore-wise Ganondorf's this cosmic terror, and that kind of hyped him up and made him cooler, and that's what got me more invested in him. And then from there I analyzed his character and made me like him even more. And so yeah, I like his character, and so that's why he's my profile picture. What country do you live in? The United States of America. Do you plan on doing lore playthroughs of the Undertale routes like you're doing with Deltarune? Can't wait for Chapter 2 playthroughs, by the way. Probably not. I'm kind of one of those people who doesn't really like doing playthroughs of Undertale. Like, I did my pacifist playthrough. Flowey asked me not to do it. Flowey asked me not to reset, and I have not reset. So I'm the kind of player who does one playthrough and does a true pacifist and then never touches the game again. So yeah. How confident are you in your theories, being 100% honest? Do you actually think most of them have a good chance of being true, or do you consider them to be effectively more like fan fiction than you just hope comes true? I am largely pretty confident in them. I'm certain some of them will be wrong, and that some of the details will be wrong. Like, I know I have very high confidence that Asriel is dead. I have less confidence on the specific details. But I do not consider them fan fiction. I made that one joke one time, and people just ran with it because they're jerks. Well, I guess the people who've run with it aren't necessarily jerks. Some of them are being jerks about it, but some people just don't understand my own perspective. And I guess that's valid. I guess some people have their only knowledge of me was from the Delta cast, and they've kind of misunderstood my character. I apologize. I shouldn't have called people jerks. That wasn't very nice. But yeah, no, I'm a little sensitive on the whole fan fiction accusation. I find it extremely rude and insulting to compare my theories to fan fiction. But yeah, no, I have pretty high confidence in my theories being true. Are you a searching for the 100% objective truth theorist, or in it for the fun theorist, or a mix of the two? If a mix, what percentage split? I'm searching for the truth. 100%. 100% objective truth. Like, I'm having a good time. I enjoy making this content, but I'm not a MatPat. You know, I'm not a game theorist. I'm not just making stuff up because content. I'm trying to find the truth, which is very different from, you know, here's why Sonic's legs would explode. And it's like, that's not my kind of content. So yeah, I'm looking for the truth, and that's my main goal. If I just want to do an analysis of something for the fun of it without trying to find the truth, then I won't call it a theory. What's your opinion on boss rushes? Not necessarily referring to Deltarune, boss rushes in general. They can be fun. You know, Mega Man boss rushes are fun, especially if it's like a challenge, like playing Kingdom Hearts and like doing a challenge mode where you get to fight all the bosses in a row, like the Hades Cup in Kingdom Hearts 1, stuff like that. Like, that's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. It feels like a cool challenge. With your very particular set of storytelling preferences, I'm dying to know what you think of Adventure Time. Funny enough, I'm actually currently re-watching Adventure Time with my sister, and I'm ranking every episode in a little note sheet, like with a letter grade, like B, C. We just finished season 1, and it was pretty C tier on average. But I'll actually have more thoughts to give on this in the future. In the past, when I watched it when I was much younger, I quite enjoyed Adventure Time. But I never finished the show, partially because it's so long, and partially because the whole Finn Flame Princess arc kind of really annoyed the crap out of me and made me quit the show. So, yeah. Other than that, I've had a good time rewatching Adventure Time, and it's so refreshing to watch a show with really short episodes, because I've been watching so much like Buffy and Angel and Star Trek and shows with just hour-long episodes, so having 10-minute episodes is so refreshing. But yeah, I quite liked Adventure Time. I crushed pretty hard on Marceline. She happens to fit my qualifications for type of fictional character that I find appealing. So, yeah, I quite like the show. Jake is very funny as well. Booster Theory Part 2 when lol. Gooster. I don't know. We'll have to wait for about 4 more months and you'll find out. If you wanted to see one object as a Darkener, what would it be? I'd say the graves in the cemetery. I think that would be the most interesting. Second place would be the flowers in Toriel's trash. How do you come up with your crazy theory ideas all the time? I've already explained that one. Do you like Wario World? I remember playing that one 3D Wario World at one point. I never finished it, but I found it strangely compelling. I was much younger though, so I don't know if it's any good. Have you ever heard of this? Yeah, Wario World, not WarioWare. Yeah. Have you ever heard of this game called Deltarune? Yes, I think so. I'm not sure. Are you working on a video examining how darkeners work? If not, what is you think of the significance of the silver watch and cell phone seemingly not changing in the dark world? I do have videos that I'm working on to explain how much of the primal cosmology of Undertale and Deltarune work, and that in turn will explain how darkeners work. As for the significance of the silver watch and cell phone seemingly not changing in the dark world, well, it seems like it might be a matter of complexity, where complex objects are less likely to change, especially if they're on your person. Yeah. But beyond that, it might be a case of you have to have a certain, like, darkeners rely on like their emotional connection with lighteners in order to gain a personality. So maybe things like the phone and the watch don't have enough personality attached to them, and so they don't come to life. I'm not entirely certain though. What is the best order of mammal and why is it carnivora? Probably because it has all the cool ones. Come on. You gonna go with the herbivores? I'm simply not educated enough in the various orders of mammalia to give a very interesting answer to this one, though. If you could set any Undertale Deltarune song as an alarm, what would it be? I use Javelin Queen's laughs as notification noises. Well, that's fun. That would actually be pretty good. That's a good idea. I might do that, in fact. Some of the tracks, though, would probably make good phone alarms. Although, at the same time, my alarms tend to infuriate me, so maybe I wouldn't want to ruin Undertale Deltarune stuff by associating it with my alarms. Considering one of the biggest inspirations for Toby Fox and being Undertale was the Mother series, do you think it'd be worthwhile considering aspects of the Mother series and theorizing for Deltarune? Or is it MathPat's terrible theory, the extended Mother-based discussion to be had, i.e. it's not worth the discussion, lamau? Ironically, you asked this question before I released my Des is Ness video, so I guess that's kind of my answer. It is worthwhile to consider aspects of the Mother series. In fact, considering aspects of the Mother series was a big part of why I thought it kind of inspired me to totally revolutionize kind of my understanding of the Undertale and Deltarune world. So yes, I think it is worthwhile. If you're reading out the names, just call me Rob. I was not actually reading out the names, but thank you for letting me know, Rob. If you could alter one of the currently known characters' arcs, whose would it be, and in what way would you change it? Can be minor or major alterations. Susie X Chris being a thing is something I would like to see be realized. Getting more trauma and tragedy and complexities in Susie would also be appreciated. A greater emphasis on that and less emphasis on wacky, funny ex-bully girl. And then, of course, Noelle. I want anything for Noelle. I want her to be violent. I want her to be trans. I want her to be secretly Gaster in disguise. I want her to just be anything. She can be literally anything as long as it's more than what she currently is. In fact, let's have her be all those things. She is a trans Gaster in disguise who loves violence, and I don't know, she ate Des. That's what she did. To clarify, I am not implying that transgendered people are historically more likely to be violent Gasters. In fact, as far as I know, there's not a single trans person in the world who is Gaster. So, just wanted to clarify that real quick before it's taken out of context. Opinion on Wire. Very cool. Terrible name, but a very cool monster. Or Darkener, I guess. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more games, or games, unlimited games, but no games? I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not a big bacon guy, though, so take that into consideration. What do you predict the 11th word spoken by Susie in Chapter 4 will be? I'm going to say, hey. H-E-Y, hey. I think that has decent odds. I really like the Alvin theory, but this one part has been troubling. Do you think a hammer could feasibly open a dark world, or does the weapon used have to be bladed? Deltarune itself draws attention to the hammer, but I can't remember if the big Alvin theory post mentions it. Well, I don't think it had the hammer opened a dark world. I think the hammer is a darkener that has been brought to life, and it became the night. So I don't think the hammer is what opened a dark world. That said, I do think that it needs to be pointed in some way. I mean, we know the Roaring Knight has been opening things, but it used a blade of some kind, presumably. So I think you do need a blade of some kind, or at least a vaguely pointy part. So yeah, I think that's somewhat required. I don't know how important it is. I mean, at some point, everything's pointy if you hit, you slam it hard enough and you're relative enough. So I don't know. I don't know. I think it is important. I don't know how important, though. What are your exact coordinates? I don't know. I am not a topographer. Are there any Toby Stock stuff that you are passionate about? They don't mind sharing. Thank you. That you are any Toby Fox stuff that you are passionate about? Thank you. I'm pretty passionate about Deltarune and Undertale. Are you asking if that you don't mind sharing, like a character that I'm romantically passionate about, like I have a crush on? If that's the question, then no. None of the Deltarune or Undertale characters have particularly compelled me romantically, like in terms of being a character I would crush on. Except maybe Mad Mew Mew. She has I can fix her energy, so so I don't know. She's pretty cute. I don't know. I don't know if that's what you were going for, though. Passionate. I mean, I'm passionate about these games in general. I thoroughly enjoy them. Are you asexual? I don't really feel comfortable answering questions about my sexuality. My apologies. What would your Deltarune Dark World form be like? I'd probably look like me, but with glowy orange skin and slightly better clothes. What would be your Undertale soul trait? Probably kindness. Although that's, I don't know, it might be kind of egotistical for me to assume that, huh? I don't know. I'd like to think it would be kindness. In general, what is your thought process for how you think up what next to make a theory on? Relevant, how do you construct your theories in a narratively compelling but still plausible way? I've already explained how I come up with theories, like my thought process, and just factoring in the themes of the game and Toby Fox's writing style is just a part of the theory-making process. If it doesn't make sense for a Toby Fox-style game, then I probably don't consider it to be legitimate. Do you like Deltarune or Undertale better? Currently, I like Undertale better. Deltarune might impress me in the end, though. Alrighty, we are back with some more recording. Let's try to get another hour done. Alright. Last question and answer was this, so let's move on up. When Deltarune is finally finished in its entirety, what will you do with the channel? Are there any other games that you're interested in analyzing as much as Undertale Deltarune? I'll probably just expand outwards, do a variety of different topics, stuff on video games, but also on stuff like shows and movies, theories, but also literary analysis, character analysis, episode rankings, critiques, things like that. I'll just become a bit more variety. Become a variety channel, I guess, is the answer. As far as analyzing something as much as Undertale Deltarune, I doubt I have anything quite that intense right now, but I probably will in the future. Do your theories have an explanation for monsters having blood? It's been bugging me for a while. Light world monsters don't have magic, so they probably aren't made of magic. It's easy to then assume that they have blood, which is supported by Susie's dialogue and unused sprite. But the Hometown Mouse asks Krisk if it hurts to be made of blood, and there are monsters like fire elementals in Hometown who would need magic to survive. The answer to this is that my theories do have an answer. It's just kind of, you had to do a bit of digging. So the bottom line is that monsters who seem to be magical in nature, like fire elementals or ghosts, aren't actually magical in nature anymore. They just appear to be magical. Like they're composed through some supernatural process, or well, it's not supernatural, but it's explainable through biology, or explainable through soul power, or explainable through some means that doesn't involve magic. And as for the whole blood thing, yeah, I agree that they probably aren't made of magic, because it wouldn't make much sense to take away magic, but then only leave enough magic to facilitate monster biology, because then they'd know about magic, so that wouldn't work. So it'd have to be something that goes beyond. They'd have to have physical bodies, and then the fire elementals and ghosts, they would just have to have physical explanations for their capabilities. Which is completely feasible. Like sci-fi has been coming up with ways to turn fantasy concepts like ghosts or fire elementals into scientific conceivabilities for a long time. So a godlike being manipulating the world of Undertale or Deltarune to create such beings is completely viable / feasible. As for blood, the answer to that is that it just depends on the monster. Different monsters are going to have different biologies. Like a fire elemental is obviously not going to be composed of the same stuff as a ghost, or as a skeleton, or as a deer. As a result, it's like, should skeletons have blood? Probably not. Should deer have blood? Probably so. Should ghosts have blood? Probably not. And so on and so forth. So, as for the mouse or bunny or whatever it is that asks Chris if it's hurts being made of blood, well, one, it's a child, so they're likely a bit confused on these things. But they've probably been told the constant detail that humans are made mostly of water, and they've probably interpreted that to mean that we're mostly made of blood, because that's the water that is inside our veins and stuff. So I would assume that's what they mean, and it's because most other monsters have either very little blood or no blood at all. So like, like bunny monsters, they might have very little blood, or at the very least much less blood than a human does. So that's the way it gets explained in my theories. I love story-based RPGs and JRPGs. Besides the Undertale and the Mother series, what RPGs would you recommend story-wise and or have inspired your storytelling and content creation? Oh, that's a fun question. Tricky. The issue is there's not a ton of RPGs out there, and the ones that do exist, I haven't played most of. I've played some Final Fantasy, and it's okay. I wouldn't recommend it too highly, though. It's not very good at being an RPG. It's good at a variety of things, combat, storytelling, but the Final Fantasy franchise, historically, hasn't been great at giving you a ton of options, and that's kind of the point of I think that's what makes an RPG video game distinct from other video games, is that you have freedom of choice to mold your character and mold the world in distinct ways. At least that's my opinion. That's how I define RPGs, and I don't think Final Fantasy does it very well. Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2 are games that I think do it pretty well. I like those games. Dark Souls is a franchise that is technically RPG, as well as Elden Ring. Those actually would qualify as pretty solid RPGs by some metrics. Beyond that, and just most FromSoft games in general. I hear that Morrowind's a good RPG. I haven't played it since I was a kid, though, so I can't really tell you how accurate that sentiment is. And I know for a fact that Oblivion and Skyrim aren't particularly good RPGs. Kingdom Hearts franchise isn't really an RPG at all. It just has some mechanics from RPG games, so I wouldn't consider that. And the RPG games it's pulling from are Final Fantasy, which, as I've established, are also not really the best as far as RPG mechanics are concerned. I think that's almost everything. Like, I'm trying to remember any other RPGs I've played throughout my life, but most of them, I mean, like, technically people qualify Pokemon as an RPG. I fiercely disagree. It has some RPG mechanics, but you can't choose what kind of person you are, and you can't change the outcome. It's a very linear game, actually. So I would not consider Pokemon to be like an RPG not in the way that I consider them to be. I remember enjoying the Dragon Quest games, although again, I think those kind of fall into the Final Fantasy, not really actual RPG kind of category. Generally speaking, RPGs are just not very well done in the gaming world. Like, there's a lot of great games that are technically RPGs, but they just don't do the RPG aspect of it very well. And the games that have done it really well, I haven't played. So, unfortunately, the bottom line is that just Undertale. Undertale's kind of the best RPG, or one of the best RPGs that I've ever played. And I wish there were more that I could discuss. So, yeah. I really do, honestly, I need to play more. People keep telling me that Baldur's Gate 3 is the best RPG, like, maybe ever. And that you really do get, like, a huge swath of choices and endings and things like that. And it just won Game of the Year, so I'm pretty sure that's probably accurate. So I should check that out sometime. But as far as games that I've played, Undertale, Mass Effect 1 and 2, mainly Mass Effect 2. And that's kind of it. Oh, I guess I did play Fable 1 back in the day, and it was okay. It's still not incredible, though. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on the RPGs. Sadly, I wish I had more to say, but I'm woefully inexperienced in that genre. Do you have any idea about the role of the Titans in your angel theory? Do you see them as antagonistic to the angel? I see the Titans as antagonistic to everything. I think they are forces of nature, a la Godzilla, and they are opposed to the angel only in so much as they are opposed to everything. I think the angel surpasses the Titans substantially in power, and that they don't really pose a threat to it, but the Titans are huge and destructive entities who would ravage the land and decimate all living things. So I think that they are... what's the role of the Titans in my theory? I think that the Titans are the landscape of the world brought to life. I think they are condensed quantities of raw power, magic, determination, whatever, that has animated chunks of the landscape. And those landscapes are now terrifyingly destructively powerful. And they are fueled by the natural energy of the world, so they can't really be stopped. So yeah, I think that's the role. I think they are the ones that are going to destroy the world, and the angel's the one who's going to reset the timeline after they do all that. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. What inspired you to theorize about Deltarune specific and in general? I'm genuinely curious. I think I already answered this. I thought there wasn't enough discussion around some of the ideas in the game, so I thought I'd spearhead that discussion myself. What WarioWare and Wario Land games are your favorite? I haven't played that many. I think I played the WarioWare on the GameCube, and I liked that. And I think that's more or less the extent of my experience. So, yeah. I guess that one is my favorite. What's the J stand for? Is it another Jaru? Is it your username Jaru? Yes, it stands for Jaru. I wanted my name to be Jaru, and then Jaru was taken, so I did Jaru, and then Jaru J, and so on. I would have kept making more and more Jarus or J's or whatever until I got my name. So that's the answer. Yes, Jazinga, you got that. You talk a lot in depth about Undertale Deltarune, but I've always wondered about the significance of your Ganon's profile picture. What's your thought on the Legend of Zelda franchise, and will there ever be any videos on it? I think I've answered most of this in other questions. I like Ganondorf. What's your thought on the franchise? I think the Legend of Zelda franchise as a whole I mean, I doubt I'll do videos on it, but I might. However, as far as what I think of the franchise as a whole, I think it's got some fun video game mechanics, some great music, and some pretty decent characters here and there, but it's largely held back by being a Nintendo franchise, and historically, Nintendo franchises tend to emphasize being fun and colorful and interesting, and not so much interesting gameplay-wise, and not so much focus on good storytelling. Storytelling is often an afterthought, sometimes a distant afterthought, and as a result, the Legend of Zelda franchise kind of suffers. I mean, you can only have so many games about Ganondorf trying to take over the world and then Link stopping him before you realize that this franchise has kind of run out of ideas. So, yeah. And unfortunately, that kind of means that Zelda, as well as most Nintendo franchises, kind of fall into the category of they're fun games, but I've kind of grown out of them. They're not really targeted at someone like me. They're targeted at kids. So, yeah. Bazinga? Agreed. Couldn't have said it better myself. Why have you chosen to focus on Deltarune content? It was just chance. I wanted to make some Deltarune videos, and they popped off, so I kept making them. What's the dumbest theory idea you've had or agreed with? I have no idea. That's a hard question to answer. Dumbest theory idea? What makes something dumb? It being wrong? I don't know if my theories are wrong, so I can't answer that. And if it's dumb as in it's silly, I don't know. I might have to just skip that question because I don't really know how to answer that. Why did you choose the name Jeff? Is it because it starts with a G? Correct. You have completely figured me out. My brain is not as complex as some people would think it is. What got you into Undertale and Deltarune? Nothing. It was just a very famous and popular game, and I got it cheap, so I checked it out, fell in love. Do you hope your theories are correct? They're pretty dark. Yes, I do hope they're correct, because I think they'd be really fun and interesting and engaging. I'm not... Funny enough, I don't actually like sad endings or really gritty, realistic, unpleasant stories. However, a tinge of tragedy that gives meaning can be quite compelling. And I think that's what they're going to go for. It's like if you want a game where you happily defeat the big bad guy and then walk into the sunset, there's Nintendo, you know? You can go play Nintendo games till the till the cows come home. Or you can go play the Final Fantasy franchise. That's another series where almost every single game ends with, and then you saved the world and got the girl, and like, it's not very, like, if you want that, it exists, or Dragon Quest, even more so in Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest, I want to say 8, literally ends that way. I think it ends with, like, you getting married. So I'm pretty sure Toby can contribute something meaningful with something dark. I think that adds more substance. Will you play the Seek Cool Deltarune mod? I will not. I don't play Friday Night Funkin', but I am very flattered that it exists. Am I still recording? Yes, I am. Have you ever played the game Omori? I don't remember hearing you mention anything like it. If you haven't, yep. I have not played it, and I'm going to be playing it blind on my second channel. Microwave reveal when? Probably not this year. Hello, Jaru. Congrats on 30k subs. Hi, thank you. For my question, I know you do pixel art sometimes, I think, on Tumblr, but how would you describe your art journey thus far? What kind of art would you like to make in the future? My art journey was just, I made some fun edits. I was just, like, curious to see what Chris and other characters would like if I switched their sprites around. And then switch their color palettes around, and I had fun with that, and then I started trying to expand outwards, try to make new outfits. The designs got more and more complex. I tried to make pixel art versions of existing art, and then I just tried to make my own art, just big, complex mural type things of characters with pixels, and I've had a good time with it. I don't know if I have any specific desires to make art in the future. It was very much a surge of interest, and I enjoyed it, and I might make more in the future, but it's not something I have plans for. Favorite game besides Undertale? I believe that I said it's Portal 2. How long do you think we might have to wait until all the chapters are finally released? Personally, I think we have to wait until the late 2020s, maybe sometime around 2027 or 2028, depending on how many chapters there will be. I don't think it'll be done by the year 2030, though, so hopefully it won't take the entire decade, though. Lol. I think we'll get 2 more chapters in 2024. Then we'll probably get 2 more chapters in 2026, which will bring us up to... I think you're probably around the money. It's probably like 2027 to 2028 is probably when we'll be fully done with Deltarune. What's the J at the end of your username for? For Jaru. Do you think Jockington will have any relevance to the plot, or is it him having portrait art just a red herring? I mean, red herrings are hard to predict, but if not, I think Jockington and Caddy being characters who show up in a dark world is a valid possibility. So... I think they might. I think they'll have as much relevance as someone like Birdley. The Blue Album or Pinkerton? I don't know what either of these things are. Let me check. No idea. Oh, it's another Weezer album. I don't listen to Weezer, so that's my answer. I have no preference. Probably too late, but which of your theories do you think is the best, and which do you think is the worst? Favorite player theory? Pick your poison. I think my best one is my Azrael one, with Azrael being dead and being the dust that creates Ralsei. And I think my worst one is the Elemental Pairs video. Favorite player theory? I have nothing specific regarding the player. I don't like player theories generally. I guess that's your point. Pick your poison. I don't know. I like the idea of the game being focused on the relationship between the player and Chris and our competing desires for the world. I don't think that's true, and I think if it is true, they've kind of not set it up well. But it's a version of this theory that I see potential in. How do you feel about the Frisk is Chris theory back in the old Undertale theorizing days? If you don't know, the theory is that Frisk is a zombie car reanimated by the combined soul of Azrael and Car that re-entered their body. The main purpose of the theory is to explain how Frisk is able to cross the barrier at the end, which is a huge plot hole otherwise. I feel like this theory ties well into your Azrael theory, so I was wondering if you believe it too. You don't have to answer if this will spoil your Deltarune vid. I don't think it spoils anything. Never liked this theory at all. Of course, obviously, that's because I like Frisk as a character, and I want to see them be strong and cool, and I don't want them to just be Kara, but corpse. So I've never liked it. But as far as explaining how Frisk is able to cross the bear at the end, I don't think it's much of a plot hole. They were fighting a godlike entity who had more than enough souls to pass through the barrier. And considering, we are dragged along by them and engage in this epic battle, it seems entirely feasible to me that Flowey could have pulled us through to the other side during the midst of our battle. I mean, when you have that many souls, you are a demigod with reality warping superpowers. Like, if Flowey can alter the intro of Undertale, I think he has the power to deposit us past the barrier. So, yeah, I think that's all there is to the whole Frisk getting past the barrier. I don't think it's that much of a plot hole. I feel like this theory ties well into your Azrael theory. I don't think reanimated corpses are necessarily part of my... I get it that technically Darkners are a sort of reanimated corpse. But this is literally a soul re-entering a dead body and then puppeteering it. And that's quite different from Ralsei, who is a Darkner just made from special components. So I don't think it ties super well into my Azrael theory, although I can see why you'd think that. It could, if it was true, it would tie in well thematically. I agree. And I think if I wasn't so biased in favor of a strong Frisk interpretation, I might be up for that. I mean, it would mean that you have a story where Asriel and Kara are puppeteering a human's corpse in order to battle Flowey, who is a lab-grown abomination with all the memories of Asriel. So there is something pretty compelling about the idea that this abominable clone of Asriel is fighting the original soul of Asriel inside of a human body. So it's like, if you look at it that way, that's a pretty compelling narrative. However, I do not think it's necessary to explain the barrier bit, and I don't like undermining Frisk as a character. So that's my thoughts on the topic. Which throwaway two-line Darkner NPC is your favorite? Does Newbert count? Newbert's pretty epic. The Hacker's pretty epic. Mr. Society and Mr. Horse, or whatever they're called, are pretty... Mr. Elegance are pretty decent. Maybe Wire. I also like the guy who's like, how do you deal with existential dread? Asking for a friend. And then the friend pops out and he's like, he's talking about me. I like those as well. The Addisons are pretty memorable. I don't know, it's hard for me to pick. I'd have to really think it over, but I guess Newbert. Why are Rousey's horns in the sprite inward, but they're outward in his dialogue box? Inward, but they are outward in his dialogue box. I guess because he's a Darkner. His body doesn't follow the natural biological rules that a living monster would have. So perhaps his horns are flexible. Maybe they seem like you know that meme that people are like, Noelle doesn't have antlers. She has fun little hands on the top of her head. It's like that. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe, you know, his antler or his horns can just bend and flop about. So that's a possibility. It's a very strange detail, I'll admit, and I don't have a great answer for it, but that's my best answer at this moment. I guess you could argue that since we see Rousey from Chris's perspective, maybe from a distance they look more like their true self, whereas up close he looks more like Asriel because Chris is projecting. I guess that's one way you could look at it. Last question. What would you like to see in an Undertale remake? Oh, I don't know if it needs a remake. I don't know, something like... I'd love for there to be a full hard mode. I think that would be a cute addition. Maybe some slight graphical enhancements. And beyond that, more music. If they wanted to do something really funny, where they do like a Stanley Parable thing, where Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, where it's like, here's a bucket, you can carry this bucket through the whole game, and it'll give you new dialogue for everybody. If they wanted to do something like that, I'd find that quite pleasing and quite amusing. So yeah, those are my best ideas off the top of my head. If you could remove either Sweet Cap'n or KK from the game, which one would you choose to eradicate? That's hard. Well, definitely not KK. I understand. Some people are like insisting. It's pronounced cake. Cake. Listen, it's not my fault that it looks like it just says KK. I don't know. Let me look at them again. I can't really tell them apart, like Sweet and Cap'n. So whichever one talks about the queen being a hot mama. Yeah, let's delete that one. If you were a cupcake, what would you be your flavor? Flavor just a mix of ingredients that you think would represent you. I don't know. Maybe a peanut butter cupcake. Yeah, like a peanut butter and jelly pancake. Or cupcake. Something like that, yeah. It might kind of capture my blend of likable and unlikable attributes. How have you been? I've been alright. I think I have COVID right now, which sucks. But other than that, I'm doing okay. Why is Ganondorf your icon? Because I like him. If you could only have one theory be true, and somehow every other theory would be disproven, not including Deltarune, Which theory would you have? Definitely the Asriel is dead theory, 100%. How do you think Deltarune would end? I think it will be a time loop where the angel resets the timeline and you wake back up at the start of chapter 1. And then in the part where like they do the intro where you're driving to school, instead of it like showing the scene of us going to school, it'll instead fade out on Toriel saying, you know, do you think he'll still like this old hometown of his? And then credits will roll. How are you? I don't know what to ask. It's okay. I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing okay as well. Hello, Jaru. Do you think there will be any changes in either of Chapter 1 and or 2 cliffhanger endings once the full game is released? Or changes, cuts, additions, and some scenes dialogues? Just side note, I thought of this because the cliffhanger ending is meaningful only when you're supposed to wait some time for the next parts. I don't know if there will be substantial changes to the cliffhangers specifically, but I would like to see changes and updates to the first 2 chapters, mostly with regards to the combat system, but also with regards to anything connected up with the combat system. I think it could use a lot more depth, and retroactively adding that would help substantially. Same thing with the RPG mechanics, and therefore the scenes and dialogue. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no games, or games, unlimited games but no games? Someone else asked this question, I'm pretty sure. I don't really like bacon. Why do you usually make 1 to 3 hour videos? That's just my habit. I end up being... the length of my videos tend to end up. I don't choose my videos to be certain lengths. I just pick a topic, write a script, record the script, edit it, and it's whatever length it ends up being. If it turns out Oberon Smog is real, and your theory about him in the night turns out to be true, what will you do? I personally would hope you do something just as insane as it would be if Oberon Smog showed up. I mean, I'll probably go, woo! You know, or some version of that. Some version of, yay, yee. Something to that effect. I'll probably tweet about it. Maybe I might do a little dance in my house and then go tell everyone in my house how I was right. So yeah, that's probably the extent of what I do. I might get myself some nachos to celebrate. I don't know. Are any of your theories inspired by stuff happening in different media? In the sense that I pull from stuff like Undertale, the Halloween hack, Earthbound, and so forth? Yes. But only with regards to analyze Deltarune. We always hear about your Deltarune theories, but do you have any Undertale theories? Or maybe even theories of completely different series? Sure, I've talked about how I think Sans is from Deltarune, but that he went to Undertale. I'm actually currently developing some theories to explain how I think determination works in Undertale, specifically why you can only save and load in the underground. We don't know that's true, but if it is true, I'd like to make a theory on it. As for other series, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specific, but I mean, there's a lot of theories surrounding the lore of Elden Ring that I buy into, but I haven't come up with any myself, so I don't really have an answer for that one at this time, I'm afraid. Who would in a fight? One of every Pokemon or 1 billion lands? Pokemon, obviously. I don't understand why this is... this must be just a meme thing that people are talking about, because it's like... what? There's several Pokemon who, by themselves, just existing, defeat 1 billion lions. Like... one of them's God. Why is this a question? I'm pretty sure Rayquaza could just eat them all eventually, or Mewtwo drown them all. Like, it's such a silly thing. It's like, y'all did see the movie, right? Mewtwo's whole thing was to build a superstorm that would wipe out all life on the planet. So, and last I checked, lions live on the planet. So, TLDR, Pokemon. How do you first get into Deltarune and Undertale fandom? Like I said, bought the game because it was famous, checked it out. Simple question. Oh, I guess I didn't actually get involved in the fandom, though. Yeah, I wasn't really part of the fandom of Undertale. I only really started to get involved in the Deltarune fandom. And even then, people don't like me very much in the Deltarune fandom, so, take it as you will. A simple question. Who is your favorite Undertale Deltarune character and why? I think I've already answered this. Flowey and Undertale. As for Deltarune, probably Spamton. Undertale, why? Because Flowey's the best. He's the most complex, the most morally interesting. He has the most interesting backstory. And of course, he breaks the fourth wall and shatters my brain. And in Spamton, I've done whole videos discussing the depths, tragedy, and incredibly interesting elements that make up Spamton as a character. He is very, very interesting and sad. What if Pikmin were in Deltarune? That would be poggers, because I love Pikmin. Opinions on the unused songs. Some of them are good. Some of them I've used in my video. I love the Epic Rules card track. Most of them are just okay, though. Like, especially the Undertale ones. But yeah, it's a mixed bag. What do I think about the game on Asriel's computer being put into the Chapter 3 Dark World, considering the green room screenshot from Spam Sweepstakes seems to be a Dark World counterpart to Chris and Asriel's bedroom? Also, do you think Chapter 2 will always be the longest chapter? I don't know on the last question. That's up to Toby. As for the game on Asriel's computer being in the Dark World, I would not be surprised if it's featured in some way, shape, or form, but at the same time, it seems like dark fountains are blocked by doors, so it may be that Chris and Asriel's room isn't included at all, but if it is included, yeah, I would expect it to be a thing. It may even be the basis for the secret boss. Who knows? If Deltarune can only have one dark world for the entirety of its 7 chapters, what would you want it to be like? Something vast and complex with lots of different sections that have different biomes and designs and art styles. Just something that kind of mixes a bunch of stuff together and it forms a giant Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley-esque civilization that you can explore. Do you play Geometry Dash? I do not, but it has some good music. Do you look like Ganondorf in real life? No, I look like a potato. Is Mike's full name Michael? From... Oh. I don't know. Maybe? It might be short for microphone, actually. Unironically, since he's probably a Darkener, so... I'm not sure. Which character do you resonate with the most in Undertale Deltarune? Superficially, I relate to Alphys, because, she's a nerd who's into geeky things. I'm a nerd who's into geeky things. But on a more personal, philosophical level, probably, I guess, ironically, Papyrus. I don't really relate to him, though. It's more like I agree with his philosophy regarding people. But, as a person, he's nothing like me. So, maybe something closer to Toriel. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd go with Toriel. Is the night just Chris, and we don't have to watch 3-hour videos on YouTube? No, it's not Chris. In fact, I think Chris is actually one of the... not one of the weaker ones, but I think there's several characters that are more legitimate candidates than Chris. What would you say your favorite video you've made is? Like the one you're most proud of, storytelling-wise, production in general? Definitely the Asriel is dead theory, then, who Rouse is. I'm still proud of that theory. A close one is the magic theory. I'm still proud of that one. Those are the big ones. What are your least and most favorite theories you've made? Least favorite is the elemental pairs. Most favorite is the Asriel is dead. Pipe bomb. No thanks. Is Noelle going to be one of the main characters in the finale, say replacing Rousey, for example, or is she only going to be important for Chapter 2 and possibly one more for Des? I really don't know. I almost wish she was not going to be too important because I'm not in love with her character. And I've kind of grown, the more I've analyzed Deltarune, the less I've come to love Noelle. Mostly because I feel like she's not a very good person, and yet she gets away with it because of the way she's characterized. I don't know. If they characterize Noelle as being a much, worse person than she comes across as being, I might find her interesting. But as she is now, she's just a little too perfect. She's just a little too flawless for me to find very engaging. Sadly, given which names Jeff reacts to in the intro and you type them in, it seems like Noelle is as important as characters like Susie, Rouse, and Chris. So take that as you will. How is Blue Key the most powerful Key? I'm Undertale. Does it have to be a ghost? Or in Undertale, in every version of the game, they are the only ghost not possessing something at the time, so does that have something to do with it? It is bizarre how Napster Bluke is just like, yo, I ignore Azrael sucking up everyone's souls, and just no-sells it. I can only assume it has to do with him being, or them being a ghost. Honestly, though, ghosts confuse me. I don't really understand how they work. I don't know. I'm not sure ghosts make any sense. Have you ever played Hollow Knight? It's my favorite indie game and has deliciously fun lore. No, I have not. I would like to someday though. Maybe as a blind playthrough. Wow, that's crazy. Night Watch. I definitely want to check it out sometime. Maybe after my most recent... If people ask for it, I'll happily put it as a Ko-fi goal. So yeah. Do you have any non-Undertale Deltarune project planned for the future? Also, congrats on 30k. Thank you. Yeah, there's several videos I'd like to do. I'd like to rank every Doctor Who episode of the modern age. I'd like to do I'm currently watching all of the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime in my free time, and I'm thinking it might be fun to rank every duel that's shown in that anime from worst to best. That could be fun. I mean, I've got tons of projects in a list somewhere. So, Avatar. I have a ton of opinions on Avatar, The Last Airbender, specifically regarding its pacifism, which I think it actually portrays pacifism really poorly. I think the pacifism in Avatar is one of the worst portrayals in all fiction. So I'd really like to make a video on that at some point. Which is ironic considering Avatar is otherwise one of the best pieces of fiction you could watch, at least among Western family media. So that's ironic. But yeah, there's lots of things I'd like to do. If you guys could totally ask one question and you'd have to answer it honestly, what would it be? I feel like this was already asked of me in this video, and I've already forgotten what I answered. So that's awkward. I mean, in my defense, I've recorded this over the course of several days, so it's not like I just read it. I guess it would have to be, what are his feelings on pacifism as a philosophy? Would you make a character design video? Sure. In fact, there's that's one of the many different video concepts that I've had in the back pocket for a while. At one point, I was working on a video where I judge and review and like rank in a tier list every single unique Pokemon trainer in the franchise and rank them based off of their character design. So it's definitely something I have a lot of opinions about. I'm always thinking about like random character designs and being like, here's how that fails or how that succeeds. Like, I have an unreasonable amount of opinions on Mortal Kombat character designs for someone who doesn't like Mortal Kombat all that much. So go figure. In short, probably. I will probably make one in the future. Can you talk about power in Deltarune in one of the videos? Not meta thing in Deltarune, like determination on dip, but I don't see much attention to it. Oh, you mean like you save, you have a certain kind of power or whatever? I think I will have to talk about that. I might bring it up in my theory that I'm working on currently, so I will try to talk about it in one of my videos. What do you think of the other humans besides Chris appearing in Deltarune? I think that'd be cool. I think it'd be interesting to see that. It could add some fun lore for Undertale, ironically. So I would love to see that. What is the significance behind the name Jar Jar J? It's Jaru Jar J because Jaru was taken, and it's Jaru at all because I made it up one day. I was just making sounds with my mouth, and I picked one that sounded decent. Our favorite games, Deltarune, not Deltarune, Portal 2. I've answered this question a lot, so yeah. What would you want Dark Worlds to exist? No, I would not. They're very dangerous, and they fill a house with smoke, which is probably not good for you. And if my theories on how Dark Worlds work is correct, the one I'm working on, that would imply some very terrifying things about the nature of our planet, and I do not want I do not think that would be a good idea. So, in short, no. Dangerous, bad, very scary. Favorite character in any game ever? I mean, Flowey's pretty epic. I do like Flowey. GLaDOS is pretty great as well. Cave Johnson. Yeah, probably Flowey. Do you think the loaded disc after Chapter 2, when not uploaded in the Neo Robot, will have some other use in future chapters? Possibly, yeah. Maybe you can give it to Mettaton. I think there's lots of potential applications there. I would love, like I said, for there to be a ton of versatility in terms of what you can do to alter the world and the setting of Deltarune. So having the option to keep the Spamton disc and then give it to different characters and have different results, I think that's potentially a lot of fun. I'd love to see that happen. Can you please say, Music Man? Terrible. I'm trying to say it like Magic Man from Adventure Time. Magic Man, Music Man. Yeah, there you go. Hope you enjoyed. When did you first learn of Undertale / Deltarune? When did you first learn? Undertale, around the time it was popular, I heard about it. I was very much on the internet at that point, so around that time, so early 2010s. Peanut butter, chunky or smooth? I like both. I think smooth is probably easier on my teeth, though. Do you eat puppies? Not often, no. Why do you choose Ganondorf for your profile picture? Because I like him. Hello, what first got into Undertale Deltarune theories? Just seeing people not making discussions on certain topics that I thought were worth discussing, and, it just sort of blew up from there. Mr. Jaru Deltarune, congratulations on the milestone. Thank you. I appreciate that. As generic as the question is, how did you start your YouTube channel, and what did you change your content from death battles to UTDR? Lastly, what are some UTDR characters and soundtracks you think are underrated? I think I've answered most of these before. Started it to make friends and have people to talk to. I changed it from Death Battle to Undertale because I ran out of passion for Death Battle and I gained a great deal of interest in talking about Deltarune. And as for Undertale Deltarune characters and soundtracks I think are underrated, I think Asgore as a character is pretty underrated. I think Matt Mew Mew is potentially pretty interesting, or at least likable. Susie, no, I think that's it for characters. As for soundtracks, I think Versus Susie is actually underrated. I think that song is really emotionally impactful, so that one's pretty underrated. As for Undertale, I feel like most Undertale and Deltarune tracks are given the love they deserve, so I guess the epic unused rules card theme might be a little underrated, but beyond that, they're usually given the respect they're owed. Happy 30K! Do you think... thank you. Do you have any long-term goals for your internet career? Like any major milestone you're moving towards with your channel, Patreon, etc.? I'd like to hit like 100,000K at some point. That's my main goal. I feel like at that point I'll be able to sustain myself in a healthy way. So that's mostly all I want. Just to have enough money to focus on my writing career. So yeah, that's most of my long-term goals. Since you have made a video on Gravity Falls, have you watched Amphibia and or The Owl House? I have not watched either of those, but I've heard good things. How did you discover Undertale for the first time? Bought it, heard it was popular, checked it out. If you would need it to beat up one of the main characters, Deltarune, who would it be? Oh god, I wouldn't want to beat up anybody. I'm a pacifist. Chris would shank me. Susie would bite my head off. Rouse would make me cry. Noelle would probably turn me into an icicle. Birdly deserves better. Birdly's another underrated character. I don't know. I wouldn't want to beat up any of them. I guess if I had to pick one. I think Rouse maybe. I think he could heal himself, and he'd also be the most likely to forgive me. Obviously, I would not fight any of them, though, because I'm a pacifist. Okay, here's one I've thought about a little. What if what we're seeing at the end of Chapter 1 is actually the other entity that inhabits Chris, Azrael, if you like, removing Chris's soul along with us, and then they're the ones moving Chris's body about in those sequences? No. No, I don't think so. I think it's been established that the body has the essence of the person who owned it. Like when Azrael died in Undertale, his dust created Flowey, who has Azrael's memories, not Kara's memories. So that implies to me that the body is synced up with the default owner of the body, aka whoever's soul originally possessed it, which would be Chris in this case. So while that's absolutely a technical possibility that would recontextualize things a bit, I think it's more likely that it's the other way around, and that Azrael's in the soul, Chris is controlling the body. Do you think by the end of Deltarune Chapter 7, Toby Fox will follow the only one ending thing that he had? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my videos. I think he's going to stick with it, yes. I think that's pretty integral to the thematic point of the game. Are you excited for Super Mario Bros. Wonder or the 1,000-Year Door remake? I'm not really a Mario Bros. Player, so I'm afraid not. I'm excited for the people who really like 1,000-Year Door, though, and I look forward to the fan art of Evil Peach, because I like evil princess characters. Why are you gay? I don't know that I am, and even if I were, it's none of your business. Hi, Jaru. So I wanted to ask you a simple question. Does pineapples belong in pizza? I hope you don't go papyrus mode. I enjoy pineapple pizza. Shockingly, I enjoy most food that is pizza-based, at least. I've had all sorts of weird pizzas, and I've liked almost all of them. So, yeah, I think pineapples certainly can belong on pizza if you want them to. How does Toby Fox feel about Undertale use, like, Underswap, for example? How does Toby Fox feel? Well, I'm not Toby Fox, so I don't know. You might think your question might have gotten lost in the mail, friend. You sent it to the wrong character. I'm sure he feels neutral to positive about it. I can't imagine he'd dislike it. Hi, Jaru. What are your favorite non-video game pieces of art? Books, movies, etc.? Book-wise, I've enjoyed many books over the years. Lots of YA stuff. I liked Aragon series as a kid, although the final book kind of dropped the ball. Harry Potter was decent. Lord of the Rings was decent. Better than decent, even. Love the Terry Pratchett books, like the Discworld books. Those are all great. And of course, I love the Dresden Files, as well as Codex Alera, I think it was called. So Jim Butcher books are pretty good too. I enjoyed the Twilight books back in the day. That's most of the books I can think of. I've also been checking out a few Brandon Sanderson books here and there. I've enjoyed those well enough. They're okay. As for movies, my favorite movie is Howl's Moving Castle. I think it's a masterpiece. Beyond that, so hard for me to think of these things. I love Tremors. Tremors is my favorite monster movie. John Carpenter's The Thing is a pretty perfect horror movie. The Lord of the Rings movies are pretty great. Can't really think of anything else, though. Beyond books and movies, that's kind of most of it, isn't it? As far as music goes, I've enjoyed some stuff like Constellation of Tears is a song I've enjoyed recently. So yeah, that's a bit of pieces of art that I've enjoyed. Oh, in terms of shows, Arcane's pretty masterful. Steven Universe is pretty great. I've been watching a lot of Buffy and Angel recently, and those shows are okay. Season 5 of Buffy kind of pops off, but the rest of the show is just sort of decent. Star Trek, the original series, is kind of okay. The animated series is a little bit better. Monster. The anime Monster is pretty fantastic. I highly recommend that one. So yeah, that's enough media. That's a bunch of media that I've consumed and enjoyed. What's your theory that you're most proud of? One do you think is the most correct? Azrael is dead. That's just my favorite all around. Do you like lasagna? If not, please justify yourself. I thoroughly enjoy lasagna. And you want to hear something disgusting? I enjoy ranch dressing on my lasagna. So, you're welcome for that horrific visual. What does Gaster look like in your headcanon? Is it the typical skeleton or something else? It is something else. I'm not going to specify it at this time. From other people thinking of Deltarunes, which do you think is the most likely to be true? From other people theories of Deltarune, which do you think is most likely to be true? I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not super comfortable discussing other people's theories. I don't want to be rude and be like, this person makes better theories. Like, I was willing to bring up that one half-bred chaos theory, but mostly because of how it's impacted my view of Deltarune. And it's not even that I think it's true, so much as I think it should be true. So, yeah, I'm not super comfortable with that question at this time. Do you think the Light World will be an important part of the story with real gameplay like the Dark Worlds at some point? And if yes, when? I don't know. I think the answer is maybe. And if so, maybe in chapters 3 and 4. If there's a time for something like that, it'll be then. But I don't know. I really don't. I hope so. Pineapple on pizza or not? I enjoy it. What's your favorite video that you've made? Video? Probably the Azrael's Dust one. I'm curious to know what character archetypes you personally like, dislike in stories. Oh, that's fun. Character archetypes. I really like true heroes, but I feel like they're done really badly most of the time. So that's awkward. So it's sort of a conceptually I love him, but in practice it's rarely good. Morally gray character archetypes that are very introspective and philosophically well-grounded tend to intrigue me. So, I don't know. Evil overlords who think they're in the right are sometimes interesting. There's a variety of archetypes that I can get behind. It's just about how well they're written. As for dislike in stories, I don't know. There's a few. Characters who are too perfect or too one-dimensional, so like pure evil villains or pure good heroes. Characters that feel like they're trying to be too, fan servicey. So like there's a lot of romance archetypes that I don't like the childhood best friend, or the beauty who you have a crush on. Like I don't really like those very often. There's a lot of characters surrounding girl power character archetypes that tend to make me roll my eyes, where it's like, you're just trying to appeal to, like, you're sacrificing good writing in the name of trying to cheaply appeal to people. It's just, yeah, it's like that. Those are often done poorly. Ultimately, it's not that any archetype is bad. Any archetype can be fantastic. It's just that a matter of how well they're written. A true hero can be terrible or fantastic. It depends on the writer. Favorite non-Undertale Deltarune music track from a game? Both of the ending tracks of Portal 1 and Portal 2 are pretty fantastic. So those rank pretty high. A number of Kingdom Hearts tracks are pretty fantastic as well. What insane things caused you to have to come up with the most awesomely absurdly unhinged theories on Deltarune I've ever heard? Mostly because most people were not making theories on the things I wanted discussed, so I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring. How far into the game will your graveyard concept Dark World be? I have no idea. It could be as early as chapter 3 or 4. It might not be until chapter 7. Hard to say. Would you eat a peepus? No. For so many reasons, no. Do you think that eating monsters heals you? Probably not, because they turned to dust. What's your favorite Lightner and Deltarune except Chris, Asriel, and Susie? Lightner and Deltarune except Chris, Asriel, and Susie. Birdly, I guess. Yeah, probably Birdly. How many rabbits do you think you could take in a fight? 0. Because I'm a pacifist. Do you like Mario? Yeah, he's alright. I mean, he doesn't have much of a personality or a character. He's just sort of a generic hero mascot. I don't know. He's kind of like a D+ tier character. I don't know. And if you're talking about the Mario games, they're alright too. They're pretty good. They're fun. I really liked Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine. Have you ever heard about Doki Doki Literature Club? If so, what do you think about that game? I have heard of it, and I've watched Let's Plays of it. Pretty cool. Unique concept, executed well, doesn't overstay its welcome. Great example of how you can have a meta narrative that disregards the regular narrative if you integrate the player into the narrative, into the story, I should say. This is a great example of how meta can be done well at the cost of the regular narrative. Doki Doki Literature Club doesn't care about the regular narrative, so it can delve headlong into the meta narrative with great success. But yeah, and like I said, I think in answer to a previous question, Doki Doki Literature Club demonstrates how if you sacrifice the main narrative for a meta narrative, that's cool, but don't waste your player's time or your reader's time focused on that regular narrative, at least, because if you try to get them invested in it and it turns out it was a waste of their time, that can be frustrating. And that was an issue with Doki Doki, is that a lot of people spent so long with the regular narrative and only for it to take, by the time the meta narrative comes in and just totally replaces it, it feels like, oh, well, that was a bunch of our own time wasted. So yeah, which is also why the re-release is kind of dubious, because it just extends the regular narrative, which isn't the point of the game. So it's not what the game does well, and so yeah, they kind of misunderstood the appeal, or misunderstood the balance one must pursue when doing a meta narrative that sacrifices the regular. So yeah, that's what I think about it. Hello, Jaru. Hi. What is your general process for theory crafting and writing exploring your ideas? Congrats on 30K. Thank you. I've already answered this question at length, so I'm going to keep going because I have spent so many hours doing this project and I still am not done. So I need to go far faster. Why do you not show respect to other people with different opinions on unconfirmed ideas than you? Why do you not show respect to other people? I show plenty of respect to other people. If you think otherwise, then you probably just looked at something out of context. As I've made extremely clear throughout this Q&A, I'm very uncomfortable with, coming across as looking down on or being rude to other people, especially other theorists. If I come across as not respecting opinions, then well, it wasn't intentional, is the bottom line. I have faith in my own ideas, and if, that comes across as not respecting other ideas, well, that's unfortunate, because that was not the intent. Favorite bread? White bread, I guess. I know, I'm boring. I don't really like bread all that much. Do you think we'll get a Chapter 0? If we did, what would we want it to focus on? Story, time, placement, characters, etc. Focusing on Asriel would be cool. Yeah, I think that would probably be the coolest aspect of it. Yeah, that's what I would want out of a Chapter 0, and I think there's a decent chance we will get a Chapter 0. Can you hear the silence? Not at the moment. I have a lot of fans going. Dang, well, I'm late to this one, but I had to ask one question. What helps you keep motivated whenever you're doing anything, editing videos, creating tweets, playing other games, etc.? Keeps you motivated? Well, for the YouTube channel, it's kind of not only my main source of social activity, but it's also my source of income. So, or one of my bigger sources of income. So, it's pretty important So I kind of have to stay motivated. One of those survival things. But before that, it was mostly just a matter of setting goals, wanting to live up to it. Like, I've uploaded a video every month for a few years now, and I don't want to break that streak. So I've been trying to... so that kind of motivates me. So yeah, passion helps, of course, but passion can run out. So it's mostly just about setting goals and forcing yourself to live up to those goals, regardless of whether you're motivated to do them or not. Basically, force yourself to do it whether you want to or not, and that's how you kind of get things done. At least that's the theory. So yeah, I'm a bad person to ask when it comes to motivation. I'm a pretty poorly motivated person. I gotcha. Yeah. No, it's worth answering. I mean, as someone who suffered from depression most of my life, I understand the difficulties with staying motivated. But honestly, I find that just sort of having something to do and forcing yourself to do it is in and of itself motivating. Like, whenever I have something to do, whenever I'm getting work done, whenever progress is being made, I feel less like a waste of space. So maybe that's only applicable to me, I'm not sure. But I think just the act of creating content, the act of accomplishing things, the act of finishing things is worthwhile in and of itself. For example, I always take notes nowadays when watching new shows or watching movies. I rank every episode of every show I watch just because it is potential content for the future. And by making those notes, by taking my cataloging my opinions, it feels like I'm still accomplishing something. I'm not just wasting my time, because I could turn that into content in the future, which is good. It's progress towards, a career, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just progress towards something, a goal. So yeah, that's my best advice that I can give. Just do stuff for the sake of accomplishing it, for its own sake. And I think that can be encouraging and motivating. I hope that was helpful. Is his last name the Skeleton or Undertale? I don't think he has a last name, but we'll say Undertale for the memes. Are there any of your theories that you no longer believe in? I don't think I believe in it being an alternate timeline anymore, which is why I did a whole video talking about why I don't think it's an alternate timeline anymore. I think it is an alternate reality, Deltarune, that is, from Undertale. So that's the main one. Would you like to branch out and create theories on other games? I wouldn't mind doing so. I'd have to have theories worth discussing. I'd have to feel like I could contribute something of worth, or move the community in an interesting direction. But if the stars aligned in that way, then I absolutely would be open to doing that. What do you think Papyrus's role will be in Deltarune? I think he's either a minor character or an antagonist. I'm not entirely certain at this stage. I am still recording. Good. So yeah, he's either a very minor character or an active antagonist. I'm not saying he's the Roaring Knight per se, but he might be a bad guy in some capacity. Who is the strongest non-human, non-Flowey in Undertale Deltarune in your opinion? Non-human, non-Flowey in Undertale / Deltarune. The strongest. Like the most powerful. Non-human, non-Flowey. Well, there are... It is... I mean, I guess Sans is a pretty safe answer. Although that's a bit tricky. I mean, objectively, like just through the combination of his meta knowledge, his weaponry, and his unique powers, Sans is probably the most powerful. Like, I doubt he'll win an arm wrestling contest with Undyne the Undying, who's also a contender for most powerful. But as far as just who would win in a fight, I'm inclined towards Sans. Like, if they were going all out. Obviously, Sans does not go all out in almost any circumstances, but when he does, I think he is perhaps the, if not the most powerful, one of the most powerful. Jaru brand cereal, they're dubiously delicious. Release when? I'll let you know. I'll let you know when that gets through the works. Do you play Terraria? Not currently, but I have in the past. It's a good game. I typically don't have the patience, though, to accomplish it, or like to do much in Terraria, but I do thoroughly enjoy it. I struggle with sandbox games, but I do think Terraria is pretty great, and I enjoy watching videos about it. What's the one headcanon, no matter how ridiculous, you'd absolutely love to come true by the end of Deltarune? I might have answered a similar question, I don't remember now, but Chris having romantic feelings for Susie is something I would find interesting and compelling, potentially. Although if we're talking about like theory territory, like headcanon as in things I think are true within the realm of theories, obviously Azrael being dead is the big one. Oberon Smog is a close second. What do you think about the theory that Deltarune is a game where the player won't get to see the ending? Well, in the sense that I think it's a time loop, I am a proponent of that, in that there is no ending. It just resets back to the beginning, or that is the ending, depending on how you want to look at it. But if you're talking about some other theory where you don't get, the player specifically doesn't get to see the ending, where like we get booted out, we don't get to see how things pan out, I oppose that theory. I don't like that at all. That sounds deeply unsatisfying, and I would not enjoy it. I would prefer that not happen. What's your favorite song from Undertale and Deltarune's soundtrack? In Deltarune, it's Big Shot, but in Undertale, that's harder, because I haven't actually gone through and looked at all the options. Obviously, stuff like Megalovania is a pretty big contender. Yeah, we'll just go with that for now. I'd have to really I'll probably do a video on it at some point. What video on your channel you're most proud of? My Azrael is Dead video. Why are you still sucking content out of Deltarune even if it's empty? You made your new theories, you explored files, how you stuff, and differently, you had read all blah blah blah. TLDR, why don't I do other stuff? I do other stuff, and I'll make other projects at some point. I've been making other projects. I did a whole Gravity Falls video not long ago. So I am doing other content. I just think there's still a lot of stuff to be explored in Deltarune, and it's what my audience is most interested in. I haven't seen this theory anywhere. All Undertale monster encounters represent a stereotypical situation IRL. For example, Frogget is a dumb person. The best thing you can do is give him a compliment. Looks is a bully. The best thing you can do is to not bully him, etc. What do you think of this? I mean, I guess, in the sense that the monsters are written to be more or less human-like, and therefore represent, to some extent, human encounters. In that regard, sure, it's at least coincidentally true. I don't know if it was intended to be that way, but it's certainly an aspect of it. Every location represents a part of life. Ruins represent childhood, ending with you exiting the home. Snowden represents school, university. I'm too young to explain the other locations. New home being old and mid waterfalls falling in love. What do you think of this, and what are your thoughts on other locations? That's a fun way to look at it. I have my doubts that this was intentional, like that it's meant to be a metaphor for life or anything. I think it would make sense for... maybe Hotland to be university, because I think it's implied at some point that the college of the underground is in the Hotland somewhere. So that might be a thing. But yeah, fun idea, fun way of looking at it. Is the answer to this yes or no question no? I'm a glass half full kind of guy, so I'm going to say yes. What locations in Homeworld do you think will/want become future Dark Worlds? The church and the graveyard are the big contenders, and are the ones I think would be the most interesting. Where did you get your name from, and what type of species is your character? I got Jaru from making it up on the spot. As for what type of species is my character, as in Jaru, I mean, I'm not really playing a character so much as I just have an avatar of Ganondorf, who is a Gerudo demon thing. So, there's that. I'm not sure what character that would be. So yeah, that's a difficult question. But yeah, I guess my answer is I don't know. What are your thoughts, if any, on the Song from the Sea? Mega important foreshadowing for a future Dark World or the depths or something, or just leading up to something small? At this point, I think it's too important to be something small. I think it's actually pretty heavily tied up with Gaster and some of the lore surrounding him. So yeah, I would say it's kind of important. On a scale of 1 to very, how likely do you think Deltarune is going to make us cry? Very, 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 very. Much crying will occur. Do you prefer Deltarune or Undertale, and why? At this stage, I prefer Undertale because it's a complete game and it has Flowey in it, whereas Deltarune is incomplete and does not have Flowey. If you were to do more non-Undertale Deltarune videos, what would they most likely be about? I have some content that I've got ready from shows I watched where I could do a lot of episode rankings of stuff like Doctor Who, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm currently watching through Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm getting prepared to rank every duel in the original anime. So there's lots of video rankings I could do, similar to my Gravity Falls video in that sense. I've also got character essays that I'd like to do, and just general series essays, specifically on Steven Universe. So yeah, there's a lot of options, and those are just the ones off the top of my head. I have literally a pretty lengthy list of video ideas that I have in my files somewhere. So those are just some of the ones off the top of my head. Do you enjoy teleporting bread? Not particularly, because that makes it hard to eat. I have 2 questions about the Ralsei theory. How can Chris's level be 1 and XP be 0 if he killed Asriel? If Asriel's the one controlling yours, why does he say, great to see you again to Sans? Starting with this, the answer is either A, humans start at level 0, and part of the reveal of Deltarune will be that not only has Chris killed someone, but that Frisk in Undertale killed someone before arriving in the underground. As for the alternative explanation is that you do start at level 1, but you don't get execution points unless you very directly kill them with the intent of violence. So, like, for example, while you can technically accidentally, quote-unquote, kill Toriel, you're still intentionally trying to hurt her. You are trying to cause damage. You just end up doing more damage than you expected. So even in a context like that, that's not really an accident. It's still intentional violence. Whereas what we're describing with Asriel would be something completely coincidental, like something you just 100% did not intend to happen. You were not intending for someone to get hurt. And so because there was no intent, that means that you don't get any EXP. Because execution points are all about your capacity to deal harm to others. And you can hardly call an accident an execution. So yeah, that's the explanation there. And if Azrael is the one controlling Chris, why does he say great to see you again, Sans? Probably because of a time loop shenanigans. We as a entity, namely the player Azrael Chris, have gone through this time loop many times and have encountered Sans many times. So it makes sense that they would have at least some amount of deja vu of having known who Sans is. So yeah. What game do you think is better, Deltarune or Undertale? Undertale. Do you have any nightmares about Undertale Deltarune? Not that I can remember. Would you smooch a ghost? With consent. What would your mansion room be like if you took a look at your search history? Lots of... Oh man, what would it consist of? Lots of Deltarune. Lots of sprites. What else? It's hard for me to remember which, like, like, a lot of times I just go straight to websites, so, like, I don't actually search on anything. I'm a lot on Wiki. Right now, there'd be a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! What else? A lot of YouTube, Dungeons and Dragons type stuff. Spreadsheets. Doctor Who. Yeah. So mostly just a lot of wiki information, going to wikis for various shows and mediums, etc. Hey Jaru, congrats on the big milestone. Thank you. 1. What is your favorite dessert? I'll say is asking. Dessert. That's hard. I like hot dessert more so than cold, so like ice cream's probably not there, but like I can enjoy hot fudge, I can enjoy hot pie. Pie's pretty excellent. Yeah, I'd say pie, like maybe apple pie. Apple pie is pretty excellent, so I've never really, like I said, I've never really looked. I'd have to really like think through all the desserts that exist to come to a solid conclusion. But I would say apple pie is pretty high up there. Susie's asking if you mind a huge bite mark on it. People are free to share. One from me. If through Jeff shenanigans you were to become a character in Deltarune, what type of monster darkner would you be, and what would be your battle gimmick style role? Monster darkner? Probably some fat lizard. Probably something like, I don't know, Alphys maybe. Or maybe worst case scenario, something like Onion-san. As for darkner, maybe a Hawaiian t-shirt that has been brought to life, and has like stick figure arms and like Banjo-Kazooie eyes. As for battle gimmick style role, I throw clumped up dirty laundry that bounces around the screen and piles up on the bottom of the battle box, so you have to keep moving up, kind of like Queen's Wineglass attack, but like with bundled up clothing. So yeah, there you go. There's my on-the-fly Jaru Darkner OC. Hey Jaru, do you watch cartoons, and yes, which ones are your all-time favorite? Steven Universe is pretty much there. It's pretty excellent. I liked Gravity Falls as well. I liked Arcane, if you'd count that as a cartoon. And of course stuff like Avatar: The Last Airbender is pretty good. And who are your favorite Undertale and Deltarune characters? You don't have to pick just one from each game. It's your answer. Spamton's pretty high up there in Deltarune, and in Flowey is Undertale. So yeah, that's my thoughts there. When will you do the Undertale lore long play, if even? Probably not. I kind of take the whole don't play the game again thing seriously, so probably won't. Hey Joe, once Chapter 3 and on will come out, which route will be your first you continue from? Also, counting the possibility you could start straight from those chapters again. I'm probably going to continue some existing pacifist file, since that's the way I would normally play. Once Deltarune is finished, are you still going to be doing Undertale Deltarune content? Probably not forever. Probably going to run out of things to say eventually. But for now I'll be making content. But there will come a day when I stop. What are your recommendations for starting a YouTube channel? What did you do that worked, and what did you do that didn't work? Well, it depends on what your goals are. If your goals are just to have fun, be part of a community, then it doesn't really matter. You just make stuff, hang out, go to the social medias where the community gathers, and interact, have a good time. But if you're trying to get views, get subscribers, things like that, it's all about making content that would have a broad appeal. Like, I made tons of death battle content, but it turns out you have to be a fan of death battle already to want to watch death battle predictions or death battle reviews. And even then, only a small subset of the community was even interested in watching predictions or reviews. So, like, it was pretty much capped out at like 2,000 views on a good day for a death battle prediction. So, and unlike my Deltarune videos, which continue to acquire views, those death battle videos are mega dead. Like, they do not get seen anymore. They were only interesting at the time and are no longer relevant. And because of that, I was doing death battle content for literally years, and I capped out at like 700 subscribers, which is still good, don't get me wrong, but compared to the 30,000 I have now, just from like a much shorter period of time of doing Deltarune content, that's a great example of how broad appeal is important if you want your channel to grow. Lots more people play Deltarune, are interested in Deltarune, are theorizing about Deltarune than there are people watching and videos about Death Battle. And at the end of the day, Deltarune has a heavy theory crafting aspect to it because of the infamous game theory interactions. And so because of that, there's a lot of people interested in this kind of content. So basically, try lots of different things. Try different types of videos, try different lengths, try different genres, try different topics. Then, keep your content diverse. And it's fine to narrow your channel to focusing on one thing, but if you want your channel to be able to do other content in the long run, it's good to be kind of a diverse channel. Have more than one kind of content. Because you'll get burnt out on one type of content eventually. Do you plan on doing more huge ranking episodes with show videos in the future? Yes, absolutely. I quite enjoy those kinds of videos. What are some of your favorite types of games? Sort of like the genre of games you tend to lean towards, and what type of gameplay you enjoy the most? I thoroughly enjoy puzzles. I also enjoy Dark Souls style combat systems. I also enjoy tower defense type games. And of course, the all-time best is RPGs, where you make actual choices, where you can build relationships with other characters, where you can, develop complex interactions and dynamics. So those are generally the kind of content I tend to lean towards. Like, Undertale is my favorite, partially because of the gameplay, but mostly because of a compelling narrative and a unique RPG core mechanic. Whereas, Portal 2 is my favorite because it has a lot of great music, a lot of great characters, a lot of a fun story, and at the core, a really fun puzzle system. Puzzle system is what I tried to say there. And of course, adventure games like Zelda, where you just explore and interact with a big world full of cool stuff, is also pretty fun. So it's like, I can enjoy a pretty wide array of content, but generally speaking, I prefer puzzle, RPG, adventure kind of games. When we do a blind playthrough chapters 3, 4, 5 when they finally come out? Absolutely. What do you think will happen after Deltarune is completed? I will make other content, and Toby Fox probably will as well. Would you say that you generally prioritize the specific narrative over the specific logic of your theories? I generally prioritize it making sense in the narrative and themes of the game. That's the number one priority. Like, a theory might have evidence, but if it doesn't feel like it would make sense or contribute meaningfully to the overarching themes and narrative of Deltarune, then that ultimately it makes it a theory I won't pursue. I'm not the kind of person who makes wild, wacky theories that are almost certainly not true just because it's funny to see how much evidence there is. Like, there's a theory on YouTube that I might have watched, but it's like a theory that Snowpiercer, the movie, is a sequel or follow-up to the story of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And it's like, that's a kind of theory where it's funny to, like, look at the evidence and theorize about how this impossibility is shockingly plausible, but it's not my kind of theory because it's clearly not something that whoever made either of those stories ever intended. They're not connected in any way, and were not intended to be connected, and so the theory is almost certainly just explicitly incorrect. So if a theory is just sort of a for fun theory that's not meant to be based out of anything true, then that's not my kind of theory. It needs to be based out of something that could be legitimately true for it to be something that I would find worth pursuing or entertaining. So yeah, that's my TLDR on that. Do you like birds? If you do, what is your favorite bird? Birds are all right. They're pretty neat. Favorite bird? I don't know. There's lots of cool birds out there. I mean, toucans look cool. Parrots have fun voices. I love how smart corvids are. I love the funny design of pelicans. But I guess vultures are pretty high up there too. Vultures are pretty cool. So, I don't know. Maybe a vulture. How do you feel overall about the success your channel has gotten from making Deltarune and Undertale theories? I'm very happy and grateful. It makes me feel like I'm not just wasting my life. It feels like I'm accomplishing something, so it's pretty meaningful to me. I'm very grateful for y'all's support. When do you think Deltarune chapters 3, 4, and 5 are releasing? 3 and 4 are probably going to release next year in 2024. 5 probably in 2026. What kind of AU would you make, and what character would you make the focus of the AU? I'm not much for AUs personally. If I'm going to be making a story, it's probably going to be my own story rather than focusing on someone else's work of fiction. So like even if I did an AU like set in the same universe or like set in the same setting, it would be focused on new characters rather than focused on any existing characters. So TLDR, it would be about my OCs. Papyrus, what's your favorite food? I'm not Papyrus, but I think he likes spaghetti. Who/what is your biggest inspiration when it comes to making theories and YouTube videos in general? I just sort of made theories on my own style. Like, I didn't really take inspiration from any of the popular theorists when making my theories. As evidenced by my style being pretty different from characters like MatPat or the Theorizer. As for videos in general, I mean, I watch a ton of YouTube, so I do take minor inspirations from everyone, really. Whenever I'm trying to figure out what would be a good way to make a video look, like, I take inspiration from the general designs that other similar channels have utilized. My editing style, broadly, has some elements that you could say were inspired by what's the name of the channel? The guy who runs it actually has multiple channels. The D and D logs, with the and being a ampersand, I think is what that's called. Ampersand? Is that what that's called? Or is that what the hashtag is called? I don't remember now. But yeah, the D&D logs. He also has a Yu-Gi-Oh channel that I've watched a lot of content for, but his broad editing style is something that I've glanced at from time to time for kind of guide points on how to edit my own videos, visually anyway. So yeah, that's probably the closest thing in general. I'm not very specifically focused on copying any existing YouTubers though. Howdy, Jaru. Howdy. If you could learn to play one song from each of Chapter 1 and 2 on any instrument, what would the two of them be? Each from Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. It would be The World Revolving and Big Shot, and it would be probably on the piano or the violin. Those are my favorite instruments. Do you like grapes? Yeah, they're pretty alright. Who are you and why are you in my feed? I'm Jaru J, and I'm in your feed because I am Poggers. I am Pog Champ. I am Bazinga. I am the cool dude. I am a rad cat, and so on and so forth. Have you ever realized that one day Deltarune will be completely finished, and years down the line there just won't be any more Undertale and Deltarune, you'll have to move on? Makes me more patient for Deltarune's release, personally, because I think it will have more longevity if it's released in its ideal state. I mean, sure, it'll be really better if it's released in its, completed form, I agree there. And I mean, I don't really think about, like, oh, it'll be finished someday. It's like, yeah, it will be. That's why I'm trying to diversify my channel, so that way, I won't flop. I won't stop functioning as a channel just because Deltarune and Undertale wrap up. But yeah, I mean, I do think about it in that sense, but I'm not, like, upset about it or worried about it. Hey, Jaru, my question is, how do you motivate yourself to record your usually very long videos? Kind of struggling with motivating myself to do long tasks and just don't know how other people do it. Well, my videos are typically split up into chunks. Like, I don't record my whole videos in one go. Like, I depending on how long it is, it can be 5, 6, 7 chunks of audio recording. Like, this 30K subscriber special has been recorded in, like, 5 or 6 chunks at the time of me recording this. So it's like, I take frequent breaks, and I already explained how my motivation works. It's very kind of a self-propelling motivation. I motivate myself. I do tasks. I try to complete them. Try to just feel like I'm accomplishing something, and that usually the feeling that gives me is usually sufficient to motivate me to keep doing it. How do you select fan art for your videos? I mean, I don't really do that anymore, sadly. I just don't really have the time, and I have to really focus on my primary content. I'm still super grateful for fan art, though. And I didn't really select fan art. Back in the day, I just showed all the fan art that I got. So yeah. I'm Sans' position. What would you do? In Sans' position, what would you do to stop the genocide route? I would probably talk to the player more. But I don't know. I would talk to Frisk, and if that didn't seem like it was going to accomplish anything, I would resort to just focusing on trying to get people out of their way, find places to hide the monsters, etc. Favorite YouTuber? I don't really have any favorite ones. I think I've listed several, though, in this video that, like, oh, here's some YouTubers that I watch or used to watch, etc. The D&D Logs, for example. Alan Becker is another one. TGS Anime, Internet Historian, Schaefer Ellis Productions, InSim, Carl Sagan 42, a handful of reaction channels, The Real Gyms, YMFH, Astrospiff, Legal Eagle, Terminal Montage, Esper the Bard, Martin Cino Pants, Maximilian Dude, oh, I'm a big fan of him. Matt McMuscles, Blue Order, Epic Rap Battles, Tier Zoo, Loxton Nogkin, PNDKNM, and so on. There's Devil Artemis. Yeah, like there's a ton of YouTubers that I watch. So yeah, I don't have a specific favorite one though. Played Fortnite. I have not. What are some of your hobbies? Mostly watching shows, playing Dungeons and Dragons, and YouTube to an extent. I also write short stories from time to time. I'm trying to get into writing bigger stories, but that's a whole other thing. What Undertale and Deltarune theorists do you watch? Most of them. There's very few that I don't watch. But I don't want to list specific names because then I'll accidentally forget one and then that person will feel bad. I'm sure you've already answered this question somewhere else, but is there any history behind your profile pic being Ganondorf with glasses? Just curious. I have answered it in this video repeatedly. I like Ganondorf, and I get that specific image from the I'm the Boss video by, The Completionist. So yeah, I just like the character. 2 super easy questions. When do you think Deltarune's Chapter 3, 4, and 5 will come out? 3 and 4 will be next year, 5 will be 2 years from then. Do you think this is it? And then Deltarune Alphys is hiding something? Because I feel like she is. Maybe. I'm undecided at this point. I'm inclined towards no, but it's absolutely a possibility. How do you find out about Undertale Deltarune? What's your first impression? I've heard about it for years before I bought it, and I just thought it was some cool RPG that I need to play someday. That was my attitude. That is my continuing attitude towards most games that I hear good things about. I'm like, wow, that sounds awesome. I should play that in the future. And then I never play it. Or it takes me years to get around to it. So yeah, The impression I got was that it sounded cool, and I wanted to check it out. How do you feel about rocks? Rocks are pretty neat. Have you ever considered doing a theory that's primarily focused on Undertale? Yeah, I mean, I've got several theories in the works that are inevitably going to be more focused on Undertale than Deltarune. How do you think it'd feel if chapters 3 to 5 are completely derail your theories? Sad, I guess. I mean, it's fine. I mean, some of my theories are going to be wrong. That's inevitable. I accept that. I'd be happy if they were right, and I'd be sad if they were wrong. Do you have any contingency theories lined up that you could potentially fall back on to predict the future narrative, or you just had to kind of start from square one and you're hypothesizing the future story angle? I mean, some of them I could fall back on. I've got like alternative ideas, possibilities, and I could build from them. Some aspects of my theories, if they were wrong, I just had to start from square one. Obviously, the analysis will still be around no matter what, so you won't literally have to craft entirely new ideas from scratch, but it'd be a huge step back to your current stances if, say, Chapter 5 or something outright confirms the knight to be like Heats, Flames, Man, or however I'll say return home perfectly unscathed. I assume you mean Asriel. But yeah, I mean, it would prove that my theories are wrong. I mean, that's inevitable. Some theories are going to be wrong, and that's fine, and I'll make new theories from there. I'm not really concerned. I mean, I'll be sad, but it's fine. How many questions did you receive in this AMA? At the time of recording this, I think I'm sitting at like 600 some odd questions, although several of those are repeat questions, so honestly, you'll have to be the one to tell me once the video is complete. Do you like me, Lancer? Cool. Sure, I like Lancer. He's pretty alright. Not my favorite character by any stretch, but he's likable enough. He's pretty funny too. After a couple years of not uploading, what made you come back to YouTube? I just liked Deltarune a lot, and I saw that people weren't talking about certain aspects of it, and so I brought it up. Do you have a job outside of YouTube, or do you do it full time? I do technically. I do real estate transaction coordinating, but it's very inconsistent work. Getting off of that, if you have another job, how do you make the time to work on these huge essays? Like I said, it's very variable work. It's kind of like a independent contractor type thing. So when I'm not working on that, I have pretty lengthy periods of not having anything to do, and so I can work on these. Do you like frogs? Yeah, frogs are cool. What do you think the upcoming secret bosses are going to be like? I have no idea. I'm sure they're going to be awesome, though. All the secret bosses so far have been pretty epic, and I can't wait to see what the rest have in store. Like I said, there's some possibilities, like a Woody-style secret boss for Chapter 3, or maybe some sort of flower hydra. But as of now, I have no real way of knowing. Opinions on furries. Cringe, cool, or both? Probably depends on the furry in question. They're as diverse as human beings are. That makes it sound like furries are not human beings. But, I don't know, some of them aren't, I guess. Oh, man. I don't pretend to have much knowledge of the furry community. But, I'm sure some of them are cringe, some of them are cool, and some of them are both cringe and cool. The Sonic Fox who does fighting games, he's pretty cool. I like him. At the end of Chapter 2, when the fountain is sealed, Birdley and Noelle's books are on the table, implying the fountain was made after they put their books out. Do you think it's possible they threw their books into the Dark World and jumped in after them? Or in Noelle's case, since she was very clumsy, could she have fallen in, barely jumped to save her? Yeah, that's an interesting point, is that it almost seems to imply that the Dark Fountain was created after they came in. But other people have argued that since you don't always appear exactly where you entered the Dark World, it could be argued that they just fell in the same way that Susie and Chris fell in, and their books just happened to manifest on the tables, and then it wasn't reflective of anything. Like, there's a whole argument and counter-argument surrounding that. I think it more so supports the idea that the fountain appeared after they came in than the other way around, but it's absolutely possible to be both ways. Or rather be one or the other. And it's also possible that I definitely don't think they threw their books in and then jumped in after them. But Noelle potentially falling in and Birdley jumping in to save her is certainly possible. The reverse is also possibly true, with Birdley falling in and Noelle jumping in to save him. So yeah. Do you like MLP when you researched it? Or did I? I respect MLP. I think it is a good show that teaches really good lessons about friendship and helps you be a better person by watching it. So I think it's a good show that's very good for the target audience. And, if other people beyond the target audience enjoy it, cool. I don't really enjoy it as a form of entertainment, but I respect what it is. Who's your favorite Undertale Deltarune character? One from each game. Flyway from Undertale, Spamton from Deltarune. What is your favorite Undertale Deltarune soundtrack? Big Shot in Deltarune. I don't know in Undertale, possibly Megalovania. What are your thoughts on the conveniently shaped lamp? For real low, I'd like to hear thoughts on Muffet. I think the conveniently shaped lamp is convenient and funny. I think Muffet has some really bopping music and a cool character design. I don't have much thoughts on her beyond that. Can you tell us the story behind your channel's name? Why Jaru? Because I made up that sound one day as my username for some website, and I've been using it ever since. Who's the man who rides the boat and he has Ralsei's cloak? Well, we don't actually know they're a man. They might be they intentionally make it a joke about how you don't know if they're a river man or a river woman or neither. And as for their identity, I'm still working on that. I'll let you know when I figure it out. What are your thoughts on the funny TV man, Tenna, and the 1920s aesthetic Chapter 3 seems to be going for? Personally, I'm in love with it, but I'd like to hear your opinion, or see your opinion. Yeah, sounds cool. Sounds awesome. I love that kind of gangsta kind of, yeah, we're with the mob, see? Like, that's always fun to see, like, goofy, cartoony parodies of. So, yeah, I look forward to it. I think it's going to be cool and interesting. What would you do when Deltarune ends? Will we continue to faithfully follow Toby Fox's work? Shall we do something else? Shall we stop recording altogether? Apart from that question, have a nice day. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'll still make content because I rely on this for my income. But, I mean, if Toby makes more work, I'll probably cover it. But I'll also do other content. I thought of another question. If you decide to answer it, do you ever listen to Undertale Deltarune songs with original lyrics? And if so, what's your favorite? Pretty rarely. Not many of them really click with me, but there's one of them, the World Revolving song. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the Deltarune, the not musical, Jevel, the World Revolving by Man on the Internet. That was one that I quite thoroughly enjoyed for the years between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. After Chapter 2 came out and my own theory started formulating a bit, I think my love of it kind of dwindled slightly, but it's still a pretty awesome cover with fun lyrics. So yeah. If you were to change anything about Spamton's character, what would it be and why? I don't know. He's like the best character in the game, so I don't know if I would change anything. He's pretty perfect. Have you ever played any Portal/Half-Life game, and if so, what are your thoughts on it? Also, congrats on 30K. Thank you. I've never played any Half-Life games. I really should, though. And I've played both Portal 1 and Portal 2. Loved them. Portal 1 was awesome, and Portal 2 was my favorite game for a long time. So they're pretty incredible. Who is your greatest inspiration? In general, in life, in YouTube? I don't really have a huge inspiration on the YouTube front. In terms of life, I don't really have people who I look up to or as heroes or as inspirations to keep me moving forward. Usually if people are doing better than me, I usually use that to feel worse about myself. So generally I focus on the less I think about other people and their success, the better. So other people don't inspire me very much. But if we're talking very, very broad, philosophical inspirations, I appreciate pretty much all the big pacifists in history. Characters like, Gandhi, Buddha, Martin Luther King Jr., etc. Which isn't to say I agree with all of their philosophies. There's pretty stark differences between the philosophies of those people and my own philosophy, but they were inspirations, and I always admire anyone who's willing to devote themselves to pacifism. If you were to change your character avatar to another Zelda character, who would it be and why? I don't know. Maybe a Goron. That would have a similar aesthetic to my Ganondorf icon. And it would be a side enough character. Yeah, maybe a Goron wearing glasses. That would be funny. Yeah, something like that. What do you think, specifically the Gorons with cool, radical Super Saiyan hair, like in Majora's Mask? What do you think when your Fly gets 16 souls, he looks like a horrific monster, but winning all the monster souls, arguably equal to a 7th human soul, he turns to what looks like an adult version of his normal form? Well, the difference was that in Omega Flowey form, he still didn't have a soul. It wasn't his soul. He was still Flowey. He was just he just had the human souls bubbling around inside him. The souls themselves were still independent. He didn't have a soul. Whereas when he absorbed all the monster souls, which he would already have a natural affinity for anyway, he was able to fully integrate all of those souls into one big super soul, which allowed him to effectively replicate having a soul again. So, in short, he's a horrific monster as Omega Flowey because he's a soulless, super powerful abomination. Whereas as Hyper God of Death Azrael, he actually has a soul again and is able to return to what he believes himself to be, which is Azrael. So yeah, he's basically more in touch with who he is, and that's why he looks more like Azrael. Hi, Jaru. First, just wanted to say that your channel is really comforting for me, and I appreciate what you do, so thank you. Oh, I'm very glad to hear that. Every time I hear people say that, the channel is a source of comfort, it makes me happy, so I'm glad to hear that. What do you think Chris's opinion is on the player/entity controlling them? I think Chris is not aware of the player. I think Chris is aware of Azrael controlling them, and I think Chris is really torn up about it, because on the one hand, I think there's a lot of guilt and a lot of shame and a lot of fear, especially in the Snowgrave round. So I think there's a lot of complex feelings and opinions on the entity controlling them from Chris, due to their personal relationship with said entity. Why do Chihuahuas have really big ears in comparison to the rest of their bodies? This isn't Ask Me Anything, right? Yeah, that's fair. I'm not an expert on dog biology, but if I were to guess, they probably have big ears compared to the rest of their bodies because they were bred to have big ears compared to the rest of their bodies. If I were to guess, at some point someone was like, I think that looks cute, and so they specifically bred dogs to look like that. That's my best guess anyway. My final question is how you think Undying the Undying works and what implications it could have for Deltarune. That's a very good question, and it's actually at the heart of a theory I'm currently working on. So I'm going to actually have to skip this question for now, but because it's a spoiler for a theory I'm currently working on. But TLDR, I think it's really important for Deltarune, and it's got some very interesting implications. Your age, seriously, has been bugging me out. I'm an adult. I'm an adult. That's all you need to know. What would you prefer? We were all 100% around the money with our predictions of the Undertale Deltarune lore and story. We were 100% wrong. There's no Gaster, no December holiday, etc., and none of it made sense. Well, I'd prefer to be right than wrong. And there being no Gaster or December holiday would be pretty bad because it would mean that Toby laid all these hints and Easter eggs pushing towards a narrative that turned out to not be real, which means he would have wasted our time. So I would definitely consider the first option to be much better and the second option to be much worse. So yeah. Jaru, what objects themes would you like to see used for future secret bosses? More dead people, like in the cemetery. I think that would be interesting. I think religious iconography in church would be interesting. And I think potentially the flowers in Toriel's home being turned into secret boss would also be pretty interesting. Opinions on your cameo and Seek's Cool Deltarune mod. I'm very flattered. It was quite cool to see that. Do you have a favorite horror movie or horror trope? I don't know if it's a horror in the traditional sense, but Tremors is my favorite monster movie, even though it's not super scary. John Carpenter's The Thing, though, might be a more appropriate favorite horror movie. Both of them are pretty fantastic. As for horror trope, I prefer when where the thing that is the source of the horror is a creature or a monster of some kind with clear strengths and weaknesses. I don't like ghosts or demons. I don't like spooky supernatural things, typically, because those typically have no real rules and can just do whatever the plot demands, which is not very good writing, in my opinion. And I also don't love stories that are like, and the real monster was man. It's like, wow, you're so clever. And it's like, I'm not interested in that. I want a big, scary monster. That's what I like most in horror. Papyrus, what's your favorite food? I am not Papyrus. Probably spaghetti for Papyrus, though. Who do you think Mike and Tenna are, and what is their role in Spamton's backstory? I don't really know. One of them's probably a friend of Spamton's who either abandoned him or was destroyed or imprisoned or betrayed by Tenna in some way. So yeah, I would assume Tenna's some sort of scam artist who ruined Mike and Spamton's relationship. What are you going to keep? Are you going to keep making Undertale Deltarune music analysis videos? Why or why not? I'm not really big into music analysis beyond like the soundtrack rankings because I'm not very good at music comprehension. Like my ears are, I'm just really bad at hearing subtle details, and I'm not educated in the intricacies of music. I would rather let more experienced theorists like Andrew Cunningham tackle stuff like that. So yeah. What's your opinion on visual novel games? If you played some, what's your favorite? Thanks for really good videos and how you put so much effort on them. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy. Visual novel games are fine. They're not usually my cup of tea. They're kind of just, like you said, kind of glorified just books with pictures. And I'd rather play a game or read a book, and it's kind of an awkward middle ground. I haven't really played many, though, so maybe I just haven't experienced the better ones. As for favorite, I guess Doki Doki Literature Club's probably it. I haven't played it myself, but I've watched others play it, and I thought it was pretty cool. Which potato is your favorite marksman? Mr. Potato Head. He piled up quite a few headshots in Vietnam, so that's probably my favorite. Are you going to make another fan art video? Not anytime soon. I don't have any immediate plans. Like I said, it's kind of hard for me to make time for that nowadays. So my question is, if someone asked what anthropomorphic animals and mythological creatures you would add to our world, which creatures would you choose? It can be from any universe, any timeline, any cartoon, and so on, and you would need to choose in what time they will add to the world. You can add them in the past or future. So what or who would you pick? Dungeons and Dragons style dragons would be pretty cool. And just sort of having them here since forever would also be pretty cool. Specifically the good dragons, I would prefer. But yeah, I think those would make for a pretty cool addition. What theme do you think Dark Worlds in chapters 3 through 7 will be like? Well, 3 is probably going to be like a TV-oriented 1930s thing, like gangster kind of stuff, mafia. As for the rest, hard to say. You know, might be religious stuff if we go to a church, might be undead themed if we go to the graveyard, might be botany themed if we go to Asgore's shop, etc. Yeah, bro, you hardworking and you are a great guy. I believe you can do it and get higher. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. Do you ever feel like you were crazy? Not particularly. Although I don't know. That doesn't prove I'm not crazy. It just proves that I don't think that I am. Do you write your own fan fictions? Not very often. Usually if I'm writing stories, they're my own characters in their own setting. On a scale of 1 to 510, how likely would you think Chapter 3 Secret Boss being either a phone book or TV guide would be, seeing as how both are basically useless in a modern home and more closely related to TV home devices? I'd say it's pretty unlikely. It would be cool to see a character who is that, but I don't think the Secret Boss is going to be that. I think it's going to be something a little more complex. So I guess 57 on a scale of 1 to 510. Do you have any plans to diversify into different games topics, or do you stay with Deltarune for the foreseeable future? I am actively diversifying as we speak. Based on all the evidence you've gathered, what do you think Chapter 3 will be like? I think it will be a Dark World focused mainly on TV channels and 1930s style mobsters. I think it will mostly revolve around the characters of Toriel, Chris, Susie, and Rousey, and specifically on the family dynamic of the Dreamer household and how that has impacted Chris. So yeah, that's what I think it'll be mostly focused on. Who's your favorite version of Ganondorf? I don't know if an additional question is allowed, but what do you think of the Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf? My favorite version of Ganondorf is Wind Waker. I think he's the most complex and compelling version of the character. I haven't seen a ton of Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf, but from what I have seen, I'm not in love with it. I mean, he's got a cool enough design, but I'm not a big fan of voice acting. I can't really take Matt Mercer Ganondorf super seriously. Is water wet? Last I checked. Excited. I'm excited at all the possibilities with Deltarune, and at this point, I don't think I'll be disappointed with how it ends or connection to Undertale, but that's not the feeling I get from my limited scope of the community. Is there something you'll be disappointed by if we don't see it at the end? There's nothing specific that I desperately need. I would love to be right in my theories, but that's almost secondary. Like that's an offshoot of my desires for the game, and it's not as important as it is for the game to just be good. So there's nothing specific I want. Rather, I'd be disappointed if the game wasn't good, or if the story wasn't good, or if the thematic, parallels to Undertale were half-baked. It's really just all about the broader picture that I have, that it would need to be fundamentally unsatisfying thematically and narratively and philosophically for me to be disappointed. There's nothing specific. Like, I don't need Noelle to be X, Y, or Z. I don't need Ralsei to be X, Y, or Z. I don't need Asriel to be dead. Like, I mostly just need it to be compelling and good and well made. That includes things like, the gameplay needs to be fun for, 7+ chapters. The themes need to be well written and well integrated. The story needs to have something to say about the human condition that is distinct. But broadly speaking, there's no specific details that I need. Asriel coming home in a flowery body and everyone treats it normally would be pretty funny. There's similarities between Chrono Cross and Deltarune multiple plays. I'm curious how deep those similarities will go. I'm not familiar with Chrono Cross. I mean, I've vaguely heard of it, but I've never played it, so maybe I should check that out sometime. Are you planning any collabs in the future? I have no specific plans. I'd be more than happy to do them, though, if it seemed compelling enough. Or not compelling, that's the wrong word. If it sounded like a good time and seemed like something that was up my alley. And it has to be someone who I'm familiar with. There's been more than one occasion when someone who I have no idea who they are just showed up and was like, hey, I want to do a collab, and it's like, I'm barely comfortable talking to people I'm not even intimately familiar with, so doing collabs is not so much on the table. Like, when I did the Delta cast, like, I was invited to that by people I was familiar to semi-familiar with, and I had interactions with in the past, so it's a very different thing to do collabs with people I'm not familiar with. Do you use crack, and do you annoy your non-Deltarune fans with Deltarune lore? I do not use crack, and I do not annoy my non-Deltarune friends with Deltarune lore, because they're just not interested, and I wouldn't want to bore them. Aside from Undertale Deltarune, what's a game franchise that you've been highly invested in? I suppose Portal, to an extent. The Final Fantasy Remake series has been something I've been keenly interested in. Anything made by From Software generally has my eye on it. Beyond that, it's hard for me to really think of anything. There's just not that many game franchises that I've been super, super invested in. Not to the extent of Undertale Deltarune. Yeah. Like, there might have been games in the past that I was more intimately invested with, but nowadays, not so much. Does a certain blonde young man in green occasionally interrupt the making of your Undertale theories? Yes, although it's not you-know-who, it's my brother, who just loves to interrupt my recording sessions. What made you want to mostly make theory videos about Deltarune over other games? Purely, I'm invested in Deltarune. I love Deltarune. I enjoyed it. I wanted to make topic videos about it because people weren't discussing it. If Spectre G. Spanton was real, would you let him into your home, possibly friends, and what would you show him from your home? I probably would not be very, friends with him, and I would not let him into my home. I have immense sympathy for Spamton as a character and people like him, but uh, he's a violently insane man, so it would be pretty unwise for me to go around hanging out with him. Uh, I don't know. If I was to show him anything, I'd give him like some money or food. Why did you decide on the name Jaru Jaru J? I've already answered that one. What is the most interesting game in your opinion? Yeah, this is pretty random. The most interesting? Probably anything made by From Software. Like specifically the Elden Ring and Dark Souls franchises are where it's at for me. I find it the way they tell stories by building a world and letting you infer the lore be really compelling because it's just such an intricate and in-depth way of reading the narrative. Thoughts on how the movie's Men at Work? Have you ever watched it? I have not watched it, I'm afraid. Sorry to say. I wish I had. Here, let me look it up real quick, see if just to make sure I don't know what it is. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of that movie. Sorry. Are there any connections between characters in Deltarune that could have interesting implications, but you feel they're overlooked by the fandom at large? Yes. Definitely yes. But I can't really specify them because they're like currently in the middle of some theories I'm working on. So I'd rather not specify too much. But yes, I definitely think there are. Favorite Deltarune character? Probably Spamton. Opinions on One Piece, live action, anime, or manga? Haven't seen the live action. I think it's an abomination that this live action thing exists at all. For those who don't know, I consider animation to be a superior form of art to live action, and I consider live action to be, specifically live action adaptations of animated mediums, to be like intentionally downgrading for no good reason. So with that in mind, I think the live action should never have existed. I think the anime has so much filler that it's unwatchable, and I think the manga is decent. I got about 300 or some odd episodes into the anime. I got about 500 chapters into the manga. Got all the way up to Punk Hazard, I believe, like right before the Doflamingo Man arc. Before that, I didn't watch that. I looked at how long that arc was, and I was like, no, thank you. And my general opinions of One Piece, it's decent. Like it's like a 7 out of 10, if it were a reasonable length. Because it's not a reasonable length, because the characters are so basic, and because there's very little in the way of compelling narrative and because the characters have nothing in the way of interesting relationships with each other, it ultimately comes across as a really bloated, unyieldy thing. So I would consider One Piece to be like a 4 out of 10 series because of its bloat. It's not worth the time investment at all. You could watch so much better media, and you could watch so much more media by just watching, reading, whatever, anything other than One Piece. It'll enrich your life so much more than wasting your time on One Piece. It's not a bad series. It's decent. It's not worth your time. Would you rather have Chapter 3 now and the other 2 later, or all at once? I'm pretty satisfied with what we're currently getting, which is Chapter 3 and 4 at some point in 2024, and the other chapters later. I think that gives me enough time to get videos out, while also giving enough content to keep the community alive. First of all, congrats. 30K is a lot of people. Imagine like being on a stage with an audience of 30,000 people in front of you. That's crazy. That is crazy, and thank you. It is a huge honor. Now my questions are, how how did you get / who got you inspired to make Deltarune Undertale theories? No one in specific. I just wanted to talk about things that I thought people weren't talking about. And the second one, if you don't mind, I do. Just kidding. If you could rate your favorite theories on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being the most likely to happen, how much do you think they could actually happen in game? Could happen or will happen? You're basically asking, what percentage chance do I think my theories are to be correct? That's kind of an impossible thing to answer, but just for fun, I'll say that I'm probably like, most of my theories, like the ones that I've already thrown out, I think are like 10 to 30% chance, so like 1 to 3, like the alternate timeline theory, which I've already abandoned. But other theories, like my elemental pairs video, that's like a 50-50 for every single elemental pair, so like that's a 5 out of 10. And then theories like my Ralsei is dead, or Asriel's dead, sorry, theory is probably like 10 out of 10. I think it's extremely likely to happen. And then something like Oberon Smog is 7 out of 10. 7 to 8 out of 10. 7.5 out of 10. So yeah, I'm fairly confident, to put it that way. For you, who's the better protagonist, Frisk or Chris? I mean, Chris by default, I suppose. Frisk might end up being more compelling through the reverse engineering of their personality that is inspired by us learning about Chris. But even if it turns out that Frisk was way more compelling than we realized, it'll be because of what Chris reveals. So even then, I think Chris is a better protagonist. Do you think Toby will release Chapter 3 by itself, or do you think all the chapters will be released at the same time? I think Toby will release Chapters 3 and 4 together, and then he'll release maybe a few more chapters together, or potentially the rest of the game. I'm not certain, though. About the nature of Dark Worlds, do you think they are a natural thing that's been around since the beginning of time, or do you think they were created at some point via man or monster-made actions? And if the former, why do you think Ralsei's seemingly important Dark Fountain is just in the closet of some small town? About the nature of Dark Worlds. Okay, so do you think they are a natural thing? Since the beginning of time, no. I think the Dark World did not exist prior to the Earth existing. That might seem obvious, but I think that is the case. Do I think they were created at some point? As in they came into existence due to the influence of a higher power? Yes, I do. However, I do not think they are made via man or monster-made actions. I think they were created initially through something more broad and cosmic, and then later were refined or compressed into being these intense dark fountains by a godlike being, namely the angel from the prophecy. As for why Ralsei's seemingly important dark fountain is just in the closet of some small town, I don't think it's that important. I think it's actually actively detrimental to the world, just like all the other dark fountains. But Ralsei lives there, and therefore wants it to continue, and so he pretends that it's okay that his dark fountain exists. Which is to say that his dark fountain is no more special than any other dark fountain. Like, he says it's made of pure darkness, which might be true, but I think that will have to do with the power that brought that fountain into existence, rather than because of anything to do with him or the fountain itself being some primordial thing. I think his dark fountain is a recent thing. It came into existence probably in the last year. I'm willing to bet that it had something to do with Chris and Asriel. To what extent, I'm not sure. But broadly speaking, I think I do not think Ralsei's fountain is as important as he makes it out to be. Would you marry me? I'm afraid not. I'm already engaged. Would you consider it? Sadly, no. I'm not looking for a relationship at this time. What's up? Not much. Kind of tired. Been having some shoulder pain. Not a big fan of that. Thanks for asking, though. Freddy Fazbear, yes or no? I like the Five Nights at Freddy's series, if that's what you're asking, which includes Freddy Fazbear, although admittedly, Freddy Fazbear is one of the weakest elements of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. I'd say it wasn't until Security Breach. I think that's the game. The one with Rockstar Freddy? The one that, like, is your friend and helps you out the whole game. I would say it's not until that version of Freddy that he becomes an actual character worthy of the name of the franchise. What's your opinion on macaroni and mayonnaise? I believe it's a delicacy. Never tried it, so I don't have an opinion. How would you feel if you knew a friend was keeping something from you? I mean, friends keep stuff from you all the time. Like, they don't share with you every tiny detail of their life. They don't share with you every secret or every skeleton in their closet. And I accept that. I don't think that's unusual. And they're my friend. They're not my spouse. And even then, I wouldn't expect my spouse to unearth every tiny skeleton of their closet just because I'm married to them. So I don't have an issue with people keeping stuff. And if I specifically found out they were keeping something that was important to me, like they're keeping something relevant to my life a secret, that could be problematic. It could be a strain on the relationship. But as far as just broad, they keep something secret, I don't really have an issue with that. How does it feel to have such incredibly large muscles? Does it restrict your combat ability? Yes. In fact, every time I try to walk through doors, I nearly break the frames from my bulging biceps, or whatever they're called. Yes, I'm like a one-punch man with limited mobility. If I can hit them, I'll win, but it's hard to land the blow. What is your bank details, your credit card number, the PIN code, and that silly little numbers on the back? I don't remember. I have very poor memory. If your room turned into a dark world, what would it be like? Oh, God. It would be very sad. There's too many dishes that I need to clean. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to discuss this much further. It would be sad. I don't speak this language, I'm afraid. What does your name mean? Nothing. It's just the thing that I use to refer to myself. Do you think a dream could be a dark world? If someone was dreaming when the dark world was created, it's a possibility. It's an interesting idea. Like, maybe if they created one in the hospital, maybe someone who's sleeping their dream would inform the events of that dark world. That's an interesting idea. Where do you think your life would have ended up if you didn't start making videos? I'd either be dead, or I would have moved on and found some other hobby. One or the other. Do you think Chapter 3 will be out before next year? No. Who's your favorite and least favorite Deltarune character? Most favorites, probably Spamton. Least favorites, probably one of the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. I don't know. I don't actually... my dislike of the Sweet Cap'n Cakes is actually kind of overhyped. It might not even be them. It might be someone more basic, and like one of the throwaway characters, you know? So, I don't know. Oh, the diaper guy. The weird diaper guy at the mayor's office. Yeah, definitely my least favorite character. What do you think of environmental storytelling? I think it's poggers. I think it's awesome. It is one of the most intriguing ways of conveying a story. And I feel it adds a great deal more depth and meaning to your world if your environment isn't just colorful, wacky nonsense. That's part of why a lot of games like Mario games or just any other games that don't use their environment to convey a believable narrative are ultimately missing out hardcore. It's like, why does Mario use pipes as a means of travel? It's like, is there any lore to that? Is there any reason for that? No, it's just nonsense. It's a wacky nonsense game. Same thing with Pokemon, where it's like, you know, the world has such a similar infrastructure to our own, despite the existence of godlike super beings that we have enslaved. And it's like, wouldn't that have affected the development of our technology, or the development of our road system, or the development of our, you know, everything? So it's like, there's a great deal of potential in environmental storytelling, and when you don't engage with it, it feels like you're not taking your own story seriously. That's why Dark Souls, Elden Ring, things like that, they feel like such legitimate narratives, because it's steeped in intricate, intentional, environmental storytelling. So I think it's an extremely underrated aspect of telling your stories. So yeah. Have you ever heard of and or played Rain World? I might have heard of it somewhere. Rings a bell. I have not played it. Are there any birds pissing you off? Not currently. Birds are on my good side for the moment. What impact has Deltarune had in your IRL life, if at all? A great deal of impact. It's the reason that I have a YouTube channel. It's the reason I have 30,000 subscribers. It's the reason I have an income of any kind. Well, not of any kind, but a substantial addition to my income. So it's pretty major impact. I might not be here if it weren't for Deltarune. What happened to making death battle videos? I just lost passion for it. It felt like... I think my enjoyment of it kind of got bogged down in versus debate, and eventually just kind of the inconsistency of the logic in the show kind of made it feel like it was just not as fun as it should have been. It felt like, you know, the rules and logic they used to judge characters in any given season will be different from how it was in any previous season. So, and that kind of made it feel just sort of random and arbitrary, and ultimately undermined my enjoyment as a whole. Are you going to make any Undertale theories and or analyses? Probably. Which From Software game is your favorite? Probably Elden Ring, but I think Bloodborne is also a very potent contender. Wow, an AMA. I have no questions to ask. You know what? That's valid. I have two to ask. You don't have to answer both. Do you have any siblings or animals? I do have both of those things, although it's easy to mix the two up. Favorite series, not including Deltarune and Undertale. Book series, show, movies, whatever. Book series, probably Discworld or the Dresden Files. Shows, probably Arcane and Steven Universe. Movies, the Steven Universe movies, pretty poggers. I also like Lord of the Rings, etc. Video games, you know, Portal, anything From Software makes, etc. Is Deltarune your favorite game, or just like theorizing about it? Undertale's my favorite game. Deltarune's fun, but it's not complete yet, so I just theorize about it because I find it interesting to theorize about. Do you like potatoes? Yes. There's so many great ways you can use potatoes to make fun food. I was eating some potato food just a minute ago. Who do you want to be when you grow up? Who did you want to be when you grew up as a child? I didn't want to be anyone specifically, but I wanted to be like an astronaut, and then eventually I dumbed that down to an engineer, and eventually I failed at life and stopped having aspirations for the future. Now I don't think about the future. So yeah. Hey Jaru, here's my question. Do you think Toby Fox will make another game after Deltarune? Probably. I think there's a good chance. Maybe something less serious than Undertale or Deltarune, but I mean, he seems like he's pretty young, so he'll probably be making games for a while. Where's the Italian, and who let William have to cook while Bread Bear took a bite in '83? I'm going to say the Sweet Cap and Cakes did. Those mongrels. In your videos, you have mentioned that you are a pacifist, and I wonder if you were a pacifist before Undertale, or did you become a pacifist after playing Undertale? I was absolutely a pacifist a long time before I played Undertale. It's very much a case of I enjoyed Undertale thoroughly because, in no small part, there was a pro-pacifist message. So yeah, I was definitely a pacifist before. Jaru, what is your favorite ice cream? Anything with like peanut butter and fudge is pretty great, but there's also like this one type of vanilla that is shockingly delicious. I forget what it's called though. It's like home-style vanilla or something like that. Both are really good. It's like really creamy. It's really nice. Do you want to make a tier list of all the Deltarune characters? Because I already have a good one that you could use if you want. Thanks for the offer, and I'll probably make a tier list of the characters at some point. Roughly, where is the Darkener Guide / Encyclopedia is in your theories to make list? You can respond with high, low, medium, or what you want. It's not ranked currently, like it's not in my immediate future of videos, but it's certainly something I'll try to make at some point. Probably in 2024 though. What's your favorite pixel art you've done so far? I see on your Twitter you've been uploading some of us of late, and they all look great. Thank you very much. I mean, my first two ones were too much. Like, I was proud of them at the time, but in retrospect, I realized that I relied too much on like tracing, and so it didn't really feel like I'd earned the art. Like I didn't earn the output as much. So my later non-traced art is definitely where it's at for me. So probably my Noelle piece with her in the sundress. I quite like that one. Although if you're talking about sprite art specifically, then that's harder because I made a lot of it. Probably, I don't know, my queen wearing the black mamba from Megamind is pretty popular, so maybe that? I'm not sure. What would you do if you entered a dark world? Try to get out very quickly. Sounds like a nightmare. I'm not a youthful young protagonist. I am a sad old man. I wouldn't be shocked if someone asked this already, but what is your favorite song within the Undertale soundtrack? I'm not certain, and someone has asked, and we'll just say Megalovania for now. Howdy, Jaru. I wanted to ask, do you plan on doing more story structure videos like you did with the mature versus adult / beloved rapture storytelling video? I'd love to hear you talk more broadly on what makes a great story. I just think in a way you've helped me a bit with my own writing. That is one of the nicest things anyone said in this Q&A. I'm very, very happy to hear that, and I would love to do more storytelling videos. And yes, I think I will. Like the Beloved Rapture video, you know, it was as much about Beloved Rapture as it was about talking about storytelling. And that's probably going to be true in most of my videos. Like even my ranking of Gravity Falls episodes, it was actually a bit awkwardly set up. In retrospect, I realize now that shoving in a bunch of like mini video essays in the middle of my ranking of Gravity Falls episodes was probably not very well thought out. But as far as talking about writing is concerned, I will absolutely be doing more of that in the future. Hi, Jaru. Hi, guy. Or girl. Or human. Or non-human. I'm bored. Hello. Which Terraria grave looks the best? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the graves in Terraria. If you could reuse and remix an Undertale song into Deltarune for a boss fight or theme, what song would you use? Probably his theme. Asriel's theme. I think that has the most dramatic potential. Why is your voice so annoying? I don't know. I blame God. What is your favorite Deltarune enemy? Not including bosses. Where Wire is pretty cool. Yeah. Sure. We'll go with Where Wire. I like his whole their whole anime shtick. Crime? Sure. But actually, I think it is. Okay. I'm back where I was. Crime. Do not commit crime. Crime is bad. Unless you have to. But try not to. Definitely don't do any violent crime. How do you handle hate or negative comments about your theories or content? Depends on the type of the hate. If it's just blind hate and like cursing and stuff, I'll usually block it or delete the comment. If it's more rational hate, where it's just like being like, that's a stupid theory because you didn't think about this, this, and that, then I might respond to it. It's usually not good for my mental health to reply to such comments, as my friends keep telling me. But I tend to read all of my comments, for good or for ill. And nowadays, I'm trying to not think about, or trying to move on. Like, if I read a negative comment, to just sort of drop it and move on. Because otherwise I risk getting sucked into an argument with a hater, and that's never a good use of your time, nor is it good for your mental health. So, hateful content I try to avoid. Critical comments that are trying to critique or otherwise have a real conversation, those I'm more likely to have a positive interaction with. What do you think about Kirby lore? I think it's epic. I love the idea of Kirby having this dark, cosmic horror lore. I think it's really cool. I always enjoy watching videos about it. What got you into Undertale Deltarune theorizing about it? I've already answered that question. I feel like I've been waiting forever for this moment, yet every question I've ever had has now left me. Oh no, that is tragic. If Deltarune / Undertale had to be any video game genre besides an RPG, what genre would you make it? a dating sim. There you go. That's cheating, isn't it? That's kind of an RPG. I guess an adventure game. What do you think you'll do once the full game of Deltarune comes out and not much theories are left to speculate since the game will be completed? I'll probably make content about other stuff. Who is your favorite Darkener? Probably Spamton. So I'm completely blanking on good questions, so share a random fan fact about yourself. Alright, I'm struggling to think of any fun facts about myself. I would get in trouble in school because I would spend all my time reading like novels instead of paying attention in class. So that might constitute a fun fact. Yeah, I hope that was satisfying. Favorite superlative? I forget what a superlative is. One moment. I will go with most beautiful. For those not aware, superlative, I think, at a glance, is like the most extreme degree of a comparative term. So, like, if you say someone's pretty, then that's just saying something. If you say someone's prettier, then that's a comparison. And if you say someone is the prettiest, then that's a superlative, I think, at a glance. Not sure. But we'll go with most beautiful. I think that counts. If not, we'll just prettiest. There you go. Or cutest. Yeah, cutest. That's pretty good as well. Insert very original full login info address IP comment here. Very amusing, Mr. and or Mrs. and or whatever chair. Pineapples on the pizza. I enjoy it well enough. Not my favorite kind of pizza, but I'll eat it. This is the part where I say howdy. Aw, hi, or I guess I should say howdy since I'm also Texan. Howdy, y'all. There's a snake in my boot. What is the most impactful lesson you've gained so far from the stories of Undertale and Deltarune? For me personally, it's the idea of the human deserving to live, to want to live, and that you can maintain the right by being kind to others, even in impossible circumstances. Undertale to me said, you deserve to live when I needed it most. That's a very beautiful thing to hear. I'm very happy to hear that it had that impact on you. I guess the way Spamton kind of made me think about homelessness could arguably be one of the more impactful lessons. Obviously, pacifism is important to me, but I was already a pacifist before I played Undertale or Deltarune, so I'm not sure that counts. Beyond that, I guess it's just about storytelling. It's had a lot of impact on my ideas of what makes for good storytelling or world building or mysteries or cool characters. So in that, it's hard for me to specify one specific one, though. We'll just go with the Spamton homelessness one, though. I think that was a pretty big impact for me. Did you complete a genocide run of Undertale? I did not. I did a true pacifist and never played it again. Every other thing I've experienced regarding Undertale has been I forget the term, but through other people, through watching playthroughs, let's plays, etc. I've watched many, so I have quite the thoughts on the genocide run, but I have not done it myself. Are there any other games that you have interesting theories for, or is it just an Undertale Deltarune thing? I'm sure I could come up with theories. Whether they're interesting or not is debatable, but I could certainly come up with things. Also, your profile is really funny. Your profile picture. Right now, it's just an Undertale Deltarune thing, but I could definitely come up with stuff for other games. What first got you interested in Toby Fox's work, and when was that? Undertale was really popular. I kind of answered this question already, and it was back in 2015, 2016, I think. I got into it. Might have been 2017. I don't quite remember now. It's been a long time, and my memory's not very good. How are you? I'm alright. Been better. Also been worse, though, so take what I can get. What do you think about Bill Cipher versus Discord? It was a fun match. It was one of the few episodes, because I don't really watch Death Battle consistently anymore, but I do pop in from time to time if there's a matchup that interests me. I found the Bill Cipher versus Discord fight to be pretty fun. I don't really watch the analysis portions anymore. I don't find them very entertaining, but the actual fight was pretty cool, pretty well done. Kudos to everyone involved with creating that. It was quite compelling. is the collector. I'm not sure who the collector is, so I have no strong opinions on that. And if you're just talking about, I assumed you were talking about the death battle that came out. As for just the matchup in general, I have no strong opinions. Like, yes, they are similar. If that makes it a good matchup, cool. It may have already been asked, but what's your history with Undertale? How did it achieve to reach your soul? I've already explained my history with Undertale. I just played it one day. How did it achieve to reach your soul? And is that the reason you love Deltarune so much? It had such an impact on me because it's just really well written, and I love the way that Flowey breaks the fourth wall. I love the way that it makes you feel like every action you're taking is being recorded and has consequences. In retrospect, we know that's not entirely true, but like just the small details of Flowey calling you out for killing Toriel and the snowman piece being this tiny thing that you can take all the way to the end and it changes your ending. It's like stuff like that where it feels like every choice you make is important both in universe and on a meta level was what made Undertale hook me and keep me hooked the whole way through. And yeah, that's also the reason that I love Deltarune as much as I do, is because of the positive feelings that Undertale left me with. So yeah, because Deltarune hasn't really earned that love yet. It's not really super meta. It's not breaking much in the way of fourth walls. It doesn't make it feel like my choices matter. Not yet, anyway. So it doesn't really compel me on that same level yet, but it might. I do still thoroughly enjoy it, but it's just a different kind of experience so far. Anyway, absolutely love your work. Take care and have a fantastic day as well. Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank you very much. Do you listen to Weezer? I do not, I'm afraid. Your opinion on AMAs? They're alright. They're useful for getting information out of creative types, which is cool. Are you the imposter from hit game Among Us? Not that I know of, but maybe I'm an imposter and I don't even know I'm an imposter. Like, that's how good of an imposter I am. Like, dang. Do you ever think about that kind of stuff? I've asked you about that on Tumblr before. What would you tell you if Tumblr actually added this mean concept of collecting orbs in a silly zone in order to fight this goofy gnome? I don't know if I'm insane, but I don't remember this. Sadly, I could not find our previous conversation on whatever this is you're talking about, so I'm going to go ahead and have to say, sure. If Toby added some wacky memey concepts about gnomes, I'm sure it would be a fun time. Sorry that I don't quite remember. My memory is not very good. What's 9 plus 10? I think it's 19. Could be wrong. I also, the other day, said that Ralsei is Azrael backwards, so I wouldn't trust my math either. Would you make any Jevil theory soon? He's underrated, in my opinion. I've made some minor Jevil theories, like I've theorized that he represents certain things, like thematically he represents the idea that since our choices don't matter, that means we should pursue our own pleasure above all else. Like, thematically, he represents the epitome of... I forget. I always forget this term, but it means someone who lives for pleasure and pleasure alone. It's a... Oh, it always escapes me, but you get the idea. And whereas Spamton's all like, Jevil plays an important role in embracing his powerlessness and just enjoying life. It's a form of nihilism, but like positive nihilism, where it's like, hey, nothing matters, and that's poggers because it means I can do whatever I want and just have a good old time. So you know, that's interesting. That's fun. That's a cool way to have that kind of philosophy represented. Smash or pass Flowey? Pass, probably. He's a flower, my dude. Unfortunately, I am not good at reading wingdings, and I do not really like translating wingdings. I mean, I guess I'll try. I'll be right back. Okay. Do I think Chris is observing themselves through the secret boss fights? Possibly. That's an interesting idea, as you put it. It's hard to attribute motive to Chris, because they're a silent protagonist, but it would be interesting if they were using the secret boss fights as a way of better understanding the entity possessing them. What is your favorite object to stab the ground? Usually a shovel. That's kind of what they're made for. Play Undertale True Pacifist for the first time again, or play Deltarune Chapter 7 early? I guess the former, because I don't really want spoilers. Chapter 7 without the full build-up of the first 6 chapters would probably not be as fun, so I would say the first one. What is the hardest game you've ever beaten? Mine is Oxygen Not Included. Hardest game I've ever beaten? I guess Elden Ring? Maybe? I remember my brother was really annoyed when I beat what's her name? Melania? I am Melania, Blade of Mikola, whatever her name was. He was really annoyed. To be fair, I cheesed the crap out of her, so it wasn't exactly a fair fight. I just sent out a powerful summon and then blasted her with the moon from a mile away. So, I don't know if that counts. Hardest game I've beaten other than that? That's probably it. Although it wasn't that hard, thanks to me playing a spellcaster, which is basically easy mode. What else? Was there any other games I've played that are kind of hard? A lot of the games from my history were pretty easy. Doom 2016? Maybe? Oh... Final Fantasy 1 is probably the hardest game I've ever beaten. It's super hard, not in a fun way though. It's hard in a very stupid way, in a get lost in an infinite maze forever until you run out of resources kind of hard. Yeah, probably Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy 2 is more annoying, probably, but I think if you know what you're doing, it's not as hard. I don't know. They're both kind of a mess. Yeah, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are probably the hardest games I've ever beaten. If you could lose everything you know about Undertale and Deltarune, every theory, every tidbit, exam for a chance to experience both games for the first time again, with no outside spoilers, etc., would you? I mean, it would be a fun time to experience these stories fresh, but I kind of rely on it for my job, so losing all of that would probably be pretty detrimental to my life as a whole, so I'm going to have to say no. How did you get into theory crafting about Deltarune and Undertale? Are you planning on making more analysis videos? Because I really like those specifically. I already explained how I got into theory crafting Undertale Deltarune, and I'm not sure what you mean by analysis videos, but probably. Like I'm going to be continuing to be making content about Deltarune and Undertale for a while, and about other stuff, so probably. What does Peepus tasting like? I don't know. I've never had it. Probably weird. I'm going to guess it tastes weird, whatever it is. What would you do if you were forced to create Papyrus in Deltarune? What if Deltarune and Undertale Papyrus is an effed up Darkner creature? What would you do if you were forced to create Papyrus in Deltarune? What if Deltarune and Undertale Papyrus is... Oh, okay, so you're saying, like, what if that's the plot? Like, that's what's going to happen? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. To find out Papyrus is an artificial life form. Yeah, that would be really interesting. I'd be down for that. Yeah. I'm all for it. Sounds interesting. How do you feel on the speedrunning community, if you have any opinions at all? I love speedrunning. I don't do it myself, but like I'm always watching like speedrunning world record histories. I sometimes put on speedrun streams in the background just as something to listen to. There was a period of time where I was literally up to date on every single ZFG stream, where I would like every day I'd put on a ZFG stream VOD in the background while I did other things and just listen to it and have a good time. I actually am quite behind on doing that, but I'll probably get back to it before long. TLDR, love speedrunning. I think it's really cool. I used to be religiously followed Awesome Games Done Quick. Like I would stan it, and on Twitter I'd share it and update people on when certain games were being run. Like that's how good intensely I was into it. I felt so proud of the gaming community for coming together to accomplish something. But then I kind of got disenchanted with the event and the handling of the event, and specifically the handling of the speedrunners themselves and who they allowed in, who they didn't allow in, and who they would ban and who they wouldn't ban and for what reasons. And that kind of bothered me a lot. And then I also just got kind of disenchanted with charities in general. So that kind of took the wind out of my sails for AGDQ. But I still think it's a good thing, and I still love speedrunning. Who is your favorite Deltarune Undertale character and why? I think I've already answered this. Spampton, because he's a really complex, deep, tragic character. Undertale, probably Flowey. Yeah, definitely Flowey, for pretty much the same reasons. I have to ask, do you like the character of Birdley? Yes, I like Birdley. He's a bit silly. A bit too silly for me to be super compelled by him, but I like him. I don't find him annoying. Not particularly. I mostly find him amusing. I wouldn't blame you, lol, but I started enjoying his character after taking some time to think about it after Chapter 2. No, I'm not annoyed by him. I'm mostly annoyed by basic one-dimensional characters, and even then, I'm not really properly annoyed by any of Toby Fox's characters. None of them make me go, oh god, this guy again. Like, I've recently finished watching Star Trek the original series. I'm currently watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and The Angel Show. And if you want annoying characters, those are the shows to watch. Like, compared to that, Birdley is a godsend. Birdley is the peak of cinema or whatever. Like, the peak of fiction compared to that. So, no, I don't find any characters in Undertale or Deltarune annoying. I find them varying levels of entertaining. Even the Sweet Cap'n Cakes are not bad. They're not even annoying. They're really just fine. They're just less cool and less interesting than the competition. Hey Jaru, I'd like to ask, what is the thing/situation that got you in Undertale Deltarune? Already answered that one. Love your videos and you inspire me with your amazing theories. Aw, thank you. But yes, I've answered this question several times, so I'm gonna try to keep moving. If you had to rate the insanity of your fan base 1 to 100, what would it be? 22. If you were to add Undertale Deltarune representation into Smash, how would you go about it? Having Sans as a Mii fighter was pretty fun. I don't know. I'd be cool with just having Undertale Deltarune, like getting them some like 3D models and having them be like assist trophies. I don't really need them to be playable characters. I think that assist trophies would be satisfying enough. Are you ever going to do another video like your Gravity Falls tier list, maybe like Doctor Who or Adventure Time? Yes. I'm actually working on a Doctor Who script on and off for all the modern episodes ranked, and I'm currently rewatching Adventure Time with my sister and ranking those episodes as we go along as well. So, in short, yes. My friend Khalil is scared to come out trans to his friends. Can you make a short clip encouraging him to be strong? Sure. Stay strong, Khalil. I don't know if that's how your name is pronounced, but we live in difficult times. There's lots of difficult situations surrounding us. But at the end of the day, it's really all about doing whatever is best for our happiness and our health. And I'm sure that one day, when the time is right, when you feel safe and secure, when you have friends and family who you can count on to respect you and your life choices, coming out will be one of the happiest moments of your life. Be safe, be careful, don't be hasty, because whether we like it or not, we live in a pretty hostile world with a lot of hostile people, and you don't want to get yourself hurt or abandoned prematurely. So it's all about timing. Never give up on yourself, never give up on your own identity. Don't let other people tell you who you can be and who you shouldn't be. You need to be exactly who you want to be, who you feel you need to be. Just be safe, be cautious, be wise, and make friends who you can count on. And if you do all that, everything will turn out fine. Thank you for making very fun and interesting theories. I would love to see one about who you think the angel is and their lore in general. Oh yeah, thank you. That's very kind words. And that's an interesting possible theory. I've got 3 questions regarding a lore. If Sans travels to the Undertale reality with every sea reset, wouldn't new Sanses keep arriving in Undertale? Is that secretly how he teleported all along in Undertale, where there were just a bunch of them collectively pranking you the whole time? That's a funny idea. No, I think that either A, each Sans goes to a different reality, or B, it's an a-causal event. Which is to say that Sans, quote-unquote, exists in the timeline, but how do I put this? Imagine, like, there's a timeline, and in that timeline, Sans exists for a long time, there goes Sans, and then he leaves that reality and travels to an alternate reality, right? Now, back in the original reality, Sans is no longer there, because he left to go to another universe. However, let's say that in that original reality, Frisk resets the timeline back to the beginning, or Flowey resets it, or whatever. Because you reset the timeline, Sans is back, because you went back in time. However, that would not affect the Sans who left this reality. The Sans who left this reality is not a part of this universe anymore. And so he wouldn't be affected by determination or saving and loading in that reality. So even though you reset the timeline, the real Sans is gone. And all that's left is sort of the memory of Sans. Because energy, if we assume energy cannot be created or destroyed, that means that while there is the memory of Sans in the timeline, that is finite. And the true Sans, the entity with the soul, is no longer here. So I'd say either there's a bunch of Sanses getting peppered throughout the multiverse, or the timeline only brings back a memory of Sans, and it's not the original true Sans. Or at least it's kind of a temporal echo of him, rather than a full, complete entity that exists in the universe. If memories of Undertale Sans got deleted when he shattered across time and space, wouldn't that create some gappy memories since Deltarune Sans wasn't there for Pyle's child and stuff? I am beginning to question the whole memory thing. I'm beginning to think that might not be the factor that I once thought it was. So, yes, I think it's more likely that Undertale Sans probably just died and Deltarune Sans took his place. And people just assume he's the original Sans. Why is it called Sprite/Mystery Man when it's 2 people? Probably because mystery is a key word there. Well, if you look at it another way, what about the other amalgamates? Are those all referred to as multiple entities? Like, are their sprite names referred to as amalgamate, like, or is it like... I guess my point is, just because an entity is multiple entities combined doesn't mean it can't be referred to in its sprite name as a singular entity. Especially if they've like fused together into one entity by now. So it's like, I mean, that's a fair question, but I guess the answer is just either A, we're looking at a part of Sans that is just one entity, the entities have combined, and so it's one entity now, or it's just not important because sprites are not the hardest of hard lore. And after all, it says mystery. If it said mystery men, then that might reveal the plot twist, you know? So there's lots of ways to interpret it. Hi, Jaru. Sorry if this comment is a bit long, but I have 2-ish questions about your time loop theory. 1. Since the time loop was in some way, is there a reason the angel never attempts to change things further to end the time loop? I would assume that the angel either doesn't care anymore, doesn't want to exert its power any more than it already has, or it's unaware of the time loop being this pervasive thing. There's lots of possibilities, but I think the bottom line is we don't understand this entity very well, and we don't understand its motivations or what its current status is. Like in Earthbound, the godlike entity of Gygus goes mad and loses all sanity, and is no longer really capable of channeling its power for anything productive. So it could be the same thing with the angel. Maybe it's a god gone mad. 2. How much knowledge did Rousey gain through the Shadow Crystal? I presume that he only knows about certain bits and isn't just pretending to be surprised by certain events. Still, has he ever tried to change the timeline using Shadow Crystal knowledge, or does he simply view it as futile? I assume he's made some changes, some choices. He uses it to improve things and make wiser decisions. But at the end of the day, he values Chris and Susie's free will and their choices more than anything. And 2, he's probably accepted that the time loop is inevitable and there's no point making drastic changes at this point. So, yeah. Thank you for your great content. I love your videos, and despite being rather skeptical about the conclusions, they are always quite entertaining to watch and bring an interesting and unique perspective to the table. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy them. P.S. Since you've already made a bunch of tier lists, I think it could be very, very interesting to see what you think about the various characters of Deltarune in general. I will absolutely do that someday. Once again, thank you and have a fantastic day. Thank you, Mr. Green Game. You as well. Do you believe the sick fruit juice is red? Probably. I mean, it's probably like wine colored. Do you think our Lord and Savior, the Spade King, would respect your videos? I am a lightener, so he probably would not. The first line of this community post is exactly where I would say if a cat said "Mwah" to me. Let me go see what... Hello! That's adorable. That is one of my favorite comments. Thank you very much. Love your videos. Thank you. We're watching some of your older theories, and also used to do a more dramatic voice. I think it'd be kind of neat if you brought that back. Yeah, I think some other people would also think it's cringe as hell. I'm glad that you like it, though. A few questions regarding deaths. What do you believe happened to the fountain deaths made to travel to the darker yet darker world? I think it might be the source of the Castletown Dark Fountain, and it might be why that fountain is so powerful, is because it's sort of a double-decker. It was created within the Dark World, and that's why it's so powerful. And if someone else were to make a fountain in a Dark World, would they find Deaths? Well, they would certainly end up in the same place as Deaths, but how big that place is and how easy it would be to find her is a matter of opinion. So I guess the answer is maybe, probably. Don't you think it's weird for Oberon, who is a hammer in the light world, to be known for using a blade as a main weapon? I still can't think of a better question, lol. I don't think it's strange. The Spade King is a king, and yet he uses a whip, which is not a weapon that most normal kings would ever use. They'd use a sword. Or if you want to talk about, I don't know, Lancer. Lancer is literally called Lancer, and he uses a bicycle as like his main weapon. So why isn't he using a lance? You know, like, I don't think something being made out of something really is strange, especially since Oberon's all about creating dark fountains, and you need a pointed object in order to do that. So I think it makes sense. Actually, okay, last one. If monsters have physical bodies now, how can they still turn to dust? That's the best I got. Also, how are you? We'll start with the first question. I assume they still turn to dust because the angel wanted them to still turn to dust. I think that it could design their bodies to function however it liked. As for how are you? I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. This is probably late, but what is your opinion on the Kara is the narrator theory? Narakara? It's probably Narakara is the name of the theory. I respect it. I've never read the whole thing, so maybe I'd like it more if I did. But just on a pure conceptual level, I think it's a cute idea. I don't know if I agree with it fully, but I like it regardless. I have a question that's bugging me. Is Rousey pronounced Rousey or Rousey or Rousey? I believe it's pronounced Rousey. I'm so used to hearing the latter, but the spelling just seems off-putting. Help me out here. I'm pretty sure Toby has confirmed that it's pronounced Rousey. But, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's the correct way to say it. If you have a favorite dragon from folklore game, I would love to hear what it is. A specific dragon, like a character? I mean, Sapphire, or Saphira, I forget her name, from the Aragon books is pretty cool. I like her. Beyond that, there's not a lot of dragons that, like, specific dragons that I love. Like, Smaug is decent. He's not super interesting, though. Yeah, I guess I'll stick with Saphira or Sapphire or whatever her name was from Aragon. I can't think of a better option off the top of my head. But dragons are cool. I like dragons a lot, so they get a thumbs up from me. What do you think are the biggest plot holes in Undertale? Probably mostly stuff surrounding the human world and like how they have magic, how magic works, how civilization is developed, etc. Stuff like that. I think that's probably where most of the bigger plot holes are, but even then, I wouldn't say those are huge plot holes. They're probably pretty minor. Are there things in Undertale that you think should have been explained or could have been explained better? Yes, ghosts. I wish ghosts had been explained. They confused the crap out of me. So yeah, I think both of these questions can be given to ghosts, actually. I take it back. Yeah, ghosts are the biggest plot hole. I do not understand ghosts at all. In your opinion, which Undertale character has the most wasted potential? Ooh. Probably Mettaton. I think the idea of having a ghost possessing a robot body in order to become a famous superstar is a really intriguing concept that doesn't really end up being all that interesting in practice. Yeah, probably Mettaton. What would you consider to be the best media critics on YouTube? From what I've seen, my top 3 would be Mahler, Your Movie Sucks, and Fringy. I haven't really watched any of them. I have watched YMS's video on Kimba the White Lion, and I enjoyed that pretty well, so I like that. I'm glad you like those YouTubers. I don't know if there's any specific media critics that I love. Like, I enjoy a handful pretty well, but I can't think of any that like really blow me away nowadays. Pretty much all of them have made videos that I have really intensely disagreed with. Not these guys, I haven't watched them very much, but most media critics that I start watching and like will eventually do a video where I go, oh my god, how could you have just the worst opinion ever? Like, for example, Schaefer Ellis. I very much enjoy his content. He's, a great guy, makes great stuff. When I heard him put Howl's Moving Castle near the bottom of his Ghibli ranking, I was like, what? How? How could you put that below Ponyo? What? So, yeah. I enjoy hearing people's perspectives, but I would not say I love any of them enough to be like, they're the best. If you're just wondering like which ones have I personally watched, Schaefer Ellis is up there. At a glance, I don't really follow much in the way of media critique channels. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I don't have very many interesting options to discuss. But broadly, they're cool. I'm more of a video per video kind of guy when it comes to media critics. It's usually there's certain videos by certain YouTubers that I really enjoy, and that's about the extent of it. Spaghetti or meat? Broadly speaking, meat. Meat's pretty great. Why do you have TNT equivalents saved on your search bar? Is this truly the final question? If so, that's hilarious. Why do I have TNT equivalents saved on my search bar? Because of my death battle days. Being able to know the formulas and ways of converting various feats into kinetic energy and then that into TNT equivalents in order to assign power levels to various fictional characters was a big part of my, job. So that's the long and short of it. And I think that is the last question. Yep, that is the final question of the AMA. 648 comments, all read and answered to the best of my ability. Whew, okay. Alrighty then. I hope you guys enjoyed this gargantuan Ask Me Anything video. I hope I gave some interesting or satisfying questions, and if I did not, then I apologize profusely. Thank you for helping get me to 30,000 subscribers. It's really meant the world to me. It's legitimately changed my life, and I can never explain just how meaningful it's been. So, thank you very, very much for your support, and I look forward to making more content for you in 2024. Like if you enjoyed the video, comment if you've got something to say, subscribe if you want to see more, and as always, have a fantastic day.